steam in front of the station, with our specially constructed coaches trailing behind. It's time to start filming, but the camera helicopter has not arrived yet from England. I suggest a test ride on the train. We climb up a ladder onto the roof of the cars and set off. Within minutes, Connery is grinning like a kid on a carnival ride. He's a superb athlete who could have been a professional footballer. Now he hops lightly from car to car, thoroughly enjoying himself. We approach a bridge and must lie flat on the deck. The bridge whips over us, inches from our faces. Connery laughs uproariously. "Bloody fantastic!" We return to the station and begin shooting. The exhilaration fades and the work becomes work. Constant vigilance is required. The Irish railways have permitted us to use 20 miles of track in the most beautiful part of the country, but since this is Ireland, the 20 bridges that span the rails are all of different heights. Some are very low. We have previously mapped and measured each bridge, but no one is willing to trust a map. Before each shot, we creep slowly beneath the bridge to check our clearance. Even more dangerous are the telephone and electrical wires that sometimes span the track. These are unmarked and difficult to see until the last moment. Then, too, our authentic period locomotive spews a stream of glowing cinders and ash back at us. We literally set the countryside on fire wherever we go. Each night when we return home, I take a shower and wash my hair. The water hits the tub inky black. Connery throws himself into his work with abandon. He is one of the most remarkable people I have ever met, light-hearted and serious at the same moment. I have learned a great deal from being around him. He is at ease with himself and is direct and frank. "I like to eat with my fingers," he says, eating with his fingers in a fancy restaurant, not giving a damn. You cannot embarrass him with trivialities. Eating is what's important. People come over for an autograph, and he glowers at them. "I'm eating," he says sternly. "Come back later." They come back later, and he politely signs their menus. He doesn't hold grudges unless he intends to. "I spent a lot of my life being miserable," he says. "Then one day I thought, I'm here for the day, I can enjoy the day or not. I decided I might as well enjoy it." There is that quality about him, that sense of choice and control over himself and his moods. It makes him integrated, self-assured. The most common remark about him is, "That's a real man." Once on an airplane, a woman sighs, "Oh, you're so masculine." Connery laughs. "But I'm very feminine," he insists. And he means it. He delights in that side of himself. A gifted mimic, he likes to rehearse alone, playing all the parts himself. He does startlingly accurate imitations of everyone in the cast, including Donald and Leslie Ann, his leading lady. He always seems to enjoy himself. He takes pleasure in all his aspects, all his appetites. I am not equally open, and he teases me. Once, after a shot, I feel his hand gestures were a little effeminate. I call for a retake, but I'm not sure how to tell Sean what needs to be changed. How do you tell 007 that he's effeminate? "Sean, on that last shot, you had a hand gesture." "Yes, what about it? I thought it was good." "Well, it was a little, loose. Limp." His eyes narrow. "What are you trying to say?" "Well, it could be a bit crisper, stronger, you know." "Stronger?" "Yes, stronger." "You're saying I look like a poof." Now he's grinning, amused at my discomfort. "Yes, a little." "Well, just say so, ducky," he roars. "Just say what you want. We haven't got all day." And he shoots the scene again with a different gesture. Later he takes me aside. "You know," he says, "you don't do any favors beating about the bush, making us try and deduce what you mean. You think you're being polite, but you're actually just difficult. Say what you mean and get on with it." I promise to try. And I do better, but I never manage to be as direct as he is. He says, You should always tell the truth, because if you tell the truth, you make it the other person's problem. He follows his own dictum. He always tells the truth. Sean seems to live in a kind of present moment, responding to events with an unaffected immediacy that disregards the past and future. He is always genuine. Sometimes he compliments people I know he doesn't like. Sometimes he blows up angrily at his close friends. He always tells the truth as he sees it at the moment, and if somebody doesn't like it, it's their problem. The days of shooting on the train continue. The crew is extremely careful. No one is hurt. By now, we have shot the most hazardous sequences, the ones that require Sean to not see the bridges as they rush up behind him, and to duck down at the last moment, his head missing the bridges by inches. Those shots were carefully arranged and timed, but we are all relieved they are behind us. Finally, we are shooting a long take where Sean comes running up the length of the train, jumping from car to car. Because we are shooting in all directions, the camera operator and I are hanging out on a side platform, and everyone else is inside the train. I am trying to watch the scene and also remember to duck down at the right time so the camera lens can swing over my head. Filming begins. Sean runs up the length of the train. I smell a harsh, acrid odor. I feel a sharp pain on top of my scalp. I realize that my hair has been set on fire by the cinders from the locomotive. I am frantically brushing at my hair, trying to put the fire out, because I don't want smoke coming from my head when the camera swings over me. While I am doing that, Sean jumps to the nearest car, stumbles, and falls. I think, geez, Sean, don't overdo making it look dangerous. He is carrying a bundle of clothes, a story point. He drops the clothes as he falls, and I realize Sean would never do that he must have really fallen. Meanwhile, I am still trying to put the fire out on my head. Sean scrambles to his feet, retrieves the clothes, and moves on, wincing in genuine pain. I get the cinders out of my head as the camera swings over. We make the shot. Afterward, we stop the train. Everybody gets off. He has a bad cut on his shin that is being attended to. "Are you all right, Sean?" He looks at me. "Did you know," he says, "that your hair was on fire? You ought to be more careful up there." And he laughs. His fresh view allows him to reach some surprising conclusions. On the fourth day of filming, we put everybody inside the train except Sean, because we are filming with the helicopter, and the camera will see the entire length of the train. So I am inside, wearing a top hat, with a walkie-talkie in my lap. As the train starts, I hear the engineer call out the speed. 25 miles an hour, 30, 35 miles an hour. We have previously arranged for this speed. The helicopter radios that it is in position. I call for action on the radio, and the shot begins. I sit there, listening to the thump of the helicopter as it moves overhead, trying to imagine the shot, trying to figure out by the sound how it is going. The pilot announces the shot is good. We stop the train, and Sean comes down from the top. He is furious, stamping and complaining. "It's bloody dangerous up there. This bloody train is not going bloody 35 miles an hour. "Sean," I say, "it is." After so many days of shooting, the control of speed has been well worked out. This is essential because in making a film, you must travel at different speeds depending on which way the camera is pointing. If you are shooting sideways to the direction of travel, your apparent speed is faster, so you must make the train go slower. If you are shooting in the direction of travel, you must go faster than usual. If you do not vary the speed in this way, in the final film, the train will appear to go faster in some shots than in others. So we have long since worked this out. One of the assistant directors is in the open cab of our locomotive with a walkie-talkie. As we start each shot, he calls out the speeds. When we hit the prearranged speed, we begin filming. This is the procedure we have used throughout. I click the walkie-talkie. "Chris, how fast was the train going on that last shot?" From the locomotive, the voice says, 35 miles an hour. I look at Sean, shrug. Sean grabs the walkie-talkie and says, How do you know it was 35 miles per hour? There is a long pause. We count telegraph poles, the voice says. Sean hands the walkie-talkie back to me. Slowly, the pertinent facts emerge. The engine is an actual 1863 locomotive, and it has no speed instrumentation at all. To estimate speed, the men in the cab time telegraph poles as they go by. But this is obviously a terribly inaccurate method. Suddenly, we wonder, how fast was the train really going? The helicopter was flying parallel to the train for most of the shot. We radio the pilot. How fast was the train going on the last shot? 55 miles an hour, comes the reply. We thought Mr. Connery was bloody crazy to be up there. Vindicated, Sean folds his arms across his chest. You see, he says. In the end, that episode represented to me all the power of a fresh perspective. We had been filming for days. We had fallen into a comfortable routine, and not one of us had bothered to look at what the cab of the locomotive was like. For days, no one had thought to ask, "How do you know the speed?" The question was always there to be asked. It was just that no one had asked it, until Sean did. One day after lunch, Sean says, "I'm through at the end of the day." "What?" "I'm through on the train," he says evenly. "Finished. Going back to Dublin. Have a kip." We have 3 more days of filming scheduled. I don't think we'll need all 3 days, but I feel there is at least 1 more full day of work. Why is he quitting? "I've had it with this bloody train," he says. It has been such fun, such exhilarating fun, I can't understand why his mood has changed so suddenly. Of course, he has seen all the dailies, and he knows how much good footage we already have. I have already shot about 6 hours of film to make what will eventually be a 15-minute sequence, so I'm just being overcautious, as directors tend to be. Is he calling my bluff? "I'm done," he says. "I'm done." And that is all he will say. He leaves at the end of the day, driving back to Dublin. The next morning we shoot some final bits and pieces, points of view, establishing shots, and so on. I am on top of the train with a stuntman and a camera operator. We are going very fast. At high speeds, the train rocks and jerks erratically. It is nerve-wracking. And suddenly, in an instant, I am done with the train, too. The tunnels aren't fun anymore. The overhanging wires aren't a challenge anymore. The jolts from the track and the freezing wind aren't bracing anymore. It is just dangerous and exhausting, and I want to stop at once and get off the train. And I realize that is what happened to Sean the day before. He'd had enough, and he knew when to stop. The sequence is finished. It is time to go back to the studio and do something else. London Psychics. It was called the Spiritualist Association of Great Britain. I called it the Psychic Smorgasbord. They had all kinds of psychics, and you could consult them for only $10 an hour. The association used its psychics to attract people to the religion of spiritualism. I had no interest in that, but I was very interested in the possibility of psychic phenomena, and the range of psychics was wonderful. There were psychics who worked by psychometry, holding an object while they read. There were psychics who just started reading as you walked in the door. There were psychics who read tea leaves, others who read tarot cards, others who read flowers. There was one who did something with sand. There were psychics who told you about your family, your dead relatives, and your past lives. There were psychics who were psychological, and others who were very pragmatic. Altogether, there were 40 psychics associated with the association, and for anyone who had an interest in the general phenomenon of psychic behavior, it was almost too good to be true. I went nearly every day on my way home from work. Coming in the door, you passed the chair of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the association's most famous and influential member. That chair was always a sobering reminder to me. Anyone with a scientific background who becomes interested in metaphysical things must find the example of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle disturbing. The creator of Sherlock Holmes was a Scottish physician, a lapsed Catholic, a vigorous athlete, and a Victorian gentleman. Although he is most closely associated with the cool, deductive mind of his fictional detective, Conan Doyle showed an interest in spiritualism, mysticism, and metaphysics, even in medical school. His stories frequently contained a strong element of the supernatural. In such works as The Hound of the Baskervilles, there is a continuous tension between a supernatural and a mundane explanation for events. In 1893, Conan Doyle joined the Society for Psychical Research, a highly respectable organization. The politician Arthur Balfour was its president, and its vice presidents included such eminent scientists as the American psychologist William James and the evolutionary naturalist Alfred Russel Wallace. Yet there was controversy as well, as exemplified by the scandal of the physicist William Crookes and the medium Florrie Cook. In the 19th century, seances were popular. A group of paying customers would sit together in a dark room, and a medium would attempt to call up spirits from the other side. A good deal of paraphernalia was involved: silver trumpets through which the dead spoke, cabinets in which the mediums were locked, flying tambourines and other luminous objects that whipped through the air above the sitters. In the most spectacular displays, the medium would manifest ectoplasm, the face or form of a dead person. This was the specialty of Florrie Cook. During her seances, Florrie would be locked in a cabinet, where she would go into a trance. Soon, an extremely attractive young woman wearing phosphorescent gowns would step out. This beautiful apparition, supposedly a murderess named Katie King, would walk around the room. Naked beneath her diaphanous veils, she caused a sensation in Victorian England. After attending a séance, William Crookes became so fascinated by mediumship that he moved Florrie Cook into his house for a period of months. In due time, Crookes pronounced Florrie genuine. But it seemed obvious to most people that Florrie Cook and Katie King were the same person. Crookes claimed on 2 occasions to have seen both Florrie Cook and Katie King appear simultaneously, but his own objectivity was considered compromised, and in any case he was famous for his bad eyesight. Eventually, the controversial ghost Katie King ceased to appear, and Florrie Cook materialized a new ghost named Marie. One night Sir George Sitwell grabbed Marie, who screamed and ran from the room. The sitters opened the locked cabinet and found it empty, with Florrie Cook's clothes lying on the floor. Fraud was finally confirmed. The episode of William Crookes and Florrie Cook seems an object lesson in the gullibility of a scientist. Yet Conan Doyle behaved much like Crookes. All his life he evinced a surprising willingness to accept all sorts of unlikely events. Although he said, "The unmasking of false mediums is our urgent duty," and although he exposed several instances of fraud himself, he was generally trusting to an extraordinary degree. This culminated in the episode of the fairy photographs, which bears all the characteristics of an incautious Conan Doyle adventure into the spiritual world. In 1920, 2 Yorkshire children, Elsie and Frances Wright, claimed they had photographed fairies in a country garden. The girls' father was an amateur photographer who kept his own darkroom. For this, and for other reasons, the photographs immediately aroused suspicion. A spokesman for Eastman Kodak claimed they were visibly fake. An expert for the New York Herald Tribune said the fairies were dolls. Many people asked why the fairies were dressed in contemporary Paris fashions. Conan Doyle sent a friend to interview the girls. He himself never met them. Then he examined the photographs and published in The Coming of the Fairies his belief that the pictures of little winged people were genuine and proved fairies were real. This was my concern. that an otherwise sensible physician-turned-author could go so far as to persuade himself, by degrees, of the existence of fairies. I had in the past strongly identified with Conan Doyle, and now I appeared to be following in his footsteps rather closely. I determined to proceed with caution. It seemed as if the first thing was to get a sense of whether psychic behavior really occurred at all, because I certainly knew from my own medical experience that you could learn an enormous amount just by observing somebody. And I had once spent a memorable hour watching a pair of Turkish street vendors in the Istanbul Bazaar accost passing customers in a dozen different languages, always correctly. Plenty of ordinary non-psychic insight was possible, and I wanted to minimize that. So I set the following rules for myself. 1. I never gave my own name. 2. I never gave verbal cues during the reading. In practice, this meant I tried to say nothing at all, so that the psychic wouldn't even know if I was English or not. If I was pressed to speak, I would make a nondescript murmur like or However I first said this murmur, I would try to repeat it exactly the same way, with no change in inflection for the rest of the interview. If the psychic pushed me to speak, I would say, maybe, or I'm not sure, and then stick to that phrase throughout the reading. 3. I never gave visual cues during the reading. No extraneous body movements, no shifting in the chair as the reading was given. Take a position and hold it. 4. I tried to keep my mind blank, just in case somebody could read my mind. You never know. 5. I tried to keep track of everything said, the hits and misses. There is a tendency to be impressed by the hits in psychic readings and to ignore the misses. I wanted to retain the balance. I took constant notes. I was satisfied with this plan, but I knew it would be extremely difficult to carry out in practice. Although it was my intention not to give the psychics anything to read about me through ordinary channels, the fact is that we all present a huge amount of information to one another: clothing, posture, skin tone, body position, body movement, body smell, breathing rates, and so on, all the time. There isn't any way to prevent that except by doing an interview by phone. Our physical presence is inescapably informative. And although I did not intend to permit any body movements or voice inflections that would give feedback, I felt it unlikely that I would be able to follow my plan as perfectly as I would have liked. Nevertheless, I intended to make it as tough as possible. As luck would have it, the first psychic I saw was wonderfully suited to my plans. She was past 60 and nearly blind. She couldn't hear very well either, because she thought I was from London. I didn't disagree with her. I just sat there. To make my mind blank, I concentrated on her swollen ankles. She talked about this and that, making a few psychological comments, but nothing particularly specific. After about half an hour of rambling, she suddenly said, "What on earth do you do for work?" with a sort of alarm in her voice. Immediately she said, "Don't tell me, don't tell me. It's just that I can't put it together. I've never seen anything like this before." Then she told me what she was seeing. She saw me working in a room like a laundry, with huge white baskets, and there were black snakes coiling in the baskets, except that they weren't snakes. And she heard this terrible sound repeated over and over again, a kind of wah-hoo, hoo-ah. And she saw pictures going forward and backward, and something about hats, or high hats, or old-style fashion. This was what she couldn't put together, and she found it unpleasant, these sounds and snakes and things. She said, "You are the most peculiar person." I, of course, knew exactly what she was seeing. She was seeing the place I had been virtually living in for the last 2 weeks, the editing room where we ran the film back and forth to the accompaniment of those hideous sounds. The film was the great train robbery, and the actors all wore high hats. There was absolutely no way this little blind lady with swollen ankles could have known about that. I left the interview feeling odd. All my careful plans now seemed irrelevant. No matter how I might have failed to control my body movement, my verbalizations and grunts, no matter how much she might have feigned blindness as she did a cold reading on me, I knew damned well I couldn't have conveyed to her images of what an editing room looked like. Images she would misconstrue as a laundry with snakes. I hadn't tipped her off about that. It wasn't possible. And not many people in the world had ever seen an editing room. It wasn't common knowledge. So where had she gotten the information? I could think of two possibilities. One was that she had been informed. I had made my appointment by phone under a different name, but when I walked in the building, I might conceivably have been recognized by someone at the desk, and this person might have told the woman who I was that I had something to do with the movies. There wasn't any phone in the psychic's room that I could see, but you never knew. Being informed would explain everything. The other possibility was that she was psychic, and the phenomenon was real. I returned to the Spiritualist Association a couple of days later. This time I saw a small, precise man with a snippy manner. He held out his hand, snapped his fingers, and said, "Well, give me something." "Like what?" "Your watch'll do." I gave him my watch. "Don't worry, I'll give it back. Sit down over there." He held the watch in his hand, rubbed it between his fingers, toyed with it. He sat in a rocking chair. I was starting to get a headache. I didn't like being around him. "You believe in spiritualism?" he said. "I don't know." "Was your grandfather a soldier?" "I don't know." "I see, you're one of those who say the same thing all the time, are you? Don't want to give me any help, is that it?" "I don't know," I said. I was following my plan, but it seemed stupid. "Doesn't matter," he said. "Please yourself. I see your grandfather riding on a horse. He looks like a soldier. I see your grandfather working with a stone. I see chips of stone on the ground. He works with stone." My grandfather died in the army in the influenza epidemic of 1919, before my father was born. My grandfather had worked as a gravestone cutter. I had seen photographs. "Your father is dead?" the psychic said. "Recently passed over?" My father had died 8 months before. "Yes," I said. "He's all right. Your mother's grieving too much. You should tell her that your father's all right and that he wants her to stop grieving so much. Will you tell your mother that?" "Yes." Thinking, oh, brother, sure, I'm going to call my mother up and say, "Some obnoxious little creep held my watch and said that Dad is on the other side and everything is fine, Mom." Sure I am. And also thinking this was a stock situation. Once this guy had guessed that my father had recently died, then he could say without much fear of contradiction that my mother was grieving too much, and that I should tell her Dad was okay. It was a stock situation, and it didn't mean anything. The man rubbed the watch in his hands. "Your father did some good things and some bad things." Another stock comment, applicable to any dead person. I was unimpressed. "Your father feels bad about what he did to you?" I said nothing. "Your father did the best he could with you, but you see he had no father of his own to teach him." That was true, and not easy to guess. "Your father didn't know how to behave around you, and you, of course, intimidated him, so you and he had difficulties. But he knows he injured you, and now he feels bad about it. He wants you to know that. He wants to help you now." I said nothing. "Often at night you walk in the city. At those times your father's close to you, and he wishes to help you." In London I had been seeing a woman who lived near my hotel. I would often walk home at night, enjoying the cool air and the light London fog, and during those times I would think of my father. "I get that your sister's a lawyer," he said suddenly. "But she is American. Why is she in England?" My sister and her husband were at that moment on vacation in England. Somewhere, I hadn't seen them yet, and wouldn't until they arrived in London at the end of the month. And so it went for the rest of the hour. The little man might be annoying, but he was pretty accurate. I was back a couple of days later. I saw a middle-aged woman who wore a Scottish tweed suit and who looked like a tall version of Miss Marple. In tones of great authority, she informed me that I was from Malta, that I was an only child, and that I was in a business that had to do with food or restaurants, and I had better watch out because I was being cheated. I left stunned. This woman had been entirely wrong. It had seemed that by chance alone she would stumble onto something about me that was true, but this reading had been wrong in every detail. Because I was directing a movie, I had a car and a driver. My driver, John King, became interested in why I was going so often to this association. "What is it they do there exactly, Michael?" "Well, they have people who do readings, psychic readings." "They tell you the future?" "Sometimes, or sometimes they just tell about you, what kind of person you are." "You don't already know what kind of person you are?" John had this practical side. "Well, it's interesting if someone who doesn't know you tells you." "And they're right?" "Usually, yes." John was silent for a while. Then he said, "You believe a person can tell the future?" "I think something is happening here," I said. That was as far as I had gotten at that point. It would have been absurd to insist that all of my readings could be explained in some ordinary way. One psychic had told me the names of my friends in California. Another had described my house and the modifications I had made to it. A third had recalled a traumatic incident in the 3rd grade when I had released Miss Fromkin's pet canary, and the bird had flown into the ceiling air vent and hadn't come back for an hour. A network of the most diligent informants couldn't explain that one. Nor had I inadvertently conveyed the information to the psychic by any normal channel. I couldn't have leaked anything about Miss Fromkin's canary. I hadn't even remembered the incident until I was reminded of it. I was quite clear about all that. I was clear about what hadn't happened. But I was less clear about what had happened and what it all meant. In particular, I was reluctant to jump from accepting these accurate depictions of my past to the idea that somebody could see the future. Seeing the future appeared quite a different proposition from seeing the past. For one thing, we can all communicate the past. I can tell you about my life, and you will know something about it. There's nothing mysterious about this. The ability of somebody to do the same thing without speaking, the ability to read my mind without words, could be seen as merely a refinement of a pre-existing skill, just as a jet plane is a refinement of a biplane. I didn't have any real problem with it, even though I didn't understand how it was done. On the other hand, I felt there were theoretical objections to seeing the future. Similar to the theoretical objections to traveling faster than the speed of light, I couldn't really understand how it might be done, and that interfered with my ability to consider whether it was being done. After all, the past existed, in the sense that the past was a prior present now retired, but the future did not yet exist, so how could it be perceived? Anyway, I wasn't sure how much future information I was actually getting. As far as I could tell, I was being told accurate information about the past and the present, not much about the future. These thoughts made me hesitant as I talked to John. "What do you like about it?" John asked. "Going to see these people?" I don't know, I'm interested." That was the best explanation I could give. In a way, it still is. Then, because he still looked puzzled, I said, "Tell you what, the next time I go, I'll make an appointment for you too." I came out from my next session to find him already in the car. He was pale and frightened. "Cor, that bloke. Know what he said to me?" "No, what?" But John didn't say. "How do they know those things, then?" "What things?" "Oh, I couldn't believe it. How he knew those things. Gives me shivers up and down my spine." "What did he say, John?" "Oh, well, I don't mind telling you. I didn't care for that. Never going back there, I don't mind telling you." He would only talk about his responses to the experience, not the experience itself. "I don't know why you like it," he said later. "I don't know why you like going there." "I don't know why you don't," I said. I couldn't work out his reaction. I could understand skepticism or indifference, but fear? Days later, he gave me a clue. We were driving out to the studio, and he said, "To tell the truth, I don't want to know that much about myself, and I don't want somebody else knowing." So that was the fear. A fear of exposure, a fear of invasion of privacy, a fear of secrets or weaknesses that will be discovered, a fear of what the future holds. I could understand that. I remembered the first time I had ever seen an actual psychiatrist. He was the father of a girl I knew in college, and I was seated next to him at dinner. I didn't want to open my mouth all night because I thought, if I say anything at all, he will see through me, and he will realize I am a shallow, sex-crazed, deeply disturbed fraud of a young man. So I kept my mouth shut. After a while, the psychiatrist said to me, "You're very quiet." "Uh-huh," I said. He asked me some questions about what I was studying in college to draw me out. I answered tersely, I wouldn't be drawn out. Finally he said, "Do I make you nervous?" "A little," I said. And then I told him my fear that he would be able to analyze me from my chance comments. He laughed. "I'm off duty," he said. "You learn to turn it off." But that wasn't really satisfying. I guess he knew it because he said, "You know, psychiatry isn't all that powerful. If you don't want me to know something, I doubt I'll find out over a dinner conversation." That was more like it. I relaxed a little, and eventually we had a pleasant conversation. But I still remembered the unreasoning fear of another person's power, and the terrifying feeling of the unexplored psyche. Who knows what was in there? Better not to look. Better not to let anyone else look either. You could be in for a nasty shock. Fear wasn't a problem for me anymore, and in London I pursued my psychics enthusiastically. As time went on, I began to notice patterns in the way psychics behaved. For example, the psychics tended to circle around things. They were like blind people touching a statue on all sides, trying to figure out what it represented. They got bits and pieces of the whole, and they tended to repeat themselves, just as if they were going around and around something, trying to feel it, to give their impressions. I also noticed that they tended to speak as if they were translating, trying to shift from one language or one system of representation to another. Sometimes this led them to speak very vaguely. A movie producer was a person who is responsible for other people. A film editor was a person who is given things previously made that he assembles into a new whole. A sabotaging secretary was a person who thinks she is doing the right thing but who is angry and makes errors she is not aware she makes. At other times they seemed over-concrete. They wouldn't say I was a writer, they'd say, "I see you surrounded by books." They wouldn't say I had a modern house, they'd say, "Your house is very open with lots of glass and green trees outside," and so on. I also noticed there seemed to be a groove or a track they followed. They would be on the track for a while, and then they'd go off the track, abruptly becoming irrelevant or just plain wrong. Once they started to make incorrect statements, I learned they might remain incorrect for a while until they got back on the track. I tried to notice what was associated with their going off and coming back. It seemed that they went off whenever they paid too much attention to me. If they really looked at me, they might make some ordinary observation such as, "You look very young," or "You're very tall," or "You're not English, are you?" And then they would go off the track. so it seemed as if they had to ignore me to do a good reading. When they were most accurate, it was as if they were talking to themselves, behaving as if I weren't even in the room. In this sense, what they were doing was the opposite of cold reading techniques that required close scrutiny of the person before you. Here, it seemed that close scrutiny caused errors. Also, I noticed that psychic information was disorderly, an odd and sometimes irritating mixture of the significant and the trivial, as if everything counted the same. It was as if our usual procedures for weighting information were bypassed in psychic readings. Finally, I noticed psychics seemed to have specific, reproducible areas of confusion. One had to do with similarities. They would confuse Colorado with Switzerland, or a beach with a desert, or medical books with law books. They were likely to confuse time. They were much more likely to get the season of the year correct than the year itself. They often got the order of things and the amounts of things wrong. It seemed that you couldn't really expect psychics to be accurate about quantities and timing. They simply couldn't do it. The psychics I saw all appeared to be distinct personalities. They had little in common as people. But in the way they obtained and handled information, they seemed more alike. This increased my conviction that there was indeed something going on, that these people had access to some information source that ordinary people did not. I didn't know why they had access, and the rest of us did not, but there didn't seem to be any hocus-pocus about it. On the contrary, they seemed as a group to be remarkably straightforward. No seances, no phosphorescent ectoplasm. Just sit there while I give you my impressions. Two of the psychics said that I was psychic. One said that I would be writing about the psychic world. I thought, sure. After 3 months of visiting psychics, the movie was finished and it was time to leave London. "Well," John King said to me, "what have you decided?" I hadn't decided anything. I didn't know what to think. I was certain that some people, whether by an accident of birth or by some peculiarity of training, could tune in to another source of information and could know things about people we didn't think were possible to know. I was less sure that the future could be foretold. Maybe not was my opinion. And I was mindful of the reckless example of Conan Doyle. I promised myself I wouldn't make his mistake. All this was symbolized for me by the plane flight home from London. After I checked in, British Air announced the flight was delayed, and the passengers were held in the lounge for several hours. Finally, BA decided that the flight would leave after repairs were completed, so they boarded everyone and served drinks. By now it was dark outside. Sitting in my seat with a drink in my hand, reading a book and glancing out the window at the blackness, I felt as if I were actually flying. Then a forklift truck drove past my window and the illusion was shattered. If I didn't see any ground vehicles, the illusion crept back. I felt a little like that about psychic experiences. It seemed as if we were flying, but I felt I'd better wait a while and make sure I was not still on the ground. Baltistan. A trek into Baltistan followed the mountaineer's route toward Mushroom Peak at 25,660 feet, a major climbing peak in a remote area of Pakistan's Karakoram Mountains. There was much I did not know about the Karakoram Mountains. On the map, they are part of that great crumpled range of mountains that runs from Afghanistan to Burma, a range pushed up as the Indian continent drifts north into Russia, a range I always called the Himalaya. But it turns out that the Himalaya refers only to the eastern section of the range. To the west, the mountains are called the Karakoram, and still further west, the Hindu Kush. I had also thought the Himalaya was the highest range in the world, but it is not. The Himalaya boasts Everest, the single highest mountain, but the Karakoram is the highest mountain range, claiming the second highest peak, K2, as well as 3 other peaks above 26,000 feet. Altogether, 10 of the 30 highest mountains in the world are strung along the small Karakoram Range, which extends barely 200 miles, little more than a tenth the length of the Himalaya. Finally, I imagined the Karakoram to be green and forested like the American Rockies. I did not understand that the major Karakoram summits were an average of 2 miles higher than those of the Rockies, and that they were in essence desert peaks rising above a high desert floor, possessing a remarkable wind-swept, bleak grandeur, but desert peaks nonetheless. All this I could see from the PIA plane, flying from the capital city of Rawalpindi north to Skardu. These jagged, sharp peaks had no counterpart in the New World. They made the American Rockies look like tired old foothills, while the greatest of the mountains, like Nanga Parbat, were positively stupefying. And when we landed at the airfield in Skardu, we stepped out into a desert setting, suffocating heat, convection waves shimmering off the tarmac, distorting the rugged, bare peaks in a bowl all around us. Skardu was our staging place for the trek. We collected some final supplies from the bazaar and met our military liaison, a handsome 28-year-old Pathan major named Shan Afridi. Every tourist party in Pakistan had to be accompanied by a military liaison. We drove all the next day in jeeps, following the Indus River on a road cut into the cliffs, and camped for the night at Kapulu, a large village of 400 houses, which is how villages are sized in this part of the world. Our leader, Dick Irvin, hired porters for the coming trek. This was an elaborate negotiation that continued into the evening. It was complicated by the fact that we did not have good maps for the area we were entering. Accurate maps of Pakistan are difficult to obtain in any case. Dick carried Xeroxed notes from someone who had made the trek a couple of years earlier. That was all we had. Thus, we weren't very clear about the order in which we would pass villages. Some of the Kapulu porters intended to quit at one village or another, and so there were arguments, still more negotiations. The porters insisted we didn't know where we were going. It was obvious to me they were right. Major Shan maintained a discreet silence throughout the negotiations. I felt he was sure we didn't know where we were going either. I talked to Lauren about it. Lauren and I had married the previous winter. This trip was to be a deferred honeymoon. Lauren had just finished law school, and her attitude was especially carefree. The next morning, we crossed the Shyok River on a zak, a raft of inflated goat intestines tied under a platform of wooden poles pushed by local boatmen. The morning sunlight reaches down into the river canyon, and the temperature soars above 100 degrees, although it is only 8 o'clock. We open umbrellas and start to walk. Our destination for the first night is Mishok, a small village we believe lies between the villages of Cont'd and Misholu. We are now in the region called Baltistan. High rocky gray mountain peaks, and in the valley where we walk, terraced yellow wheat fields and small villages with clumps of apricot trees. The landscape is starkly beautiful and filled with contradictions. In this region, Muslim women are instructed to cover their faces and flee if they see a strange man. All day long as I walk on the road, I see women running from me in the yellow fields. It makes me feel strange, as if I were some kind of leper. But then I hear the women giggling as they run away, and the whole business becomes a cultural game, a sort of formality, like shaking hands, but in reverse. You could not photograph the women, and of course, as a man, you could not talk to them. In Muslim Baltistan, the sexes are strictly separated. Sometimes in the evenings, the women in our party would go off to sit with the village women. Lauren's blonde hair invariably provoked astonishment. Women clustered around her, touching her hair. Often they assumed she was ill. Young children hid from her, thinking her a ghost. The women were also interested in Lauren's clothing, since she wore trousers. Sometimes they squeezed her breasts to verify her sex. Balti customs concerning the separation of sexes produced unexpected difficulties. When we arrived at a village in the evening, we would have to wait to go to the well for water. Because if strange men were seen at the well, the women would stay away for the next hour or so, fearing that the men might come back unexpectedly. This would delay their evening dinner and upset village life. So we waited until all the villagers had drawn their water before we went to get our own. After several days on the trail, Lauren went upstream to take a bath near a village. She went alone, since to be accompanied by me would insult local custom. She was advised to bathe as quickly as she could, an unnecessary injunction in an icy mountain stream. Soon after, she came running back to camp, clutching her clothes, her hair foamy with shampoo. While she had been bathing in her underwear, a group of village women had come upon her and stoned her until she fled. In another village, the women grew angry when Lauren refused to nurse their infants. Even when Major Shan, standing a discreet distance away, called out to explain Lauren had no milk, the women remained surly. They could not believe that a woman of Lauren's age did not have a child and was not nursing. During the day, temperatures reached 120 degrees. Sweating beneath our umbrellas, we developed a new obsession: water. I had never had any particular interest in water before. It was something that came out of a tap, always available, always plentiful. Water was not something you thought about. But here, each morning before we set out, Dick Irvin would consult his notes and tell us where, during the day, we could expect to find water. There was always water in the villages, of course, but the villages were several miles apart. We had to watch for streams and irrigation ditches in between. We each carried 2-quart bottles, and whenever we saw water, we filled our bottles. The water was always polluted, and so we purified it with iodine crystals, which turned the water reddish-brown and made it taste medicinal. The purification process required time, and was a function of the coldness of the water. We had to keep track of how long the iodine had been in the water before we drank it, because the consequences of drinking polluted water were too dire to contemplate. In this and in other ways, we were always made aware of our isolation. Isolation brought its own reality. Even mundane events became worrisome. For example, we had to ford some rivers, not raging torrents, but ordinary, slippery, icy, fast-moving rivers. Normally, I wouldn't have thought twice about crossing these streams, but here you were forced to recognize a new reality. If you slipped and broke your leg while crossing the river, and if you suffered a compound fracture, the chances were that you would die before you could get out to civilization. If you slipped and just twisted your ankle, then a couple of porters would have to carry you back, and you'd have a painful time and your trip would be ruined. So, faced with a simple river to cross, you felt a lot of pressure not to injure yourself in any way. Faced with polluted drinking water, you felt a lot of pressure to make sure you treated it properly, because you didn't want incapacitating diarrhea, and so on. That was one aspect of the isolation. Another was the nature of the villages themselves. Balti villages were sometimes just a couple of dozen wooden houses clustered along the main road. The villages were about 5 miles apart, and we were walking about 12 miles a day. So we would generally leave one village, pass another around midday, and camp for the night near a third. Considering how close the villages were, they varied sharply. Even my untrained ears could hear the difference in speech patterns from one village to the next, and I could see the variations in the architecture of each village's wooden houses. Each village had its own distinctive style. This degree of variation was astonishing to me. But these were mountain villages, and for most of the year they were isolated from one another by deep snow, as isolated as if they were hundreds of miles apart. As the days of trekking continued, it became known that there were Ferengi walking on the road. At each village, there would be shouts announcing our arrival, and people would turn out to see us. Parents would take their children by the hand and lead them to the road to show them the foreigners. People would stand on the roofs of buildings and look down on us as we passed by below. This open curiosity was entirely friendly, but it was odd, too. Only a handful of tourists ever came up this way. There had been a party of Japanese climbers making the ascent to Mashabrum the month before, but since then, nobody much. Again and again we were confronted by the facts of isolation. We were eating freeze-dried campers' food, but it was hard to boil water at altitude, and our dinners frequently tasted like soup with colored bits of cardboard. Someone asked Dick Irvin to bargain for fresh food from a village. "I don't think we should," he said. He explained that in these remote villages the Baltis grew wheat and apricots and a little livestock, and that whatever they grew they would need to get through the hard winter. They had no extra food to sell visitors. "Even if we paid them?" "Well," he said, "they don't really have much use for money." "What do you mean?" someone asked. "How could people have no use for money?" "Well, there isn't a bank or a bazaar anywhere around here except in Skardu, and that's 100 miles away. Most of these people have never been to the next village 5 miles away, let alone to Skardu. If you pay them money, they just keep it somewhere in the house and never do anything with it." He explained that when the government changed the currency a few years ago, it had sent word to all the villages to bring in their old money before it was declared valueless. Years later, the old money was still turning up, and village men were enraged to be told it was no longer worth anything. After 2 days of walking, we could see good views of Mashabrum Peak before us. I walked ahead of the rest of the party, enjoying being alone on the trail. Around 4 o'clock, I arrived at a village, drowsy in the hot sunlight. I suspected this was cont'd, where we would camp for the night. A gang of children came running out to greet me. They clustered around me, touching me, my backpack, my camera. They were asking me something over and over, but I didn't pay much attention, since I spoke no Urdu and wouldn't have been able to understand. I pointed to their village and said the name I thought it was, Candy. I pronounced it Candy, and hoped it was right. They paid no attention to me, I suppose for the same reason. They assumed that whatever I was saying would be unintelligible to them. I tried to get them to understand I was asking the name of their village, but I didn't have much success. I gave up, frustrated. I sat down, opened my pack, and ate a handful of trail mix. The children watched everything I did and discussed my every move. By now they had stopped touching my clothes and my shoes, but they were still pointing to my Nikon. They kept up about the camera, saying something, pointing to me and then to the camera. They were asking me something. Finally, I got it. It wasn't an Urdu word at all. They were saying, "Nippon, Nippon," over and over, first pointing to the camera, then to me. Nippon, Nippon. They were asking me if I was Japanese. I was too astonished to laugh. I am nearly 7 feet tall and distinctly Western. I could not imagine that even a child would mistake me for Japanese. Couldn't they see the obvious differences between a Westerner and a Japanese? The answer was no, they couldn't. Thinking it over, I realized that, in their eyes, the similarities between me and the previous Japanese climbers must far outweigh any differences. We were both exotic foreigners, wearing heavy boots and synthetic clothing in bright, unnatural colors, carrying backpacks, umbrellas, and cameras, eating exotic snack food that we carried in little plastic bags. In all these ways, the Japanese and I were the same. We were overwhelmingly the same, and overwhelmingly different from the village children. What did it matter that our skin color wasn't quite the same, or that our heights were a little different? Those differences were obviously irrelevant. I looked at it from their point of view and decided they were right. I couldn't be critical of these children because I had made some similar perceptual errors. 3 years earlier, driving in East Africa, Lauren and I came upon a Samburu Manyata that was in the process of moving. The Samburu are a semi-nomadic tribe, and there was a drought in northern Kenya that was forcing them to move in search of grass for their cattle. The women were driving donkeys laden with all their worldly possessions. We stopped the Land Rover to talk to two of them, a mother and her daughter. These women had shaved heads and wore elaborate beaded jewelry that encircled their foreheads and looped down their noses. Their ears were pierced and stretched, so the lobes hung in long loops. They had a lot of hand-tooled metal, bracelets, and necklaces as well. Flies buzzed around their faces and crawled over their skin. They didn't bother to swat them away. Alongside them were their donkeys carrying wicker and woven things, articles made of hide. Everything they possessed was simple, made by hand from natural substances. They chatted happily with the courier in Swahili. We shared chewing gum, and I found myself working to make some kind of human contact with them. I looked again at their shaved heads and the jewelry, and tried to see them as women, as sexual creatures, but I had unexpected difficulty. I worked hard to admire the workmanship of the articles in their possession. I became, in truth, a little panicky as I watched the flies crawling over their faces, and recognized that in a moment we would get back into the Land Rover and drive away, and we would leave them here, in this hot, desolate landscape, driving their donkeys, with their handful of simple possessions. And suddenly the gulf between them and me became too much, and I found myself thinking, these aren't people. These aren't human beings. I was horrified at my own thoughts. After all, I had studied anthropology in college. I was better prepared than most to perceive the humanity behind the mask of cultural artifacts. But here I was, struggling to see two tribal women as human, as the same as you and me. And I was failing. I saw them as animals, creatures who possessed some simple, rather pitiful stuff. Ordinarily, when I think something alarming like this, I worry that other people will somehow pick up on it. I fear they will know that I don't like them, or that I think they're stupid, or whatever it is I'm thinking. But now I watched these women with complete equanimity, because I knew they'll never figure out what I am thinking. And so I stared and took a couple of pictures, and we got in the car and drove away, and pretty soon the women had disappeared behind us in a cloud of dust from the Land Rover. And pretty soon after that, I had forgotten my inability to see the women as people. It all drifted away, and I began to wonder whether the pictures would turn out well, and what my friends would say when I showed them pictures of the Samburu women. A few days later we were driving in Maasai territory on the way to Lake Baringo. All day we had been seeing Maasai people, the men standing in the fields with cattle, the children playing by the side of the road. Around midday we passed a row of young girls wearing frilly white dresses. The girls had white paint on their faces, too, and they were giggling and laughing in a festive mood. "Oh, look," Lauren said. "They're going to First Communion." We stopped the car. The girls clustered around it, smiling and waving to us happily. "Isn't that sweet?" Lauren said. "I remember my First Communion." The courier cleared his throat. "It's not communion," he said. "Really? What is it?" Lauren said. He explained that these girls were going to their ritual clitoridectomy. Maasai young women underwent surgical removal of the clitoris in adolescence. Lauren listened in shocked silence, staring at the smiling girls. "Why are they so happy?" she said. Then she wanted to know the rationale for such a mutilation, but of course the rationale made no sense. Maasai men said they removed the clitoris to diminish the excessive sexual appetites of the women, but Maasai women were known to have excessive sexual appetites anyway. After bearing her first child, a Maasai woman was not expected to be sexually faithful at all. "Then why is it done in the first place?" Lauren asked. "It's like graduation," the courier said. "Some graduation," she said. In the early afternoon, the Land Rover overheated, so we stopped for a while to top up the radiator and let the engine cool. We broke out our box lunches and had sandwiches. Pretty soon a young Maasai boy came over from a nearby field, where he had been tending cattle. I gave him a sandwich, which he accepted gravely. Then another boy came running up. I said to Lauren, "Brother, now I've started something. I'm going to have to feed the whole damn neighborhood." I started poking around in my box for a piece of sandwich I didn't want. Where were the cheese sandwiches? I hated those. But when the newcomer arrived, the first boy tore his sandwich in half and gave a piece to the other boy. He did this immediately, without any reluctance to share. Both children stared at me, each holding half a sandwich. I felt ashamed. Pretty soon, we had a group of kids clustered around the car, and we gave away the rest of the food. The kids were sweet and shy, and mostly just stared in silence. They watched everything we did, how we handled the cameras, how we loaded film, how we kept our sunglasses in a tray on the dash, how we drank our soft drinks from metal containers. They watched all this with the polite solemnity that I had learned to expect from Africans, and after a while we got used to one another. I sat on the seat of the car with the door open, facing out, and I stared at the kids, and they stared back. And it was like that for a while, and I daydreamed, and when my attention returned, I noticed that they were behaving oddly. One after another, they would bend over and twist their heads and look at me sideways. At first I thought it was a game. I smiled. They didn't smile back. They just did this odd sideways looking, and they chattered among themselves. And then I got it. They were trying to look up my shorts. They had seen I was very tall, and they were curious about whether everything was in proportion. Yet they would never have behaved in that open way unless they were thinking, "He'll never figure out what we're doing." And I knew only too well what that thought implied. It implied that they were seeing me and the other occupants of the metal Land Rover as somehow not quite people, not quite human beings. These aren't really people. They don't have the same thoughts and feelings we do, and they won't understand what we are doing. Nearing the end of the trek to Baltistan, we returned to Mishok, the large village nearest the Shyok River. There, in the evening twilight, the people were celebrating an annual ritual in which the women placed lighted candles on the graves of the dead in the village cemetery. It was a beautiful ceremony to watch, even though the men refused to participate, sitting to one side, jeering at the women. At Mishok, we also heard that the ferrymen had gone on strike, and now there was no way to cross the river and get back home. I turned to Lauren. She just shrugged and smiled. Lauren refused to be worried. She believed that somehow everything would work out. But I was definitely worried. As far as I could tell, our situation was not good. In less than 24 hours, the jeeps were coming out from Skardu to pick us up at Kapulu. If we were not at Kapulu to meet them, no one was sure what would happen. The jeeps might wait for us, or they might not. There was no radio in Kapulu to call them back if they departed. All in all, it seemed best to somehow get to Kapulu. Only we could not cross the river. Could the boatmen be convinced to end their strike? No, they were gone. We offered exorbitant bribes. No, the boatmen had left the river, and no one knew where they had gone. Could anyone else pole the rafts? No, that was not possible either. Was there any other way to cross the river? Yes, there was a bridge west of Kapulu. It was 25 miles from Mishok, where we were now. However, some people felt the bridge had washed out the previous winter. More inquiries were made. The village people agreed that the bridge had been damaged, but was probably still standing and serviceable. In any case, we could not walk 25 miles in a single morning. More inquiries were made while we ate our cardboard dinner. It developed that someone in the village owned a gasoline-powered tractor, and this tractor had a sort of cart attached to it. Perhaps we could hire the tractor and ride to the bridge? Yes, we could hire the tractor. Unfortunately, there was no gasoline for it. That stumped us for a while. More bribes were offered. Eventually, people began to show up with small liter bottles of gasoline, like bottles of beer. We purchased them. We inspected the tractor and hired it for the following morning. So we had a plan, but for my taste there were too many uncertainties ahead. I fretted that night in the tent. Lauren was serene. It bothered me that she was so calm. I felt a split between us, a split in our realities. I was worried and thought it correct to worry. She was not worried and saw no reason to be worried. We were out of step with each other in a way that troubled me. The next day we bounced and jolted on this tractor cart over rugged terrain and several broad rivers. By the end of the journey we were exhausted, caked in dirt. But we reached the bridge, which was in excellent shape. We crossed it, and on the other side most people pulled off their boots and stuck their feet in the cold river. I was feeling annoyed with Lauren, distanced from her, so I went up into the hills with Major Shan to look for the jeeps. Major Shan and I sat in the shadow of some rocks and waited in the blazing midday heat for the jeeps. From our high vantage point we could see several miles of the road twisting through the beautiful and desolate landscape. We smoked cigarettes. Shan squinted at the road, which shimmered in the heat. Finally he said, "Good place for an ambush." "What?" I said. "Good place for an ambush," he repeated. He pointed out that from our high position we commanded the road. A handful of men here could stop a large number of vehicles. The men in the vehicles would have nowhere to go. We could kill them all. I stared at him. He was completely serious. He was thinking about the best way to kill people. I was surprised that his perceptions of this landscape could be so different from mine. "We are close to the Indian border," he said. "As a military man you cannot afford to deceive yourself. You must see things as they are." Then he changed the subject and asked me how long I had been married. 10 months, I said. "This is not your first marriage?" "No, my second." "You have children?" "No, no children." "You will have children with Lauren?" "Yes, we plan to." "She is a lawyer," he said. "Yes, she just finished her training." "Ah." He shook his pack of cigarettes, offered me another. It seemed to end the conversation. The jeeps finally came, and we rode back to Skardu that night. In the rest house, Lauren collapsed on the bed. "Thank God!" "What's the matter?" I said. "I was so worried." "I thought you weren't," I said. "Are you kidding? No boats? No way to get back across the river?" "Why didn't you tell me?" I said. "Because," she said, "you were freaking out, and there was no point in both of us being upset. That would have just made things worse." "I wish you'd told me anyway," I said. "Why? It wouldn't have done any good." I knew what she was saying, but now I was feeling another kind of isolation. Not the isolation of geography, of being in a remote place, but the isolation that existed between people, even between Lauren and me. Something unstated, something unclear, and perhaps inevitable. And that was how we left Baltistan. Shangri-La. 5 years after hearing my friend Peter Kahn talk about his visit to the fabled place, I, too, was going to Hunza. The tiny mountain state known as the original Shangri-La, and traditionally closed to foreigners, had been opened the year before. It was the place where the people were beautiful, intelligent, and immune to disease, where they lived to be 140 years old on a diet of apricots, where they existed in harmony in a spectacular mountain setting cut off from everything that was bad and corrupting in the civilized world. That was Hunza. I was excited to go. In Islamabad, our group waited 2 days for a plane to Gilgit, the staging area for trips to Hunza. 2 days was nothing to wait. Peter had waited much longer than that, and mountaineering parties had sometimes waited a month for a flight. But we were on a schedule. Besides, there was now another way to get from Islamabad north to Gilgit, the Karakoram Highway. This extraordinary feat of engineering was a road 200 miles long, traversing the most rugged mountain range in the world. For most of its length it followed the gorge of the Indus River, one of the great canyons of the world. In fact, the road had been built by the Chinese, and hundreds of workers had died during its construction. We hired a bus, loaded it with our stuff, and set out. The trip was thought to take 15 hours, perhaps longer. Nobody seemed quite sure. The bus was a typical brightly decorated Pakistani bus, which looked, to the casual glance, like a 1960s psychedelic fantasy. Every exposed surface, inside and out, was covered with signs, woven fabric, bits of mirror, hammered tin, and the whole thing was painted a swirling design in garish day-glow colors. It was horrible in a way, but it had the virtues of exoticism, and there was certainly plenty to look at if you tired of the passing view. Our Pakistani driver had been hired specifically because he knew the road. He brought with him a teenage boy who sat at his feet on the steps leading down to the exit door. Every bus driver brought a boy who received a small wage and did odd jobs for the driver, bringing him his meals and looking after the baggage for the passengers. For the first few hours we passed flat wheat fields, neat villages, camels on the road. We stopped for lunch in Abbottabad, a town with many old British colonial buildings, which had once been the farthest outpost of the British Empire in this part of the world. From Abbottabad, the British in the 19th century had twice tried to conquer Afghanistan, and twice had failed. This area of West Pakistan, bordering Afghanistan, is populated by Pathan and other tribes. Like the Afghans, they are fiercely warlike fighters. Their lives are structured around militants in a way that Westerners do not readily understand. From Abbottabad, the land became more desolate and more rugged, and we entered the gorge of the Indus River. For the next several hours we twisted and turned along the river, seeing spectacular views of the plunging river and the 25,000-foot peak of Nanga Parbat on the east. All morning the driver had smoked cigarettes with the unmistakable odor of hashish, and now, in the warmth of midday, he began to fall asleep. The boy at his side would nudge him awake when his head drooped, but often the bus took the hairpin turns too widely for comfort. Finally, we confronted the driver, who denied anything was wrong. We asked him what would make him feel more alert. He said music. Soon we were listening to Pakistani music blasting through this psychedelic bus as we careened along the Karakoram Highway, along the Indus River Gorge on our way to fabled Hunza. After 10 hours of driving, we stopped at a little roadside spot for chapatis and a chance to stretch our legs. There we met a British hippie who told us that the highway to the north was closed because of a landslide. Passage to Hunza was impossible. We would have to turn back. After 10 hours, we received this news with disbelief, and many comments on what a dirty little bugger he was, obviously on drugs, obviously wrong. At the next stop, we asked again. Yes, it was true. A landslide blocked the road. Vehicles were not able to cross to Hunza. I looked at Major Shan. He didn't seem concerned. "Perhaps it will be cleared," he said, shrugging. I could imagine it would be cleared, for we had been passing landslides all day. They were usually small piles of stone, bulldozed out of the roadway. They did not seem to have presented any great problem. The rock of the river gorge was friable, and it seemed that the Karakoram Highway was destined to suffer these small landslides as long as the road existed. Anyway, after a dozen hours bouncing on the bus, nobody seriously considered turning back. We pressed on, north toward the landslide. I said, "When did this landslide happen?" 2 days ago, Major Shan said. "Perhaps 3 days ago." One of the others on the bus shook his head. "Imagine, the road's blocked 2 days and they still haven't got it cleared. What a country." The landscape became flatter, a desert plain. It was extremely desolate, with low hills in the distance. On the maps it was marked Tribal Territory. The light turned softer as the sun descended in the sky. We stopped for gas at a roadside station, A small shack, some pumps, and for miles in every direction, desert. It was beautiful and desolate. Major Sean took me aside, and we went to the back of the bus. He kicked the tire with his foot and seemed reluctant to speak. Behind his dark aviator sunglasses, I could not read his eyes. Finally he said, "I did not bring a gun." "Oh, yes?" I said. "I could have brought one, I thought of it. But I did not wish to alarm any of the tourists, so I did not bring a gun." "Is it a problem?" "Well, now I have no way to get a gun." "Why would we need a gun?" "Soon it will be dark," he said, looking around. "The landslide is still 1 hour ahead on the road. It will be too dark to cross when we get there. We will have to camp for the night." We all suspected that this might be so, but we were carrying full camping equipment on the bus. Food, tents, sleeping bags, the works. It wouldn't be a problem, would it? Major Sean looked around. "This area," he said, "is not reliable at night." The words shot into my brain. This area is not reliable at night. I tried to control my growing sense of disbelief at what he was telling me. It felt like a scene from a bad movie. The busload of tourists suddenly in trouble. I had a hard time working my jaw, making words come out properly. When I spoke, my voice seemed too thin. "What do you mean?" "This area is not reliable at night," he repeated. "But what does that mean? Are there bandits or what?" "I cannot say what might happen. This area is not reliable. We cannot camp out. I am sorry I did not bring a gun." "What should we do?" I was looking around at the landscape, trying to see it as menacing. It still looked exactly the same to me. I was having a conversation behind our bus with a military man, and it bore no relation to any reality that I could see. He was telling me we were at risk, and I couldn't see why. "Well," I said, "don't you think if we pulled way off the road somewhere, pulled a few miles off the road, we could camp out and it would be all right?" "We cannot camp out." His voice was flat. He pointed to the cars rushing by on the highway. "None of these cars will camp out. By the time the road is dark, they will all be in safety." "What can we do?" "I do not want to alarm your friends. There is a military base about 15 kilometers back at Chilas," he said. "We can try there." Now I was beginning to understand. He needed someone to inform the others of this plan. "We can try there?" He shrugged. "It will be very full tonight. Perhaps they will turn us away, but I don't think so, because you are foreigners." "Okay," I said. I went and told the others that Major Sean suggested that we would be more comfortable spending the night at the army base, 15 kilometers back, than we would be camping out. No one argued. It turned out the army base at Chilas was 100 kilometers back, and by the time we got there the night was inky dark. As the Major had predicted, the base was packed, barracks and dormitories filled to overflowing. In our bus headlights we saw travelers sleeping on porches, in their cars, everywhere. By the time we found the headquarters and roused someone, and by the time they sent us to an unused visiting commandant's cottage, it was nearly 11 p.m. Exhausted, we pulled our sleeping bags off the bus and slept on the floor. Later on, another busload of foreigners showed up. They slept upstairs. I didn't wake to see them. We departed at 6 the next morning. The landscape now seemed cheerfully sunny and empty. We were certain to reach Hunza today, landslide or not. Retracing our steps, we passed the gas station and once more rejoined the Indus River Gorge. We felt, if anything, disappointed in the adventure just concluded. We had imagined ourselves at risk from bandits or robbers and saved at the last moment. There was excitement in the fantasy, and obviously there would be no further excitement on the trip. Then we arrived at the landslide. I was completely unprepared for its scale. It was a half-mile wide and 3/4 of a mile long, a single sheer sloping incline of loose sand that ran from the top of the mountains, far above the road, down to the river far below. Millions of tons of loose sand. "No wonder they didn't clear this in 2 days," somebody said. "They are usually very good," Major Shan said. "But this, I think, will be a week. You see how the people deal with it? The trucks and buses from Hunza come as far as the other side, and the trucks from Islamabad come this far, and the people walk across and take another truck or bus on the other side." I could hardly see to the other side, it was so far away. We were going to have to walk across. I saw people walking, tiny dwarfed figures on the great sandy incline. They were walking in both directions on little footpaths hacked into the incline. It was proper terrain for a mountain goat. I watched this and had a sudden sinking feeling. It was going to be immensely dangerous to cross this landslide, as treacherous as crossing an ice field. I had not signed up for danger on this trip and had just survived what I considered a pleasurable fantasy, bandits in an area not reliable at night. I was not ready for a real danger, particularly such a mundane one. "Died in a landslide in Pakistan." What a dreary, embarrassing end to my life. And it wouldn't even be understandable to people back home. "You mean he was buried under a landslide?" "Oh, no, nothing like that. This landslide had already occurred a few days before, and he was walking over it, and he fell down into the river and drowned." "Drowned?" "Well, he was swept away, never found the body. He was tall. Didn't have good balance, if I recall." "No, I guess not." I didn't like the sound of any of this. Meanwhile, on the landslide itself, there was a great deal of activity on the slopes. A couple of 100 yards above the walkers, bulldozers, which looked like little yellow toys, worked to clear the slide. Then, too, every few minutes the army would detonate an explosion, and the ground would shake, and a plume of rock and dust would puff into the air. Through all this chaos, the people agilely stepped across the great, steep, shifting, sandy pile. Every so often a big boulder or a small landslide would rush down the incline at the people, but they moved aside and let it crash on down to the river. I watched, and I knew I could not make it across. "Cut his trip short, I hear." "Oh, really?" "Yeah, he got way the hell out in Pakistan, and there was some sort of little mudslide or I don't know what, and he panicked, freaked out, had to go home." I was watching the landslide with Major Shan. I offered him a cigarette. I said, "Will we be able to get across?" "Oh, yes," he said. "You see how older people cross." "I know," I said, "but we have some older people in our party. I will help the old ones. And there may be some who are afraid. I will help them too." "Yes, good. He looked at me expectantly. There wasn't much I could do but tell the truth. "I don't know if I can make it." The words seemed to hang in the air, an awkward confession. Major Shan stared at me for a long time. He finished the cigarette in silence, then ground it out on the road. "You can make it," he said. He was right. There was nothing to do but get across, and I did. It was hair-raising, my heart was pounding, I was terrified, but I managed it. While I was crossing, one of the others in our party took pictures, but the pictures didn't really show anything. In the pictures it doesn't look dangerous or even very interesting. But it was the most dangerous thing I had ever done. 2 days later I was approaching Baltistan, the capital city of Hunza. Even though I did not believe the stories about Hunzakuts, as the local people are called, now that I was here, it was impossible not to wonder. The claims for the place were so extravagant. In fable, the mountain kingdom of Hunza had been populated by the descendants of Persian soldiers in the army of Alexander the Great, who conquered India in 327 B.C. This was cited to explain the beauty of the tall, fair-skinned Hunzakuts, as well as their excellent physiques and military prowess. The Hunza were far more intelligent than the neighboring bandit tribes. They enjoyed extraordinarily robust health, whether from life at high altitude, from their simple healthy diet of apricots and wheat, from their unhurried life, or for some other reason. Their social life is healthy as well. The Mir settled the rare disputes that arose in his kingdom. A group of children came running to greet us. I was struck by how scraggly and unattractive they were. Here a mixture of ethnic origins, Chinese, Persian, Afghani, Mongol, led not to a beautiful blending, but to a stunted, deformed pack of mongrels. In this fabled land of self-sufficiency, the children clutched at our clothing, begging to sell us locally mined garnets. I inspected a few dirty fists. They held gems of poor quality. In the villages themselves I looked for the fabulously old people, but saw none. There was disease and poverty, and signs of a harsh mountain life on all sides, genetic defects, evidence of inbreeding, cataracts, rashes, infections, running sores. However, Hunza's physical setting was captivating, a little principality of green, terraced fields, nestled in a bowl of high, snow-streaked mountains, with the Hunza River running through the center. Above the town rose a whitewashed fortress, its siding spectacular. But the fortress was disused, its windows broken, its white facade peeling. Hunza was once an autonomous mountain state, one of a string of feudal nations across the Himalaya that included Swat, Ladakh, Najir, Nepal, Sikkim, and Bhutan. In the 19th century, the British supported these states as a buffer between India and powerful neighbors to the north, Russia and China. For centuries, these little nations remained cut off from the world, inaccessible in the mountains, and forbidden to foreigners. Elaborate myths grew up around them. The British briefly conquered Hunza in 1891 after the Hunza bandit attacks on caravans began to get out of hand, even by the standards of that lawless corner of the world. But the British allowed Hunza to retain her independence. Now the Pakistani government wanted to take over these independent mountain states. Their procedure was simple. They waited until the Mir died, and then did not allow him to be succeeded. The last Mir of Hunza had died 2 years before. The Pakistani government took over the country and opened it to tourism. So we were seeing the shell of a former state, the remnants of what once had been. We stayed in Hunza 2 nights. It was peaceful and beautiful, particularly at sunset when the valleys, already in shadow, glowed in the light reflected from the mountain peaks. But it was not the Shangri-La of imagination. From Hunza we went to the Hopar Valley in the adjacent kingdom of Najir. In fable, the Najiri have been as much despised as the Hunza have been idealized. The Najiri are said to be darker, weaker, frailer, and more depraved than the Hunza The Najiri are unsanitary, ungracious, and unpleasant. You know you are in Najir, say the Hunza because there are so many flies. As is often the case with neighboring states, the people and ways of life appear virtually identical to an outsider. It is proximity that causes competition, and a natural human tendency to consider all bad traits as located on the other side of the valley. At Najir, we camped in a beautiful valley alongside the Baltistan Glacier. I had never seen a glacier before, and I found it quite remarkable, a frozen river of stone. To the naked eye there appeared to be no ice at all. There were simply 2 vertical canyon walls of dried mud, and in the middle between them this flowing, riverine shape of gray rock. Najir has many glaciers, including the Hispar, 40 miles long, the second largest in the world outside the polar caps. But the Baltistan was a small, rather tame-looking glacier. One day our trip leader, Dick Irvin, Lauren, and I decided to hike on the glacier. Lauren and I were both glad for the excursion. During our stay at this lovely campsite, some unspoken tension had increased between us, which was incongruous in the beautiful setting. I felt there was something on Lauren's mind, but I was reluctant to ask her. When I finally did, she just shook her head and insisted she was fine. Yet the tension remained. So it was good to spend a day on the glacier. I found it a fascinating environment. A little slippery in places, windy and very cold, which seemed peculiar after the stifling heat of camp. But following the initial surprise, the glacier proved rather featureless, just a great frozen river covered with rock, and after an hour we grew tired of hiking. Dick, a much stronger hiker, decided to walk on. Lauren and I headed back to camp. We had climbed down onto the glacier on a gentle sloping trail, but it was a circuitous route and added an extra mile of walking. If we were willing to climb the earthen cliffs, we could go directly back to camp. There were trails going up the cliffs, and we had seen shepherds driving goats up these cliffs, so we knew the trails were passable. We picked a suitable trail and started climbing. The cliffs were fairly sheer, crumbling dirt, but the trail was easily 3 feet wide. It wasn't difficult to climb for the first 100 feet of ascent. I often stopped to look back at the glacier as we rose higher and higher above it. Then the trail became a little steeper, the path a little narrower. I was uncomfortable, and I stopped looking back, but fixed my attention on the trail. Still, we were already halfway up, and it seemed sensible to keep going. The trail deteriorated. Pretty soon it was less than a foot wide, a mere track in the crumbly earth, and occasionally it gave way underfoot. There weren't many handholds in the sheer dirt walls of the cliffs, and no vegetation to grab onto, so these little collapses were frightening. There were many gaps in the trail where the ground had broken away before. As we ascended, the gaps grew wider. They were occasionally 2 feet wide, then 3 feet wide. They were difficult to step across, especially since you had no assurance that the earth on the far side of the gap would hold and not give way. We were now 200 feet up. Another 100 feet and we would reach the upper surface and camp. We kept going. The trail was now very narrow. In most places we had to hug the rock wall, pushing our bodies against the warm dirt as we moved up the trail. It was more and more difficult to proceed. And then the trail stopped. At some point in the past it had broken away, and there was now a gap of at least 6 feet between where I stood and where the trail resumed. I was standing with my body flat against the wall. There was hardly any room to stand. There was no room for me to turn around. I was 200 feet in the air on a narrow trail on an earthen cliff, and I was stuck. I am afraid of heights. I wanted to scream. "Why have you stopped?" Lauren asked. She was behind me on the trail. She couldn't see anything. My body blocked her view. "There's no trail." "What do you mean there's no trail?" "I mean there's an open gap ahead of me about 6 feet wide." "Can you get across it?" "No, I can't get across it." I was becoming panicky. "Let me see," Lauren said. "Maybe I can do it." "I can't move," I said. "And anyway, I'm telling you, you can't do it either." "Just move your body a little. Let me see." I moved my chest away from the rock a few inches so she could peer through to the gap in the trail ahead. I was starting to sweat. "It's wide," she said. "Too wide for me." "Can we go back down?" I asked. I couldn't see her. Her body blocked the trail down. "Too steep," she said. It is much easier to go up a steep, narrow trail than down it. "Then we can't go up and we can't go down." "Yeah." I was seriously fighting panic now. I had one of those momentary visions, like a near miss in a traffic accident. This is how it's going to happen. Nothing dramatic, no great incident, nothing so big as the landslide. Just a little day hike from camp in Niger. They somehow took the wrong route back, got nervous, fell off the trail. We first suspected something when they failed to turn up for lunch. "Somehow we have to get across it," she said. "I can't get across it," I said to her. "We have to go back down." "I can't go down," she said, "and I know you can't." And there we were, and there we stayed, frozen for the next few minutes. I don't know how it would have turned out if we hadn't heard a voice say, "What seems to be the trouble?" It was Dick Irvin. He'd already crossed the glacier and was on his way back. He'd noticed us climbing the cliffs and had decided to follow. I was never so glad to see anyone in my life. "There's no trail, Dick," I told him, trying not to whine. "No problem," he said. And somehow, I am not clear on the details, he managed to move past us, and I watched him kick a toehold in the dirt halfway across the gap, and he leapt lightly across. And from the other side he held out his walking stick, and he got first me and then Lauren across the 6-foot gap. Then Dick led us on up the trail. My body was shaking, I was soaked in sweat, my vision seemed greenish and too bright. There were several more gaps in the trail, but Dick got us past them all, somehow. When we reached the top, I felt dizzy and had to sit down. Dick went on to camp to check on lunch. I sat on the ground and thought I might throw up. Lauren kept asking me if I was all right. I said I was, but I wasn't. I didn't eat lunch. I wasn't hungry. In the late afternoon, when it was cooler, Lauren suggested we go for a walk. We moved along the rim of the valley, looking over the town and the terraced fields. In this remote pastoral setting, we found ourselves talking about our plans for the future, our hopes for our lives when we returned home. Standing here in a grove of apricot trees above the Hopar Valley, we talked about having a family and working, and about our plans, which were, it became increasingly clear, not shared plans, but individual plans. The seriousness of this conversation made us both very calm and polite. Neither of us was willing yet to say the marriage was over, but that prospect hung in the cool afternoon air. Finally, we began talking about dinner and how hungry we were, and we went back to the camp. The next morning, we got back into the jeeps and started the long trip back to Islamabad. When we got to the landslide, the road had been cleared. Sharks. "Have you dived in the pass yet?" the proprietor of the hotel asked the first evening, when we told him that we liked the diving. "No," we said, "not yet." "Ah," he said, "you must dive the pass. It is the most exciting dive on Rangiroa." "Why is that?" "The swiftness of the current, and also there are many fish." "Sharks?" someone asked. "Yes," he said, smiling. "Usually some sharks." I was in Tahiti for Christmas with my family, my brother and sister, and assorted husbands, wives, girlfriends, friends. We were visiting several islands, and we had begun with the most remote. Rangiroa was more than an hour from Papeete, one of the Tuamotu chain of atolls. The highest point on Rangiroa was about 10 feet above sea level. From the air, it looked like a pale, sandy ring in the middle of the ocean. The Tuamotus were old islands. Their volcanic peaks had been eroded until they finally disappeared, and nothing remained but the coral reef that had originally surrounded the island, but now merely enclosed a lagoon. On Rangiroa, the lagoon was enormous, some 20 miles in diameter. There were only 2 breaks in the enclosing reef, through which the tides came and went twice a day. So much water moving through just 2 passes meant that tidal currents were strong indeed. It also meant that lots of fish were attracted to the pass because of the great nutrient flow in the water. "It is very exciting," the proprietor said. "You must do it." We went to Michel, the dive master, and said we wanted to dive the pass. He consulted a tide table and said we would do it at 10 the following morning. You can only dive the pass when the tide is running into the lagoon. Otherwise, you risk being swept out to sea. The next morning, with everyone out on the dock ready to go, my sister asked Michel, "Are there really sharks in the pass?" We were all experienced divers. She was the only one who hadn't seen sharks. "Yes," Michel said. You will see sharks. A lot? He smiled. Yes, sometimes many. How many? He saw she was getting nervous and said, Sometimes you see none at all. Now we're ready to leave. We got in the boat and set out. The pass was a quarter-mile wide gap in the atoll. Inside was the calm lagoon. Outside, the swells of the ocean, which crashed continually against the outer reef. We took the boat to the outside, and Michel got out a float and a spool of thread. Then he gave us a lecture. You must stay together, he said. Everyone get your equipment on, and everyone go into the water as close together as possible. Go right down. Do not stay at the surface. When you are down, try to stay within sight of each other. I will be in front of you with this float. He gestured to the float in his hands. So the boat can follow us. The current is very strong. Partway along the pass there is a valley where we can get out of the current for a rest. Keep an eye out for that. From there we will continue, and we will be swept into the lagoon. You will feel the current slow. You can look around the coral at your leisure until you run out of air, and come up to the boat. In the pass, do not go below 70 feet, okay? We got our equipment on, waited until everyone was ready, feeling the swells, the rocking of the boat. Finally, everybody was ready, and we went over the side in a mass of back-ended flippered splashes. In diving, there is always an initial moment of adjusting, clearing the mask, feeling the temperature of the water, seeing the clarity, looking around, going down. The water here was clear, and I saw the side of the pass, an irregular rocky wall to my left that went down from the surface to about 70 or 80 feet, where it became bluish, sandy bottom. We went down. It wasn't until we got near the bottom that I realized how fast we were moving. The current was really ripping. It was tremendously exciting, if you didn't mind being out of control. It didn't matter whether you were facing forward, backward, or sideways. The current moved you at the same swift pace. You couldn't stop yourself. You couldn't hold on to anything. If you grabbed a piece of coral, you'd either rip it off or rip your arm off. You were just swept along by the current, in the grip of a force orders of magnitude greater than you could possibly fight. There was nothing to do but relax and enjoy it. After the first few minutes, after getting used to seeing the others perpendicular to the current, or looking up, clearing their masks, or facing backward, but always carried along at the same pace, it became fun. It was a kind of amusement park ride, and our powerlessness became pleasant. Then I saw the sharks. At first they were moving at the limit of my vision, the way I am used to seeing sharks, gray shadows where the water turns deep blue-gray far from you. Then as I came closer, the shadows gained definition. I could see details, and I could see more sharks. Lots more. The current was carrying us into the middle of a school of gray sharks, so numerous that it felt as if we were entering a cloud of animals. There were easily 100 sharks circling in a large cluster. I thought, oh my God. I didn't want to go right through the middle. I preferred to go to one side, but the current was uncontrollable and indifferent to my preferences. We were going right through the middle of them. In an effort to control my panic, I decided to take a picture. I stared down at the exposure settings on the Nikonos around my neck, feeling slightly idiotic. Here you are in the middle of 100 sharks, and you are worrying about whether the f-stop is F8 or F11. Who cares? But it was one of those situations. There was nothing I could do about it, so I might as well think about something else, and I took a picture. It came out very blurred. By now the sharks were all around us, above and below and to all sides. We were being swept along by the current like passengers riding a train, but they did not seem affected by it. They swam easily, flicking their powerful bodies with that peculiar lateral twisting that makes their movements so reminiscent of snakes. The sharks turned away, came back, spiraled around us, but I noticed that they never came close. And already we were moving clear of the cluster, swept onward by the current, drifting away from the compact cloud of sharks, and then gone. My breathing had not returned to normal when Michel jerked his thumb, gestured to me that we were to go down into the crevasse he had mentioned. He was 20 yards ahead of me. I saw him swept across the bottom, and then he ducked down head first and disappeared into a trench. I saw a cloud of his bubbles rise as I was swept toward the trench. I also swung over, had a quick glimpse of a shallow little canyon, perhaps 10 feet deep and 20 feet long. I was much relieved to be out of the current, but unexpectedly found myself in a black cloud of surgeonfish. These plate-sized fish, moving in dense, impenetrable schools, seemed agitated. I presumed it was because of the arrival of divers into the trench. Then the black cloud cleared, and I realized it was because of the sharks in the trench. A dozen gray sharks swam in the far end of the cul-de-sac. They were each about 9 feet long, dull-snouted, beady-eyed. They swam irritably within a couple of feet of me and Michel. I was vaguely aware of Michel, ever calm, looking at me to see how I was taking this. I was only looking at the sharks. I had never been so close to so many sharks at one time, and a dozen impressions assailed me. The gritty texture of their gray skin, shark skin, the occasional injuries, white scars, and imperfections, the clean gill lines, the unblinking eye, menacing and stupid like the eye of a thug. The eye was almost the most terrifying thing about a shark, that and the slashing curve of the mouth. And I saw the way one shark, hemmed in by us, arched his back in what I had recently read was typical gray shark threat behavior that often presaged an attack. The other divers came swinging over the lip, blowing bubbles. The sharks fled. The last of them threaded his way between us as if we were pylons on an obstacle course. Or perhaps he was just showing off. Now we all looked at one another. Behind the masks, lots of wide eyes. Michel let us wait in the trench for a few minutes. He checked everyone's air. We stared at the large surgeonfish and tried to get our bearings. Pretty soon, Michel gestured for us to go back over the lip into the current. Again we felt it catch us, and we were swept forward into the lagoon. The current slackened, and the water became murkier, the coral more scattered, separated in small heads by an expanse of brown muddy bottom. The coral heads were inhabited by small fish. They were familiar. The best part of the dive was over. We finished our air and headed for the boat. One measure of a good dive is the amount of adrenaline still pumping through you afterward, and how much you talk when you get back to the surface. "Oh my God, did you see that? I thought I was going to die. Wasn't that amazing? I was terrified, I really was. I didn't like it." My sister, seriously. But the conversation swirled past her. "What a dive! It was fantastic. Unbelievable. I admit it. I was scared. Scared? I saw you shaking. That was just cold. Yeah, right. What an incredible dive." Through all this, Michel just sat patiently, smiling and nodding, letting us burn off the tension, signaling to the boatman to wait a few moments until we calmed down before he started the engine and we ran back to the hotel. At the hotel, we showered and changed and drifted to the bar. We could talk of nothing but the dive, our reactions, what we saw, how close the sharks came, how they looked to us, how we felt, whether the pictures would come out, whether the pictures would do the experience justice. Implicitly, our attitude was that we had survived a brush with death. Deadly dangerous, but we survived. It was so dangerous we never would have done it if we had known what it would be like. We were lucky to have survived. Sure, it was fun, but it was also terrifying. Then at dinner, my brother said casually, "Anybody want to do it again?" A silence fell over the table because he was contradicting our implicit assumptions. If it was really so dangerous, we shouldn't do it again. "I'm going to," he said. One by one, we admitted that we might do it again. By the following morning, we were irritable when Michelle told us that the tides were not right and we would have to wait until tomorrow to dive in the pass. Wait until tomorrow? We were quite put out. When we dived a second time, we hardly saw any sharks. Now we were really put out. What a waste of time. No sharks. So we were obliged to dive the pass a third time, when we at last saw lots of sharks, and had a delightfully frightening time. I think the only true expression of one's beliefs lies in action, like the way my family decided to dive the pass again. Whatever we said about sharks at dinner, then or later, we knew they weren't dangerous. In 1973, I was shooting a movie that called for an actor to be struck by a rattlesnake. We needed shots of a snake crawling in the desert, then striking, then sinking its fangs into the actor, and so on. To do this film work, particular rattlesnakes were cast as if they were actors. We had 4 crawlers to perform the crawling scenes, and 6 strikers to do the strikes. These snakes were brought to the location in big plywood boxes. Immediately, one of my first concerns about snakes was answered. Whenever I was in the woods, if I heard a rustling sound, I always wondered, is that a rattlesnake? I was always concerned that I would get bitten by something I had wrongly decided was a cricket. When the snake wrangler pulled the plywood boxes out of the station wagon, everybody for 100 yards snapped his head around to the sound. There was no question about the sound. You knew. That dry, hissing rattle could not be mistaken for anything else. Then the wrangler pulled out the snakes. They were each 6 feet long and as big around as a human forearm, and hissing mean. The crew was impressed. We set up for the first shot. The camera was placed on a tripod with a telephoto lens, about 30 feet from the snake. A blanket was hung to protect the solitary operator from the dreaded snake. The rest of the crew was even farther away. We all watched as the first mean 6-foot rattlesnake was released to crawl menacingly toward the lens. The snake took one look at all of us, turned around, and wriggled away toward the hills. The wrangler had to go catch him. We set up again, and again, and again. Each time the poor rattlesnake just tried to get away. Eventually we had to form 2 rows of people standing just outside camera range, and herd the frightened snake between us toward the lens. Once we had the crawling footage, we set up for the shot where the snake coils and strikes. For this we used our strikers. They were supposedly mean and angry. The wrangler explained that they had not been milked, which would have made them passive. For the next hour we tried to get the strikers to strike. We had a variety of sticks, balloons, rubber hands, and cowboy hats, with which we waved, prodded, and generally irritated the snakes. Occasionally one struck, but you could smack them around quite a lot before they would do so. It was easy to see why. A rattlesnake's strike is rather pitiful. A snake can strike only a fraction of its body length. These 6-foot snakes couldn't lunge more than 1.5 feet or less. What that means is that at a dinner party, if the person sitting next to you had a big rattler on his plate, the snake probably couldn't strike you. In fact, it probably would have trouble striking the person whose plate it was on. And the snakes weren't aggressive. After a strike, these big ferocious rattlers would get their fangs tangled up in the equivalent of a snake's lower lip. They'd look silly, and they seemed to know it. In any case, they would generally back away rather than strike. Between the takes, the snakes were placed under a little yellow polka-dotted parasol. As the day progressed, and I didn't get the shots I wanted, I complained about this coddling of the snakes. Let them feel the sun. The wrangler protested, but I was adamant, and I nearly cooked one in a matter of minutes. The The snake became extremely sluggish and had to be exchanged for a fresh one. These fearsome reptiles are unable to control their body temperature, and on exposed ground they will fry like eggs. Rattlesnakes are, in truth, rather frail creatures. The outcome of all this was that, although we started out with blankets and telephoto lenses and a nervous operator by himself, by the middle of the day all the crew were standing within a few feet of these giant rattlesnakes, turning their backs to them, flicking cigarette ash on them, talking of other things. Nobody worried about snakes anymore. We had quickly and unconsciously adjusted to the reality of what we had seen. The rattlesnakes couldn't hurt us. In most situations, wild animals are encountered so rarely that it's more appropriate to feel privileged than afraid. Of course, that depends on the situation and the animal. White-tip sharks are relatively benign. Other species of shark may not be. There's no point pretending that African lions are tame and therefore you can get out of the land cruiser and go over and say hello. By the same token, you should realize that if you did get out and there were no cubs around, the chances are that the lions would just move off. For some reason, it seems difficult for people to get an appropriate perspective on animals. In American national parks, a certain number of people are killed or injured each year because they approach wild animals, such as bison, to get a better picture or to feed them. For many urban dwellers, it may be that the concept of wild animals is itself extinct. The only animals they encounter are pets or animals in zoos. So why not send your 4-year-old daughter over to pose next to the buffalo in Yellowstone? It'll make a cute picture. This kind of blind trust is the reverse of the blind fear that so many people feel. Sometimes I think that man needs to feel a special position within nature, and this leads him to believe that he is either specially hated by other animals or specially cherished, instead of the truth, which is that he is just another animal on the plain, a smart one, but just another animal. I found it difficult to give up my fear of animals. I had to, because my experience was forcing me to stop seeing animals as fearsome. I couldn't pretend I wasn't seeing what I was seeing, but it was still difficult to give up. For one thing, a certain thrill is gone. We don't like to give up our thrills. I have told people about the fact that certain sharks and moray eels and barracuda are not dangerous, and watched their faces fall, then tighten, grow pinched. They disagree with me. They tell me I am reporting special cases. They remind me of the limits of my own experience. Sharks not dangerous? Morays not dangerous? Snakes not dangerous? Please. They don't like to hear it. Telling them facts and statistics only makes them more irritable. Yet the chances are almost vanishingly small that any Western person will have a dangerous encounter with an animal. In America, every year, 60,000 people die of auto accidents, a possibility no one fears. Some 7 people die of snakebite every year, and everyone is terrified of snakes. Then, too, fear of animals is a part of popular culture, a theme of books and movies and TV. If you drop it, it gives you the same feeling of loss as not watching the latest hit TV show, or not knowing about this year's intellectual pinup, or not following professional sports. You lose something in common with other people. The other thing that happens is that, since fear of animals is a part of popular culture, it reminds you that one of the deep, unquestioned beliefs of popular culture is wrong. This is a little unsettling because you are obliged to wonder what else is wrong, too. Fear of animals is also a pleasantly childish feeling, and to give it up is to exchange some of the magical feelings of childhood for some of the more practical feelings of adulthood. At first, it's not comfortable. Later, you wonder why everyone doesn't do it. In the end, how does anyone benefit from being afraid? Maybe it's bolstering of the values of civilization by making nature the boogeyman. Here I am sitting in this traffic jam, breathing carbon monoxide and pollutants, staring at a hideous man-made landscape, But I really am better off because, if all this were gone, lions and bears would attack and eat me. If wild animals and wild nature were less frightening, perhaps civilization would be less palatable. But the truth is that civilization does not protect us from wild animals. It attempts, however imperfectly, to protect us from ourselves. Gorillas. "I wouldn't study gorillas," Nicole said. "Why not?" I asked. "They are men." Nicole was Belgian and spoke English with occasional unintended meanings. I assumed this was one startling instance. "Gorillas are men?" "Yes, of course." My French was bad, but between her English and my French we straightened things out. "Vraiment? Des gorilles sont des hommes?" "Oui, the same as men." "Do you think so?" I asked. Nicole was a zoologist with a special interest in an antelope called the topi. After years of studying the topi, no doubt gorillas appeared indistinguishable from men. I said nothing. "You do not believe me," she said, "but I have seen them in Virunga. Gorillas are not animals, they are men." Now we were flying west to Virunga. I was wedged into the cockpit of the small plane next to the pilot. "There you can see the volcanoes," he said, pointing. Ahead, emerging from the mist of Rwanda, were three shadowy mountain cones. It didn't look very spectacular, not the way I had imagined it. "On the left, Karisimbi. In the middle, Visoka. On the right, Sabinho," the pilot said. "And there's the town." Turning away from the line of volcanoes, he circled Ruangeli, a shanty town built along a single muddy street. It looked incredibly romantic. We landed and checked into the Murabura Hotel. In the bar, I ran into Dawn Fawcett, my professor of anatomy who had lectured me that first day so many years ago about cadavers. Dr. Fawcett had left Harvard to work at the International Laboratory for Animal Diseases in Nairobi. He had been to see the gorillas that day with a group of scientists. They had had an exciting time. Everybody in the hotel was excited about visiting the gorillas. In the bar, people talked of nothing else. I walked through Ruangeli in the afternoon, a little town ringed by 5 volcanoes. A single paved street, ramshackle shops in bright colors. A taxi filled to standing with women singing African songs rumbled past. Young kids tried to sell me Impala cigarettes in plastic sacks. Nicole explained about the gorillas of Rwanda. Her husband, Alain, worked with the Park Service and had been instrumental in setting up the program. The story was this. The Parc des Volcans, on the border of Rwanda and Zaire, represented a large land area for that tiny country. The rich green mountain slopes were increasingly coveted by Rwanda's expanding population, which had grown 500% since World War II. Some years ago, under this pressure, a large section of the park had indeed been turned over to farmland. There were incessant calls to release the rest, but conservationists inside Rwanda had 3 reasons to resist the pressure. The first was that making parkland available would do little to ease the population pressure in the long run. After all, each year 23,000 additional families required farmland. If all the land in the park were released, it would provide farmland for only 36 weeks of population growth. The second was that the land on the mountain slopes served as a water catchment area. The spongy volcanic soil held rainwater and released it gradually during Rwanda's 2 dry seasons. If the slopes were cultivated, the runoff would be immediate, and surrounding farms would suffer immeasurably. The third reason was that the park and the adjacent parkland in Zaire provided the only remaining habitat for the magnificent mountain gorilla. If that land was taken away, the mountain gorilla was doomed to extinction. To keep the Parc des Volcans intact, conservationists in 1979 decided to make it self-supporting and even profitable. To do that, they habituated 3 groups of gorillas to human contact. Over a period of years, they made these gorillas, in essence, tourist attractions. Some years before, the American researcher Diane Fossey had learned that it was possible to approach wild gorilla troops closely. Fossey was able, after many years of patient work, actually to sit amid a troop, watching behavior and taking notes. Now Fossey was gone, expelled from the country by the government. This was some years before she returned and was murdered. Her original troop, Group 5, was reserved for ongoing research by scientists living at Karasimbi Research Station, located between the volcanoes. But other workers employed her techniques over a period of years to habituate 3 troops, designated 13, 11, and 8, to daily visits by human beings. The procedure had become routine. If you wanted to see gorillas, you made arrangements well in advance, now several years in advance, and then joined one of the groups of 4 or 6 people who would be taken that day to see a gorilla troop. In the morning, we went to the park station at 9,000 feet on the slopes of Mount Sabino. From here, we would begin to look for gorillas. Each tourist group had a guide and a tracker. We would be taken first to where the gorillas had last been seen the day before. The tracker would follow the gorillas' trail on the volcanic slopes until we caught up with the troop. We would then follow the gorilla troop until they paused for their midday rest, when they were quiet and usually allowed people to approach closely. Sometimes tourists found the gorillas in a few minutes. Sometimes it took as long as 5 hours to find them. We were told to be prepared for several hours' hard climbing, that we should wear gloves to protect against the stinging nettles, and that once among the gorillas we should stay silent and low, always being sure to keep our heads below the level of the dominant male. We were also told that if the gorillas charged, we were to stand our ground, be silent, and not move. With that, we set off. A gorilla trail is fairly easy to follow. There is not only the characteristic 3-lobed spoor, but also a great many broken-down branches. In places it looked as if a jeep convoy had recently passed through. This should have given me a clue of what was to come. Yet my first view of a gorilla, a silverback male glimpsed through a stand of bamboo, was shocking. The animal was huge. He appeared so large I thought I was experiencing an optical illusion caused by the intervening bamboo. He didn't look like a gorilla. He looked like a hippopotamus. Mountain gorillas are big. Mark, our guide, nodded. By now we were speaking in whispers. Yes, they are big, he said. In zoos, you see lowland gorillas, the other subspecies. Mountain gorillas are substantially larger. That fellow there is 400 pounds. That fellow there was now moving away through the bamboo. For a hippopotamus-sized creature, he was quick. We humans gasped and panted to keep him in sight. Gorillas move with a characteristic loping gait, balancing on stiff forearms with their hands curled under so they rest on their knuckles. That is genetically determined behavior, but looking around I saw we humans were moving exactly the same way. The low bamboo forest forces you to bend to hands and knees, and the stinging nettles on the ground make you close your sensitive palms and absorb the pain on your knuckles. It was odd to see. The gorillas moving like gorillas, and the people in pursuit also moving like gorillas. Except, of course, the people were awkward, particularly when we moved fast. It's hard to jog on your hands and knees. Soon we observed more animals, in brief, tantalizing glimpses. An adult female, then a juvenile male. This particular troop, Group 13, was wary. Mark, who studied the troop, explained there was an elephant in its territory, and the silverback male was jumpy. For an hour we followed the gorillas at a near trot through the bamboo. Most of the time we could not see them, but we could hear them crashing through the underbrush. Sometimes they were very close, but we were never able to see them well. Finally, the gorillas stopped for their midday rest. The big male rolled over on his back and lazily chomped bamboo. He was perhaps 10 yards away. I was frustrated. I wanted to take his picture, but he was low in the brush. For a while, all we saw was a huge hand rising up, grabbing the bamboo, and descending again out of sight. Occasionally, he would raise his massive head, look at us, and then lie back again. I busied myself with cameras and lenses, trying to get ready for a coming opportunity to film him, changing lenses, adjusting f-stop. What happened next was extraordinarily fast. There was a deafening roar, a sound as loud as a subway rushing into a station. I looked up to see the huge male charging directly at me. He was moving incredibly swiftly, bellowing with rage. He was coming right at me. I moaned and ducked down, pushing my face into the underbrush, backing off. A strong arm gripped my shirt at the shoulders. This is it. There had been cases where the gorillas attacked people, picked them up and bit them and threw them around like a dish rag, months in the hospital. Now the gorilla was grabbing me. But it was Mark holding me down, keeping me from running away. He whispered fiercely, "Don't move." My face was buried in the grass. My heart was pounding. I didn't dare look up. The gorilla was right in front of me. I could hear him snorting, feel the earth shake as he stomped around. I felt him back away. I heard a rhythmic ripping sound off to the right. Mark whispered, "You can look up slowly. He's tearing grass." I didn't look up. I didn't move. And a good thing, because the gorilla roared again. He beat his chest, a hollow sound. "You can look up," Mark whispered. "It's okay." I didn't look up. I didn't move. I waited, and finally I heard the crashing sound as the gorilla moved away. Then I looked up. I saw the big male drop down into the grass again. I saw the big hand reach up for bamboo and pull it down. "He was just reminding us who's boss," Mark said. I understood that. No question. "Why did he attack?" He shrugged. "Something about you he didn't like, probably too much movement with the camera." Then he proceeded to give me a lecture about not moving when a gorilla attacked. The thing was, I knew all about how to behave during a gorilla attack. I had studied gorillas, read all the books, but somehow I hadn't understood from the books how fearsome a gorilla charge could be. The noise, the speed of the charge, and the size of the animal were incredibly intimidating. To stand your ground in the face of a gorilla charge was like standing your ground in the face of an onrushing express train, somehow trusting that it would stop before it hit you. It required incredible courage. Or, perhaps, just experience. We were charged a couple of other times in the course of the 2 days, and it was never as terrifying as that first time. On the second day, I went with Nicole and Rosalind Aveling, a naturalist at the park, to see Group 11. When we arrived, we found the gorillas in a kind of cul-de-sac of foliage. There were 14 animals in the immediate area, juveniles here and there, young ones crashing through the branches overhead, and the big male in the center. We approached cautiously. The big male watched us come. Finally he moved. We all froze. The male went up to the guide. He raised his massive hand to deliver a blow and swung it down at the guide, who did not move a muscle. At the last moment, the gorilla checked his swing and lightly tapped the guide on the side of the head. A little tap. Playful. Then he went over to the tracker, who was wearing a baseball cap. He took the cap, inspected it, sniffed it, and carefully put it back on the tracker's head. Then he moved back a few paces. I whispered to Rosalind, "That's amazing." "Oh," she said, "he always does that. That's his greeting. You see, he knows them." Rosalind explained that the gorillas quickly learned to recognize people. That was why the park officials didn't let tourists visit the same troop 2 days running. On the second day, the gorillas would recognize the visitors and allow them to approach more closely than before, and the park officials didn't want the gorillas to catch visitors' colds. They recognize you in one day? Oh, sure, Rosalind said. They're very bright. You'll learn to recognize them, too. I doubted I would learn to recognize them. The gorillas looked pretty much the same to me, except that they were different sizes. As one or another popped out of the underbrush, I couldn't tell if I had seen them before or not. Meanwhile, the guide and the big male stared at each other nose to nose. The silverback grunted. The guide grunted back. I had already been advised about this grunting. We were all supposed to grunt, from time to time, or in response to the male's grunt. The grunt apparently meant something like, "I'm here and everything is fine." In any case, grunting was said to have a calming effect on the gorillas. I was all for that, because we were very close to them. Never in my life had I been so close to large wild animals without intervening bars. But nobody had a gun or a weapon of any sort. Our safety lay in the assumption that the gorillas would be friendly. And they seemed to be friendly. But the point was, we were in their hands. We were in their territory, guests in their house. And apparently it was going to be all right. I relaxed and drifted into a feeling of extraordinary enchantment. Never in my life had I experienced anything like this. To be so close to a wild creature of another species, and yet to feel no threat. And slowly I began to recognize the different animals, just as Rosalind had said. The female with the big incisor, the older juvenile male who strutted about being manly, the young ones, hardly larger than human infants, who charged us and beat their chests and then dashed up into the trees. I never wanted to leave. The guide led the other tourists back, and I stayed with Rosalind and Nicole. And as time passed, I began to have an uncanny sense that I understood what was going on. A female began to move toward us, and I thought, "You're getting too close. He won't like that." And sure enough, the male looked over and roared, and the female backed off hastily. Overhead, some of the young juveniles played roughly. The silverback grunted loudly. They modified their play. But when the older male came up and glowered at us, the silverback let him do it. It all made a kind of sense. There were spatial arrangements, invisible but nonetheless distinct boundaries, and the silverback was keeping everybody in his or her place. After a while, he went to sleep. He had one of the infants in his huge palm. The baby fitted entirely in his hand. I was still trying to deal with my feeling that I understood the troop. We have a tendency to anthropomorphize animals, but in this case it was hard not to do it. In a relaxed setting, the gorillas seemed very akin to us. Nicole was right. They seemed like men. I hadn't expected that. I had been around other great apes, and I had never had such a feeling. A chimpanzee, for instance, presents a visual parody of a human being, but it is a distinctly different animal, and in many ways a vicious, unpleasant one. Orangutans appear gentle and morose, but they don't really seem like human beings. Yet here, among a group of gorillas, creatures that did not look or smell like human beings, I had the distinct sense that we all understood one another. It was overpowering and sad. When I left them, it was like awakening from a dream. In 1958, when George Schaller studied mountain gorillas, he estimated their numbers at 525. When I visited Virunga in 1981, it was thought that there were about 275. Now it is thought there are 200. No one is sure what the minimum breeding population is or whether the gorilla numbers have already fallen below it. In any case, their prospects are not good. When I left the mountain, I said to Nicole, "I understand now what you mean about not wanting to study gorillas because they are like men." "Yes," she said, "I could not." She paused. "And also because it is too sad." An extinct turtle. It didn't seem like much of an adventure, walking past the McDonald's stand in the Singapore airport, going to the Hertz counter to pick up my rented Datsun for the drive north to a resort hotel in Kuantan on the east coast of Malaysia. Nor did it get better driving through Singapore itself, a city that has systematically destroyed every vestige of its own exoticism in a period of 10 years. When I first went there in 1973, Singapore was magical. Part modern business center, part sleepy British colony, and everywhere beautiful, hot, green. Wherever you turned, it revealed tantalizing glimpses of its own history, like the barbed wire around the balconies of the colonial houses, reminders of the Japanese occupation. It was a city of distinct quarters, the Indian quarter, the Chinese quarter around the river, the Malay quarter, each with its own feeling, faces, architecture, and smells. But all that is gone now. Even its innocent pleasures, the vast chili crab palaces along the coast, have disappeared. Whatever its modern virtues, and they are many, Singapore has chosen to destroy its unique face and replace it with skyscrapers and giant shopping malls so it looks like everywhere else. It took an hour to drive north across the bridge into Malaysia and then to find the road to the east coast. My feeling of adventure did not increase as I crept behind a long line of diesel-belching trucks. Waiting for the light to change. Nothing so ruins a sense of exotic adventure as a traffic light. Driving up the east coast of Malaysia, I had the feeling of visiting some place that had once been remote but was no longer. A succession of drab little towns on the water, a mangrove swampy coast, a potted but serviceable highway. The weather turned cold and rainy, one of the drenching Malaysian rains that you always expect to be tropical but are somehow chilling and cold. I rolled up the windows, turned the wipers up full, and felt isolated in my car, slowly beginning to feel I didn't know where I was. Even after the rain stopped, I felt disoriented. Kuantan was a big, ugly town, cement factories and Honda truck dealerships. It seemed an unlikely place for a resort hotel, and I didn't see any signs for the Hyatt Kuantan. I drove on. Night approached. The features of the countryside began to recede into grayness. The road was badly marked, and I did not want to be driving at night. I missed the road for the Hyatt, asked directions at a little roadside restaurant, doubled back, missed it again. This wasn't high adventure, it was mundane frustration. When I finally arrived at the hotel, I saw immediately it was the kind of place that gives Hyatt a bad name. I wished I hadn't come. But charming guest houses on the East Coast are not easily telexed at short notice, and I had come here in the spring of 1982 for a particular reason, to see the seasonal egg-laying of the giant Malaysian leatherback turtles. For several months, beginning in May, the turtles emerge from the ocean to lay their eggs on the isolated beaches of the East Coast. In fact, so remote are the beaches that the turtles were presumed extinct until the 1950s, when they were observed still laying their eggs. This was all I really knew, but I assumed I would find out more at the location. So as I checked into the hotel, I asked the receptionist, "I've come to see the turtles." "Yes? We have no turtles at the hotel." "The giant turtles that lay their eggs?" "Yes, they are not here." "But on the coast?" "I don't know, perhaps farther north. You will have to ask." "Whom should I ask?" "Ask the tourist desk in the morning, but I think it is the wrong time." "It does not begin in May?" "I don't know. I think there are no turtles. It is the wrong time." A negative person, I thought, and uninformed as well. The hotel should think twice about having such a person behind the reception desk. After all, the turtles must be a great attraction in this region. A hotel person would logically be expected to know about them. But in subsequent days I became discouraged. Nobody seemed to know about the turtles. They knew about the windsurfers, they knew about the jungle tours, they knew about the native dance excursions, but no one knew about the turtles. I went into Kuantan town and found the local tourist office. It was closed. They said the woman who ran it was in Kuala Lumpur and would be back in a week. Finally, one day, as I was arranging for a windsurfer, one of the men who worked at the beach shack said casually, "They saw turtles yesterday." "Who did?" "Chinese people." "Where did they see them?" He named a hotel. "Where is that?" "Up the coast, 50 kilometers. "And they saw turtles last night?" "About 2 a.m. 3 turtles," he said, nodding. "Big ones, 200 kilos. I told him I wanted to see these turtles. "Yes, why not? It is the season." "Well, I haven't been able to arrange it." "No one can arrange it. The turtles do as they please." "What do I do to see them?" "Go up to the hotel. They have turtles there." "Every night?" "No, not every night. You can call first before you drive up." I called the hotel. Yes, they had seen turtles. They had seen them 3 of the last 4 nights. Yes, I could call later on, and they would tell me if they were seeing turtles. I called around 10 that night. The woman said they had not seen turtles yet. It was too early in the season. I called at midnight. No one answered the phone. I drove up anyway. On the way it started to rain. 50 kilometers to the north I pulled into a modern hotel, gray concrete structures, grassy lawns. The rain was coming down hard. There was a beach directly ahead. I got out of the car and walked to the beach. There was no one there and nothing to see. The rain slashed down heavily. A man came up in the darkness. "Why are you here?" "I came to see turtles." "No turtles tonight." But I thought, no turtles. I went home. I called the following night. The hotel said they had seen many turtles last night, but none so far tonight. At midnight I called again. A man said they had seen a turtle. It was on the beach nearby. How long would it be there? I asked. "Many hours," he said. I drove up. There was again nobody around the hotel. The lobby was deserted. I pushed the buzzer for the manager. Nobody came. I walked out onto the beach. It was a beautiful night, a full moon, fleecy clouds, warm air. I saw nobody on the beach, which extended away for miles in every direction. Pretty soon, a young boy on a motor scooter buzzed down the beach near the water. I watched him go, the sound fading. About 10 minutes later, he came back. "Turtles?" he called to me softly in the darkness. He might have been a drug dealer. "Yes," I said. "I am looking for them. I find them. I take you there." "Good, thank you." "You have seen them?" "No, never." "You have not seen the one?" "Where?" "Close, by the tree." He pointed. There were trees at the edge of the beach casting shadows in the moonlight. Beneath one I saw a shape in the sand. I went over and clicked on my flashlight. The turtle was enormous, the size of a desk. She was facing the ocean. With her flippers, she had dug a pit of sand perhaps 3 feet deep. Now she was laying her translucent, slippery, soft eggs in the pit. Her magnificent head moved slowly back and forth. A tear came to her eyes. The turtle must have weighed 300 pounds, perhaps more. To crawl 100 yards up the beach, dig a pit with her clumsy flippers, and lay her eggs had required an enormous effort. She had an exhausted, dazed look on her face. There were more tears, but these were apparently excretions from the eyes and not true tears. I watched the turtle with astonishment, amazed by the effort, the ancient ritual that led her to do this each year. I was quite content to stay there all night. There was a commotion to one side. A dozen people, Chinese and Malays, came up the beach. They had heard about the turtle. They brought powerful lights which they shone on the animal. I began to feel uncomfortable. There were now a lot of people standing around this turtle while she laid her eggs. The others began to fire flash bulbs, taking pictures of the turtle. They got very close to her face and fired flash after flash. Finally, the father of the Chinese family said something to his son, and the boy climbed on the turtle's back, while his father flashed another picture. Pretty soon his whole family was posed astride the turtle as she moved her hind flippers ineffectually. Finally, she managed to flick sand into the face of one of the young children standing nearby. The child began to cry in the darkness. The Malays yelled at the turtle and cursed it. The Chinese took more flash pictures in rapid succession. One of the Chinese men posed near the turtle's head, holding a bottle of beer to the turtle as if to offer it a drink. Flash, laughter. The boy on the motor scooter zoomed up, parked his bike. The other people fell silent. I wondered if he was an official of some sort, but when he stepped into the light I saw he was only 10 or 11. He spoke quietly, apparently telling them about the turtle. From his gestures it seemed he was explaining what the turtle was doing. He pointed out her tracks, all the way up the beach, how she had laboriously turned around to face back to the ocean, how long she had worked to dig her pit, how much effort it was costing her to lay her eggs, and after she laid her eggs, how many hours she would lie here exhausted, trying to find the strength to struggle back to the water to return to the surf by daybreak. They listened in silence. The young Chinese boy got off the turtle's back. The child stopped crying and was encouraged to touch the turtle's shell to make peace with the great creature. The entire atmosphere became more respectful. They stepped back from the pit. I thought they only needed to understand what was happening to this creature. They could not imagine without being told, but once they were told, they became sympathetic and understanding. Finally, they drifted away. I sat there. The boy sat near me in the darkness. English? American. Ah, American. Ronald Reagan. Yes. He pointed to the departing people. They go now. They see the turtle, and they go. What did you tell them? I asked. They say, want to buy eggs, he said. I tell them where to buy eggs. They leave now. They will go and buy eggs? No. Why? I tell them about the turtle, about the eggs. They listen. Ah. And I tell them the cost for eggs. The woman say too much. I think they will not buy. No? He shook his head. No. The turtle remained in the pit, moving a flipper occasionally. After an hour, another group of people arrived. There were more flash bulbs, more poses. I went home. Cactus Teachings. In the fall of 1982, I attended Brew Joy's conference in the Lucerne Valley Desert in California. Brew Joy was an eminent Los Angeles physician who had, through intensive meditation, moved progressively away from medicine into areas of personal growth, psychic healing, and so on. For several years he had run 2-week conferences in which he shared his findings. To me, this seemed like the first appropriate opportunity to do something in an area of interest which I had had since 1973. After all, when you read a book by Ram Dass, you could see he was always doing something new, living in a Zen monastery, doing breathing exercises, fasting, staying with his guru in India. You had the impression that he was trying many different kinds of experiences. I had only read about such experiences. I hadn't actually had any of my own. For 10 years I had done nothing except read, and 10 years is a long time to maintain an interest at arm's length. I was beginning to wonder if my interest was genuine or if I was just making excuses. It was with relief that I learned that Brew Joy, a somber medical man trained at Johns Hopkins and the Mayo Clinic, had taken his own spiritual journey and now was helping others. His conference seemed the ideal starting place for me. The conference was held at the Institute of Mental Physics in Lucerne Valley. The institute buildings, designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, must have been advanced for their time, but now looked distinctly eccentric. The science of mental physics, the faultless philosophy of life, was founded by Edwin J. Dingle, who had been to Tibet in the 1920s. There were faded photos of Tibetan holy men and Art Deco posters showing the right way to avoid constipation and other health problems. Thus, the Institute displayed all the hallmarks of California oddball spiritualism, with the added disadvantage of being out of date. Brew Joy turned out to be a pale, slender man in his 40s. He drove an old Cadillac, wore jeans and a casual sports shirt. He was gentle, soft-spoken, and noticeably reserved. 40 other people attended the seminar. I was reassured to see a large number of buttoned-down professional types, including many physicians and psychologists. At our first dinner on Sunday, Brew announced the rules for the next 2 weeks. No telephone calls in or out. No leaving the grounds. If we needed anything, someone would go into town and get it for us. No sex, and no drugs. There would be daily group sessions, but he didn't care if we attended them. We would get the benefit of the sessions whether we attended or not. He said we could either sleep in our rooms or in the desert. He talked about rattlesnakes, and said that nobody had ever been bitten by a snake during his conferences, but that if we insisted on being the first, this is how we should behave. Implicit in his talk was the idea that soon we would all be wandering around in different states of consciousness. I wasn't sure what that meant, but it sounded interesting. The conference followed a daily routine. There was silence every morning from 6:30 until 8, when we met for breakfast. Meditation during this time was encouraged, but not required. At 9, we met in a large conference room. We began by lying on the floor, on pillows. Brew would play loud music through huge speakers for about half an hour. The intensity and vibration made the experience very powerful. People would have waking dreams and often cry. Afterward, we would sit in a circle, hold hands for a moment, and discuss our dreams. Then Brew would give an informal lecture, and we would break for lunch at 12:30. In the afternoons, we met in small groups, or hiked, or sat around the swimming pool, or slept. Dinner was at 6, followed by an evening session, which again started with music. The evening session continued until 10 o'clock, and then we broke for the night. Brew played all sorts of music: classical music, electronic music, popular music. Brahms's First Symphony, the soundtrack from Chariots of Fire, the William Tell Overture, the music from West Side Story. You never knew what you were going to hear. Meals tended to be light and nearly vegetarian. Just when you got used to that, you'd get southern fried chicken and corn on the cob, or roast beef and mashed potatoes. Brew generally lectured, but sometimes he broke up the group to do exercises. One day he passed out notebooks and boxes of colored pens, and said we should draw pictures or write, whichever we were least comfortable doing. Then, in the middle of the conference, he announced we would have 2 days of fasting and silence. Soon it became clear to me that the sense of routine was illusory. Brew was carefully orchestrating events so that, in a gentle way, you were constantly kept off balance. You didn't know what to expect. You didn't know what was going to happen next. Early on, he said he wanted us to walk in the desert until we found a rock or a tree or a plant that seemed to have a special relationship to us, and then to spend time with this teacher, and talk with the teacher, and learn what the teacher had to teach us. I had read about such practices, using an inanimate object as a meditative or spiritual teacher. Why not? I was here, I might as well go along with the program. So I set out to find my teacher. Brew had said the teacher would make itself known. All you had to do was be receptive. I looked at every rock and bush and Joshua tree in the desert, wondering if it was the teacher. I had a romantic view of all this. I imagined myself sitting out in the desert for hours, communing with my teacher in splendid solitude. But nothing in the desert seemed compelling to me. Instead, I had the persistent feeling that my teacher wasn't out in the desert at all, but within the Institute. I didn't like this idea. I wanted a teacher far off. A teacher near these Frank Lloyd Wright buildings just didn't suit me at all. There was a small meditation room located in one corner of the Institute grounds. In front of this meditation room was a rock garden of boulders and many kinds of cacti. And one particular cactus, right at the edge of the pavement, where the rock garden began, caught my eye whenever I passed by, and kept catching my eye. This made me unhappy. The rock garden was artificial, a contrived version of nature. It was bad enough that my teacher might be on the Institute grounds, but to be in this artificial garden was adding insult to injury. Furthermore, I didn't like this cactus. It was common, a sort of phallic cactus shape with lots of thorns. It was rather battered, with scars on one side. It was not in any way an attractive cactus. But I kept staring at it. And meanwhile the days were going by. Other people were finding their teachers, and I still hadn't settled on mine. I was feeling some pressure. I was feeling like a lazy student. I was falling behind. One morning I was walking to the meditation room, and I passed the cactus, and I thought, well, if this cactus is really my teacher, it'll speak to me. And the cactus said, when are you going to stop running around and talk? Irritably, like a grouchy old man. I didn't hear it as an actual voice. I just felt it like an impression. The way you can see someone and get an impression of what is going on within him or her. But I was startled to get a sense of personality coming from a cactus. It was early in the morning. Nobody else was around, so I said out loud, "Are you my teacher?" No answer. "Will you talk to me?" I said. I was really looking around now, making sure nobody could see me standing there talking to a cactus. The cactus did not answer. "Why won't you talk to me?" No answer. It was just a cactus, sitting there. Of course it didn't answer. It was a cactus. I thought, I am talking out loud to a cactus, which is bad enough. But worse, I am feeling annoyed that it won't answer. This is definitely crazy behavior. They lock people up for this. Yet at the same time I had the feeling that the cactus was sulking. Its feelings were hurt, or else it was just being hard to get along with. "I'll come back and talk to you later." No answer. I came back and talked to the cactus later. Again there was no one around. I sat for an hour with the cactus and talked to it. The cactus never said a single word in reply. I felt self-conscious and foolish. Of course, it would have been pretty alarming if the cactus had actually spoken. But from the standpoint of a person engaged in a spiritual exercise that involved projecting one's thoughts onto an inanimate object, I wasn't doing very well if I couldn't imagine any responses from the inanimate object. I was a poor student of metaphysics, with poor concentration, poor ability to imagine. I berated myself. I suspected other people were having wonderful, informative chats with their rocks and shrubs. However, I felt increasingly convinced that this cactus was my teacher. Challenging and annoying and silent, but my teacher. I decided to draw the cactus, because drawing something makes you pay close attention to it. Also, I wouldn't feel so self-conscious if someone came across me while I was sitting there drawing the cactus. I drew the cactus 12 times. It was very revealing. The cactus was at the edge of civilization. The cactus was positioned where the pavement stopped, like a sort of sentry. The cactus had been transplanted from a natural setting to a man-made garden, making it somewhat on display its entire life. A kind of showpiece, despite its own personal preferences. The cactus had a crew cut of thorns, giving it a military appearance. This cactus had had a rough life, and had been injured when young. One side of it was scarred and atrophied. You could see where the injury had occurred in earlier growth, and had twisted the growing cactus permanently. The thorns were especially dense and protective over the injured area. The only part of the cactus that was growing was the green tip. The rest was just supporting history. The cactus had equanimity. Ants ran over its surface, and it didn't seem to mind. It was certainly attractive, with red thorns and a green body. Bees were attracted to it. The cactus had a formal aspect. Its pattern of thorns gave it almost a herringbone look. This was an Ivy League cactus. I saw it as dignified, silent, stoic, and out of place. I drew it again and again. One day, as I arrived with my notebook and pens, the cactus said, "Where have you been?" in that same irritable, resentful tone. I was surprised. It hadn't spoken since the first day, and this time I really felt as if it had spoken aloud. I said to the cactus, "What do you care? You haven't said one word to me. Why should I hang around all day in the hot sun waiting for you to say something?" Because I was defensive. I felt I had been criticized. The cactus didn't reply. Immediately I regretted my words. Boy, I thought, now I've blown it. After days and days of waiting, the cactus finally speaks, and I immediately attack it because I feel defensive, and now it won't talk anymore. My one chance, and I blew it. "I'm sorry I yelled at you." No answer from the cactus. I wasn't going to ask it to forgive me. That was too much, for a grown man to ask a cactus for forgiveness. On the other hand, maybe if I did, it would speak again. I really wanted to know what it had to say. "Will you forgive me?" No answer. Hardball from the cactus. Well, maybe it would reveal something more in drawings. So I drew it again. And today, I seemed able to see the injury to the cactus particularly clearly. I felt that the injury had been caused by a person who had scraped the cactus in passing, a preoccupied person who wasn't watching where he was going, a person who had cursed the cactus when he got a few thorns for his mistake. But the cactus had been hurt far more than the passer-by. I noticed that the cactus had experienced a twisted development for several years following this injury, but that afterward it had grown straight above the injury and perhaps a little stronger for its tribulation. I thought the injury had toughened the cactus, made it a better cactus. I also thought that, although the cactus had recovered physically, it was still psychologically defensive and guarded. I thought the cactus tended to be judgmental. The fact that the cactus would attract me and then refuse to speak suggested that he might be a little hysterical. The cactus had not allowed his mental development to catch up to his physical development. A roadrunner came by and hung around me while I was drawing the cactus. He was a comical bird, and his presence made me feel good, even if the cactus still refused to talk. From then on, whenever I visited the cactus, I had a funny, dissociated attitude. On the one hand, I could not escape the sense that I was projecting onto the cactus, an Ivy League cactus. Who was I kidding? But on the other hand, I was having an interesting time seeing this cactus as separate from me. And certainly, I was attracted to it again and again. Brew had warned us that a great deal of projection would take place among members of the group since we didn't know one another. We should be alert to what we felt about other people, what we liked and didn't like, because those feelings were likely to be our own projection and we should own them. Often in the afternoons a group of us would walk in the desert. On the first day we were walking along and a woman said to me, "Are you angry?" "No," I said. "I feel you're very angry." "Well, I'm not." I was actually having a really nice time and was in the best of moods. I thought, projection. Interesting. She's evidently an angry woman. I'll have to keep an eye on her. Brew was particularly interested in what he termed energy work. He had discovered by meditation and medical experience that there was a kind of energy in the human body unknown to medical science. This energy tended to be focused in spots located on the body. He had mapped these spots and later discovered that they corresponded roughly to the chakras of Indian yogic belief. I knew something about chakras. In tantric yoga, for example, it was thought that the vital force, or prana, was distributed through the body along 7 junction points, or chakras. These chakras located in the midline of the body. The first 2 chakras were located in the groin, the third in the solar plexus, beneath the ribs, the fourth over the heart, the 5th on the throat, the 6th at the forehead, and the 7th at the top of the head. The chakras were thought to bridge the everyday physical body and the astral body of emotions and feelings. Each chakra had a characteristic color and a characteristic function. The first 2 chakras were concerned with primitive survival and sexuality. The third chakra involved the sense of worldly self, a very highly developed chakra in the West. The fourth, or heart, chakra was the source of unconditional love. The 5th, or throat chakra, was concerned with creativity. The 6th, or third eye, with bodily secretions, intellect, and the higher self, and the 7th, or crown chakra, with cosmic consciousness. Sensitive people were said to be able to see these chakras, generally perceiving them as swirling spots of colored light. Each of these chakras could be awakened. The energy flowing between the chakras could be balanced. And there was a very dramatic form of energy called kundalini energy that sometimes aroused and alarmed people when they awakened their chakras. All this and a great deal more was believed about the chakras. Of course, the yogic concept of a body energy following specific pathways over the body was not so different from the Chinese concept of qi energy in being distributed along acupuncture meridians, and I was aware that acupuncture worked. But I did not believe that because acupuncture worked, its theoretical framework was therefore correct. And I had always regarded chakras as a sort of metaphysical delusion. Of course, it might be helpful to think of the breath as drawing in the life force, which was then distributed through the body along a series of energy points. That might make metaphorical sense, as an aid to meditation, a way to visualize what was going on. But I didn't consider chakras real in the same way as the heart and arteries and nerves were real. Yet here was a physician saying that chakras were absolutely real, and that there were many other energy points on the body as well, over the spleen, the nipples, the knees and toes, and so on. That this energy could be felt by anybody, easily, that it could be seen as well. That disturbances in health could appear as disturbances of this body energy. That body energy was a tremendous force for healing. That the energy could be transferred from one person to another by touching or laying on hands. Brew believed all this. I was unconvinced, to say the least. To begin, Brew announced that he would do energy work on each of us. He did the seminar in 2 groups. Since I was in the afternoon group, I could watch what happened to the morning group. Soft music played. The people receiving energy lay on massage tables. Brew's assistants, who had been to the conference before, touched the people on the tables in ways that were supposed to activate their chakras and balance their body energy. Then Brew walked from table to table, spending about 5 minutes at each. He held his hands over different parts of people's bodies, and then moved on. After he had finished, the people lay on the tables for a while covered with blankets. Eventually, they would get up and leave the room. That was all there was to it. It was incredibly undramatic. I had anticipated some violence, some tension and shaking and wrenching, the way faith healers worked on television. But Brew just quietly moved from one person to the next, and the individuals receiving the energy didn't gasp or jump. They just lay there on the tables. So there wasn't much to see, to observe about this energy work. The only thing I noticed was that the atmosphere in the room got thick. Sitting in that room was like sitting at the bottom of a jar of honey. You felt immersed in something dense and thick. It was very peaceful and pleasant to be there. Nobody was supposed to talk about his or her experience, so I didn't know what happened to the first group. They walked around and smiled, and I noticed that they tended to disappear from the group after the energy work, but I couldn't tell anything in particular. My turn came in the afternoon. I lay on the table while the assistants worked on my body. What I noticed was that they would touch a limb at, say, the knee and the ankle, and for a while it just felt like somebody had placed a hand on your knee and your ankle. Then, after a minute or two, a sensation of warmth would suddenly spread up and down my lower leg. As soon as that happened, the assistants would go on to another part of the body, say the knee and the hip, and wait until the warmth occurred again. Sometimes this spreading warmth was accompanied by a little twitch in the limb, but usually not. In any case, the assistants seemed able to tell when the warmth began, because they immediately moved to another part of my body. As more and more of my body was treated in this way, I drifted into a deep relaxation, close to sleep. I was vaguely aware of Brew standing over me. He held his hands a few inches from my body, and they were noticeably hot. It was exactly as if somebody were holding a hot iron over my body. I was surprised at first by the intensity of it, but in my relaxed condition I couldn't really pay attention. It was all as if I were dreaming. I drifted off to sleep. After a while someone touched my shoulder and whispered that I was finished, and I could leave if I wanted to. It was dinner time. I got off the table and walked outside. There were oleanders in bloom, explosions of oleanders along the path. The sun was setting on the red mountains. Everything was glowing and alive and vivid. I wandered through the oleanders and came upon a little playground. I'd been at the Institute for nearly a week, and this playground was right by the path, but I'd never noticed it before. I sat on a swing and rocked back and forth. I felt incredibly benign. I got lost on my way to the dining room. When I arrived, I discovered I was not hungry, but it was nice to look at the food. Everything looked nice. I could stare at a cut strawberry for an hour, noticing the patterns, the colors. Or bread. A slice of bread was fascinating to look at. Everybody looked wonderful, too, even though I didn't want to talk. My sensations were too immediate, too compelling to be reduced to conversation. I became aware of my glasses, artificial frames that stood between me and the world, so I took my glasses off. I could see all right without them, and I was much happier to be rid of this barrier. Then it began to dawn on me what all this was. Bothered by his glasses, doesn't want to talk, not hungry but likes to look at food, gets lost in familiar surroundings, discovers new things under his nose, finds the world extremely vivid. I was demonstrating all the characteristics of a psychedelic experience, but I hadn't taken any drug. This vivid feeling lasted for 2 days and slowly faded. A few people began to have mystical experiences. The news flashed around the dining room table. So-and-so had had a vision. So-and-so had heard voices. Inevitably, all this took on a competitive aspect. Brew himself had said that we were all on our own paths, and that we should not compare our experiences. But we did. At least I did. How could I help it? I had come here to have some mystical experiences, and all around me other people were having very dramatic experiences, Joan of Arc-type experiences, and I wasn't. I was just pretending to have an occasional line of dialogue with a cactus. That was the extent of it. I was jealous. Let's face it, to have a mystical experience is a sign of favor from God. Everybody knows that. And I wasn't getting any favors. It really made me feel bad. One night during a coffee break in the cafeteria, when we were having coffee and fig Newtons, A psychiatrist named Judith said, "During the session tonight I could see everybody's aura." "Is that right?" I said, backing away from her slightly. One more person having a mystical experience, a psychiatrist seeing auras. "Yes," Judith said. She was smiling and happy. "Have you seen anything like that?" "No," I said, miserable. "What did they look like?" "All different colors, mostly yellow and white. I can still see them." "Now?" I said. "Here in the cafeteria?" "Yes, I see everybody's aura. Sarah's is yellow and pink," she said, nodding to a woman next to us. "Yellow and pink? How far out does it go?" I said. "About a foot from her head." I held my hand over Sarah's head. "This far out?" "No, not so far." I moved my hand down toward Sarah's head slowly. And suddenly I felt warmth. Surprised, I stopped my hand. "There," Judith said, "right there." I could feel it. I ran my hand over Sarah's head. I could feel a distinct contour of warmth. It was as if she had an invisible warm afro that extended out about a foot beyond her hair. I ran my hand along this contour. I felt a sort of lump on the left side. "The aura goes out further on the left side," Judith said, nodding. "Like a bump, yes." I went around the room, feeling above people's heads. The minute my hand felt the invisible warm contour, Judith would say, "There." We repeated it again and again with different people. I was terrifically excited, like a kid with a new toy, a new discovery. I didn't think about it, I just kept doing it. Then I began to wonder, what does this mean? What am I feeling when I lower my hand? Am I actually feeling an aura? Is there such a thing as an aura? Because I thought auras were metaphysical delusions, too. I got a little paranoid. Perhaps Judith was taking a visual cue from me, saying, "There," when she saw my hand stop. So the next time I stopped my hand above the warmth. "Come on," Judith said. "It's not out there." I lowered my hand until I felt the warmth. There. And suddenly I was panicked. I thought, this can't be happening. I have no explanation for this. It was impossible, but it was happening anyway. I didn't know what to do with my experience. I didn't think I was crazy. I could feel this warm contour, just as distinctly as you can feel hot bath water when you put your hand into it. You know when your hand is in bath water and when it's not. There's no mistaking it. It's a physical phenomenon. Your hand will get warm and wet even if you don't believe in bath water. What I felt now was every bit as clear and unambiguous. But I had no idea what it was. I was frantic to explain it. Yet I knew I couldn't explain it. So I just gave up. It was a reproducible phenomenon that I couldn't explain. As far as I knew, nobody could explain it. But it was real anyway. And if I had had a psychotic break some time after dinner, did I believe that Judith had had one too, so that we now agreed on phenomena that weren't really there? No. It was real, all right. Something cracked in my way of looking at things. I had to accept this experience, so I did. I thought, maybe I'll figure it out later. Meantime, I just would have to live with it. Walking in the desert during the afternoons, 2 more people on separate occasions asked me if I was angry or upset. I couldn't understand why. Nobody ever asked me if I was angry at other times, just walking in the desert. So if these people were projecting onto me, they were doing it in a pretty odd way. What was going on? The conference continued. We were assigned meditative exercises. One was to send unconditional love and forgiveness to everyone in your life whom you hadn't forgiven. We were to envision the people standing before us, and then send love and forgiveness and release them. I discovered I had a long list of people to forgive. It was startling how long the list was. I was also startled to see who I could envision and forgive quickly, and who was hard to visualize, hard to forgive. My mind would wander when I tried to forgive these difficult cases. I took days to work through my list. Everybody else had gone on to other things, and I was still forgiving people. I thought, what a cluttered life I have, carrying all these grudges around with me. It was a relief to get rid of my old animosities, but it was often accompanied by deep sadness. After I discovered I could feel auras, I relaxed a little about having mystical experiences. And then I had more experiences, although none turned out the way I imagined. For example, I heard voices. One hot afternoon I was sitting in the meditation room. There were a couple of experienced meditators there, people who immediately dropped into the lotus position and looked peaceful and serene. I hadn't meditated much before, and I found the positions uncomfortable. I kept shifting around. It was hard for me. Suddenly, I heard a booming voice. It seemed to be inside my head, vibrating the bones of my skull, and also inside the room, like a great loudspeaker. The voice was full and resonant and echoing like the voice of God. The voice said, "Jill St. John." I snapped my eyes open. I was sure everybody else in the room must have heard it too, but the others were all sitting in the lotus position, peaceful, not moving. Nobody had heard the voice but me. What could the voice mean? I had met Jill St. John once, but I didn't know her, and hearing her name didn't suggest anything in particular to me. It wasn't as if the voice had said, "Go west, young man," or "Write your congressman," or something that you could do anything about. So I thought, boy, I heard a voice, but now I can't tell anybody, because it said this mundane thing. It said, "Jill St. John." But I was so excited to have heard a voice at all, I told people anyway. You know, I heard a voice today. Really? Yes. It was big and booming and seemed to fill the universe. That's great. What did it say? It's personal. I wanted a vision, too. I mean, why not have the whole thing of a desert retreat, voices and visions? I was greedy for spiritual experiences. I wanted more. But no vision came to me. I sat out in the desert and observed a lot of heat convection waves and mirages, but no vision. One day at lunch we were talking about the fact that whenever we did energy work, Brew always insisted that we begin by imagining a protective cocoon or shield around ourselves to protect us from any harmful aspects of the work. I wondered if this ritual shielding was really important. Eileen, a woman from Alaska who had done a lot of energy work, said, "Sure, it's important." "It is? Sure. All that stuff is important. It's just like fluffing your aura." "What do you mean, fluffing your aura?" "Haven't you ever fluffed your aura?" Eileen said, surprised. "No." "But you know how it's done." "I can't begin to imagine." "Well, you know, you get all the accumulated stuff out of the aura that shouldn't be there, and once it's clean, you sort of fluff it up, make it fluffy and nice." "Oh." I thought this was about as ridiculous as anything could be. I imagined beauty parlors of the future. Get your hair and nails done, and an aura fluff all for one price. New Age maintenance. Eileen had to be pulling my leg. "Here, stand up, I'll do it for you." "Do I need it?" She eyed me critically. "Well, it wouldn't hurt." Just what they always say in beauty parlors. I stood up in the middle of the cafeteria, and Eileen formed her fingers into claws and raked her hands down my body, about a foot away from my skin, just as if she were combing invisible fur. At the end of each combing motion, she'd quickly shake her hands clean and comb again. Finally, she held her hands palms upward and made little pushing motions, exactly as if I were covered in cotton wool and she wanted to fluff it up. I watched, fascinated. But already I could feel a difference. It was almost like taking a bath. I felt cleaned up, spruced up, fluffed up. The other people watched and tried to suppress giggles. At the end they said, "Well, Michael, how does it feel to have your aura fluffed?" "I hate to tell you," I said, "but I notice a difference." "You don't." "I do," I said. "Of course you do," Eileen said. "Somebody fluffs your aura, of course you'll feel it." So then all the people in the cafeteria began fluffing their auras, and eventually we stopped making any kind of jokes about body energy. Midway through the conference, Brew announced we would have 2 days of fasting and silence. I had never fasted before, and I was looking forward to the experience. Also, I wanted to stay out in the desert for a while, and I knew if there were meals, I would come back for them. I just would. So 2 days of fasting and silence sounded liberating to me, and it was. I slept in the desert and stayed out there and drew pictures. I had a fine time, but I made some surprising discoveries. The first was that I talked to myself in the desert. I walked along with a constant stream of grunts and curses as I stubbed my toe or scrambled over a rock. No wonder people thought I was angry. Just listen to me swear and groan. I had been entirely unaware that I was doing it. In fact, I found it difficult to stop and to walk through the desert in silence. On the second night of fasting, I woke up in the desert in the middle of the night. I looked up at the sky, and I saw that all the stars of the Milky Way had been rearranged like skywriting into a single giant word, followed by an exclamation point that filled the bowl of the sky. Hi. I was finally seeing a vision. I was excited. I thought, this is great. This means that the universe is looking down at me and saying, "Hi." It means I am integrated with the universe and all is one. Fabulous. I waited for the vision to go away, but it didn't. I looked down at my sleeping bag, then looked back. The sky still said, "Hi." I was very pleased with myself. A really nice, stable vision. Then I thought, the sky only looks like this because of the way I am sleeping. If I were turned around, it wouldn't say that at all. It would say, "Eh," with an upside-down exclamation point, as in Spanish. That "eh" seemed to convey indifference, like, "Eh? Who cares?" So maybe I was really seeing a vision of cosmic indifference. With that, I went back to sleep. The next morning, I left my camp and went off to sketch in the desert. After a few hours, I headed back to camp. I couldn't find the camp. The desert had become absolutely unfamiliar to me, and then I realized I couldn't find the institute either. I was lost. I am never lost. My inner sense of geography is good. Yet here I was, alone in the desert and unable to find my camp or the institute. It took a while for me to realize that with the high mountains at my left shoulder, the institute had to be on my right. I climbed the hills to the right and saw the institute. Then where was my camp? I spent another hour looking for my camp. When I finally found it, I saw from my footprints that I had walked all around it for an hour, but hadn't seen it. Perhaps the fasting was affecting me more than I realized. Toward the evening, I began to feel filled with tremendous energy. It was almost overwhelming, this tingling, rushing sense of energy. I was restless. I drew pictures in my book and made notes long into the night. Finally, around midnight, I got into bed and lay there for a while, wide awake. I thought, this is ridiculous, I'll never get to sleep. So I got up again and drew for several more hours. What I recorded while in the grip of this energy seemed terrifically silly. I was preoccupied with cacti, and I recorded all kinds of giddy foolishness in my notebook. I wrote poetry from the viewpoint of a cactus. I wrote cactus philosophy. I also drew designer cactus fashions, a history of cactus religion, cactus comics, the sayings of Chairman Cactus, all profusely illustrated, page after page of silly stuff, long into the night. The next day I mentioned to someone that I had experienced all this energy. He questioned me closely about it. Then he said, "I think that was Kundalini energy." I knew about Kundalini energy. It was a serious, powerful energy occasionally experienced by yogic adepts after years of preparatory meditation. No, I said. It wasn't the Kundalini energy. How do you know? Because I spent all my time drawing cactus comics. People were having a great variety of psychological experiences during the conference. You'd run into people in the desert or on the paths going to and from the dining room, and sometimes they were happy, but sometimes they were upset or crying about something. A few people were always the same. One guy was always mad. I began to avoid him, taking another route if I saw him coming down the path, because he was always the same. He was stuck. It wasn't interesting to be around him. One night Brew played some music I hated. Hated! I thought it was stupid music. I was enraged that I had to listen to it. The music was ridiculous and banal. This music was beneath me. I was steaming when the music was over. I was in a fury. I complained loudly about the music. I wasn't the only one who thought it was stupid. Other heads in the group were nodding as I spoke. I was right. Idiotic music. Brew pointed out to me that the music was simply there, a sequence of sounds, and I had the choice of finding something interesting about it or being annoyed about it, but that I should know, I had a choice. And the group conversation moved on to other areas. But I was still mad. Brew hadn't dealt with my objections. He hadn't really responded to my feelings at all. He'd just mentioned them and moved on, leaving me behind. I couldn't get out of my rage. I was stuck. At the break, when everyone went for coffee, I went off by myself and cried. I was having a tantrum, like a child. I remained angry for a couple of days. During this time, I complained to everybody who would listen. I was convinced of the rightness of my rage. They all seemed to be sympathetic. And then I noticed that people were avoiding me. They would see me on the path and take another route. I thought, no kidding. They're avoiding me. I've become a bore. So then I had to deal with some ideas I had about being special and unique. Ideas about status and education and the right things. And finally I could drop my anger and be in a good mood again, and people stopped avoiding me. But you never knew when the emotional storms would strike. Some people found they were terrified of the desert and couldn't set foot in it. Some people couldn't be alone. Some people couldn't talk in front of the whole group. Some people couldn't stand their roommates. Some people couldn't stop thinking about the outside world and the news they weren't hearing. Some people couldn't be part of a group. They had to be leaders. Some people cried during the 2 days of fasting. Some people couldn't handle 2 days of silence. Some people always needed to sit next to Brew. It was ultimately reassuring to see all the different things that snagged people. It made you less harsh with yourself. We were all in this together. What difference did it make that I cried because I didn't like the music, and someone else cried because he couldn't eat during the fast? Neither thing was better or worse. These were all just examples of getting stuck, making yourself miserable by your opinions and beliefs. As if protecting your opinions was more important than having a fresh experience and rolling with the punches. Brew continued his energy work. He had developed a series of exercises to teach us to feel the chakras, to identify the different ways that energy could feel, to give energy to other people, and to receive it ourselves. This turned out to be quite easy to do. If you stand beside a person who lies on his back and move the palm of your hand slowly down the midline of his body, about a foot above the skin, you will feel some distinct warm spots. These are the chakras. Sometimes the chakras don't feel warm, but tingly and breezy instead, as if the body had little fans that blew breezes up against your hand. You need to be relaxed to feel the chakras, but it isn't a special or spiritual kind of relaxation. It isn't a difficult state to hit. You just need to calm down for a few seconds before you begin. It requires about as much calming as you would need to thread a needle. Most people discover that one hand is more sensitive to energy than the other, and most people find after a while they can't feel anything in their hand anymore. They need to snap their wrist a few times, as you would to shake off water droplets. Then sensitivity returns. And since metal interrupts the energy, you don't want your subject wearing a big metal belt buckle over the second chakra, or a metal pendant lying right over the heart chakra. In fact, it's odd how we have designed jewelry to cover our chakras. Crowns, tiaras, chokers, necklaces, pendants, and belt buckles are all located at chakra positions. Again, I noticed that when energy work is done, the air gets thick. It's a very agreeable sensation, like sitting in a kitchen where bread is baking. Pleasant in that way. And it turns out that energy findings are objective. Two people can scan a third, and they will agree on the findings. Third chakra hot, fourth displaced, fifth cool, and so on. You can do your investigations separately, write down your findings separately, and then compare notes if you want to. There isn't any delusion. It is absolutely clear that this body energy is a genuine phenomenon of some kind. You didn't have to be in the mood to feel it. You didn't have to be a meditating saint. You didn't have to believe in it. You just had to calm down and then hold your hand out over somebody's body. In fact, the body energy was so clearly genuine, so stable and straightforward, that the most common reaction of people in our group was, "Why hasn't anybody told us about this before?" It was easy to feel the energy. Brew said that you could see it as well. One day he called for the windows to be darkened, and we pulled out dark blue cloths, set them on the ground, held our hands over the cloth, and squinted. We could see the energy. It was odd. I realized I had seen it as a child, but had dismissed it as some sort of optical illusion. You can see the energy most easily against a dark surface under low illumination. The level of illumination is critical, which seems to be why squinting helps. The energy looks like streaks of yellow mist extending beyond your fingertips. The mist is strongest close to the fingertips and dissipates farther out. It looks like yellow fuzz around your fingers. You need to relax to see the energy, as you need to relax to feel it. If you are panicky, you may not get it right away. It's subtle, but then, as with so many perceptual things, once you see it, you know what to look for. It's much easier after that. At first, I still thought that I was seeing some kind of illusion. But other people can see your energy and talk about it, so it can't be an illusion. After I could see the energy, I was fooling around, cupping my hands together to make a ball of yellow energy between them, that sort of thing, trying different things. I was sitting opposite another person, and I thought, I'll try to send energy to him. Immediately, I saw the yellow mist shoot out in long streaks from my fingertips to the chest of the other person. And a third person nearby said, "Look, it's going right into his chest." So in the end, I had to accept the energy as real. Brew gave us tarot decks. I had a great resistance to these medieval fortune-telling cards. I couldn't believe a physician, a scientifically trained person, would waste our time with such foolish superstition. But Brew had already demonstrated the validity of body energy, so I decided to go along with him on the cards. He said, "Shuffle through the pack and pick out the card you like best, and the card you like least." I liked the Three of Swords least and the Magician best. My choices seemed straightforward. Some of the cards were clearly more attractive than others, and some were clearly unattractive. There was a range of personal choice, but it wasn't limitless. You'd have to be a pretty strange person to choose Death or the Hanged Man as your favorite card. Or a pretty odd person to dislike the Lovers or the Ten of Cups. So I didn't perceive much real choice. Brew said, "Now imagine that the card you like least is the card you like best. Say what is good in the card you like least and what is bad in the card you like best." I found this reversal impossible to do. The Three of Swords depicted a red heart pierced by 3 swords, against a background of storm clouds and gray rain. I couldn't see anything in it but pain, suffering, and heartbreak. I couldn't perceive it as a good card in any way. People sitting next to me helped. Someone suggested there wasn't any blood, so it was a clean cut. Someone else said it was a decisive card, cutting to the heart of the matter. The rain was cleansing. The 3 swords were balanced, each penetrating the center. The swords formed a stable tripod. The card had a finality to it, a sense of termination. The storm would pass. The card could be seen as intellect taking charge of emotion, which could be good, and so on. I thought I was beginning to get the hang of it. Now I looked at the Magician, my favorite card, and tried to see it as bad. The Magician showed a young man in a white robe standing before a variety of articles, confidently holding a wand high. He had an infinity sign like a halo over his head. I thought he was a powerful, good, white-robed person. But I couldn't see the card differently. I couldn't see it as bad. Again, people had to help me. The Magician looked young and frivolous. He was a show-off, a trickster. He did not seem serious. He appeared self-involved and showy, insincere. His spotless white robe indicated he didn't do any honest hard work, he just did magic. His wand was actually a candle being burned at both ends, proof of a dissolute life. His infinity sign meant he could never get down to business. All in all, the Magician was a hopeless case of form over substance, appearances over reality. Hearing this, I wondered why I had ever seen the Magician as a positive card. It had so many evident negative features. Brew talked about the value of being able to see a card or a life situation from all sides, to see the good and the bad, and not to consider the thing itself as possessing either goodness or badness. He talked about how people became rigid when they assigned fixed values to things. Then he suggested that the purpose of the tarot was to allow our unconscious free play as we inspected these ancient images. Since the cards themselves were neither good nor bad, how we saw them told us a great deal about the state of our unconscious minds, and in that lay their value. This made a lot of sense to me, since I had already concluded that most of our actions were determined by our unconscious, not our conscious minds. Now, by viewing the cards as a window into your unconscious, you were obliged to give them as much power as you gave the unconscious. If you thought your unconscious could see into the future, and certainly some people could see into the future, then the tarot cards could help your unconscious do that. If you thought the unconscious was primarily of psychological importance, then the tarot was a valuable tool for psychological insight. Since the tarot worked by interacting with the unconscious, it also followed that it didn't make any difference what layout you used, or whether you made your own layout. If you said, "The next card I draw will represent my feelings about the future," then, by definition, the next card would, because the unconscious would interpret it that way. So I accepted the tarot, and dutifully worked with the cards, but I never really liked them. Tarot cards always felt to me like somebody else's dream. Next, Brew introduced the I Ching, a Chinese method of divination in which you toss 3 coins 6 times do a calculation, then look up the answer in a text. The procedure seemed mathematical and needlessly complicated, and when you got to the text it was often not helpful. Someone does indeed increase him. Even 10 tortoises cannot oppose. Or, the well must be repaired before drawing water. It was hard to make sense of that. Yet despite these drawbacks, I was attracted to the I Ching. At first I thought I liked the I Ching because the mathematical aspects appealed to me more than other kinds of divination. Later I thought it was because I was verbally oriented and the I Ching's interpretation was textual. Later I thought that I simply enjoyed reading the book, browsing through it. Eventually I decided that all these things were true. Of course, the basic mechanism of the I Ching had to be the same as the mechanism of the tarot, to provide an ambiguous stimulus to the unconscious mind. The text answers of the I Ching are as ambiguous as the visual images of the tarot. In fact, the traditional scientific complaint about the I Ching, that the line readings could mean anything, started to make sense to me. Of course the line readings could mean anything. That was exactly what was desired. A neutral Rorschach for the unconscious to interpret. If the line readings were unambiguous, then there would be no unconscious involvement. The interpretation would be entirely conscious. And then there really would be a credibility problem. How could a 2,500-year-old Chinese book tell you the answer to your modern Western question? The very idea is absurd. Because, of course, the book can't tell you the answer. The book doesn't have that power. You do. You can answer your own question. You already know the answer if you can just gain access to it. And in the end, your unconscious mind does answer your own question. And that is why many people, including Carl Jung and the Chinese scholar John Blofeld, have been struck by the specific, personal quality of the answer that is provided. The purpose of the I Ching, or the tarot, then, is to help you get access to yourself, by providing ambiguity for you to interpret. And this quality of ambiguity is shared with nearly all other forms of divination. Cast artifacts, or entrails, or weather formations, or events such as the flight of birds, that one could choose either to see as omens or to ignore. The very thing that makes these divination techniques seem so unscientific is what makes it possible for them to work. Toward the end of the second week, I began to think of leaving. I wasn't the only one. Several of us talked about what we would do when we finally went home. Personally, I longed for a Big Mac. As soon as this conference was over, I was driving down the road and buying a big, disgusting, unhealthy, unspiritual hamburger. I couldn't wait. On the final day of the conference, I visited the cactus to say goodbye. The cactus was just sitting there. It wouldn't speak to me. I said I appreciated what it had shown me and I had enjoyed spending time with it, which wasn't exactly true because I had felt frustrated a lot of the time, but I thought it was more or less true. The cactus made no reply. Then I realized that from its position in the garden, the cactus could never see the sun set. The cactus had been years in that position and had been deprived of seeing sunsets. I burst into tears. The cactus said, "It's been good having you here with me." Then I really cried. On the drive home, I couldn't find a McDonald's anywhere. Finally, I passed a Marie Callender's. I went inside and ordered a chili burger and French fries and a Coke, and a piece of pie. But when the food came, it seemed rich and heavy. I didn't finish it. It wasn't what I wanted after all. Back home, I was shocked to see how beautiful my house was. I lived on the beach at Malibu, but I had long ago stopped looking at the view and complained about the traffic instead. Now I was astonished that I lived in such a breathtakingly beautiful place. At the office, I turned on my word processor and the letters on the screen flashed on and off like a neon sign. At first I thought the computer was broken. Then I realized I was seeing the screen refresh itself. That happens all the time, but normally we're not aware of it, as we're not aware that light bulbs blink on and off 60 times each second. I looked at the screen and thought, this is a remarkable perception. But I don't know if I can work with a screen that blinks like this. Later I learned this perception was a commonly reported consequence of meditation. In a few days it faded away. For a while after I returned home I felt wonderfully alive. But then the emotional high of the 2 weeks faded. It all just drifted away, the way any vacation decays from consciousness. I felt discouraged. I hadn't really made any real progress, any substantial gains. The energy work was real, the meditations were real, but what good was it if you couldn't maintain the high and apply it to your daily life? What had it all amounted to in the end? Just another illusion. Summer camp for adults. A lot of New Age mumbo-jumbo. Meanwhile, I had practical matters to occupy me. A relationship of 2 years came to an end. My work was not satisfying. I needed to move my office. My secretary was begging to be fired. I fired her. It wasn't until much later that I looked back and saw that within 8 months of returning from the desert, I had changed my relationships, my residence, my work, my diet, my habits, my interests, my exercise, my goals. In fact, just about everything in my life that could be changed. These changes were so sweeping that I couldn't see what was happening while I was in the midst of them. And there was another change, too. I've become very fond of cacti, and I always have some around, wherever I live. Jamaica. In 1982, I ended my 2-year relationship with Terry, a securities lawyer who worked for the SEC in New York and Los Angeles. But after a few months of separation, we drifted back together in a vague and tentative way, and since Christmas was coming up, we decided to take a trip to Jamaica together, with some other friends. We rented a beautiful house in Ocho Rios, on the North Shore. The house was idyllic, set on a hilltop surrounded by flowers and hummingbirds. But despite the warm weather and the pleasant surroundings, Terry and I felt even further estranged as the days went on. Terry was angry at me for leaving her in the first place, and here in Jamaica she was even more angry because she could see that our reunion was not working out and that eventually I would leave again. This became an unspoken issue between us. We conducted our days, going on excursions, taking rafting trips and boat rides, and so on, without reference to what would happen after the vacation was over and we returned home. Part of the time we were visited by my friend Kurt and Terry's friend Ellen, so the pressure was reduced for a while. But finally we were alone again, the vacation was drawing to a close, and the inevitable separation was at hand. Before we left Jamaica, I wanted to go to Spanish Town in the south, where I had learned there was a new museum of early Jamaican artifacts. For many years I had been working on a book about 17th century Jamaica, and now I wanted to visit this museum. Terry said she would like to come too. On a clear sunny day we set off to drive over the Blue Mountains, heading south. Jamaica is one of the most beautiful countries in the world, and it looked especially lovely that morning. The mountain road was spectacular and twisting, and I had to pay attention to the driving, but I felt wonderful. Pretty soon Terry said she wanted to talk about us and about our future together. I didn't. I felt that would only provoke an argument. But when I demurred, Terry pressed. Why didn't I want to talk about it? What was the problem with talking about it? And pretty soon we had the argument anyway, and were both angry. The core issue was that Terry didn't want to break up, and I did. I have never understood this particular romantic impasse, in which one person is dissatisfied while the other person claims not to be dissatisfied at all. I just don't get it. I always thought that if one person is dissatisfied, the other person must also be dissatisfied. It didn't seem possible to me that the other person could honestly feel satisfied. For example, hubby is stomping around the house irritated all the time, and wifey is saying, "Isn't everything great? I think everything's just great." But how can she say that? Why is it great? Who wants to live with a permanently irritated hubby? What is he irritated about in the first place? Why isn't she reacting to this irritation? What's really going on here? Nothing good as far as I can tell, nothing healthy. I finally decided that people handled the pain of breaking up by adopting stereotypic roles. There was the role of the leaver and the role of the left, the role of the complainer and the role of the sufferer, the role of the accuser and the role of the accused, and so on. These roles weren't adopted with any particular reference to what was really going on. They were just accepted and familiar social roles, like the roles you saw on soap operas. Sort of the psychological equivalent of the cheap plastic costumes they sell kids on Halloween. Ready-made roles, not individually tailored to the people or created by them for themselves. Now, Terry and I were having precisely this sort of stereotypic interaction, driving over the mountains toward Spanish Town that morning. I was cast in the role of the dissatisfied man, and she was playing the role of placating woman in the face of the dissatisfied man. There were long silences in the car while we drove. The landscape, which was previously lush, now seemed overgrown and thick. Terry, sitting beside me, was sullen and withdrawn. After quaint Ocho Rios, Spanish Town was startling in its sprawl and squalor. A shanty town west of Kingston, it was poor, colorful, and charged with menace. There were no tourists here. Indeed, there were no whites at all. The black faces that stared at us were dull and hostile. I had been in Jamaica in 1973 and had experienced an uncomfortable hostility toward tourists. Now I had that same sensation once again. I stopped at a petrol station to have the tank filled. The attendant came over to the car. He had a sour expression. "Nice watch," he said, looking at my wristwatch. "Thanks," I said, immediately pulling my arm inside the car. My watch was an old plastic Casio. I didn't know what the big deal was or why he seemed to like it. "Pull up, please." The attendant reached through the window, stuck his hand in front of my face, and snapped his fingers. "Keys." "The gas tank lock." I gave him the keys, and he went away. "Jesus," I said, controlling my temper. "Very nice," Terry said, nodding, "an ambassador for his country." While the attendant filled the tank, several loitering black men came over and stood around the car, peering in at me and at Terry. Their expressions were sullen and angry. They didn't speak. They just walked around the car and looked. "What are they looking at?" Terry said, growing agitated. "Who knows?" One of the men kicked a tire in front of the car. The others looked to see what we would do. We didn't do anything. After a moment, Terry said, "You don't think anything would happen here?" "No, I don't think so." And I didn't think so. These men no doubt enjoyed frightening us, but I doubted very much that anything would happen. Still, the tension was unmistakably there, and I was glad when the attendant returned. I paid him for the gas, and we drove off. "This better be good, the reason you wanted to come here," Terry says as I pull out. "I told you it's research." "Well, it's certainly that." Now, Terry can, if she wants to, slip into her traveling investigator's mode and accept all sorts of difficulties with good-natured humor. But right now, she is annoyed at me, and so she's just sitting back, not helping me at all, letting me squirm. Within Spanish Town there are few street signs, and the map I have gotten from the tourist office is sketchy, listing only the main thoroughfares. Sometimes as I drive I see a green sign, Museum, with an arrow pointing, but as I follow streets they loop back on themselves. There are no further signs. Eventually, I see another sign pointing toward the museum in the opposite direction to the way I am now going. Everywhere the streets were crowded with people, traffic, belching buses, crying kids. According to the map, the museum I am trying to get to is near a cluster of formal government buildings: the courthouse, the archives, the post office. Eventually, I drive past a high white colonial building. I feel I am getting close. There is a large crowd of black men in front of this building. One street is blocked off. A policewoman directs traffic. I pull over to ask her help. "Move along, move along!" But, "Move along, I say!" I pull my car over to the side of the road, get out, and walk back to her. "Excuse me, I'm lost." "Yes, that's clear," in a sing-song voice, very irritating. I grind my teeth. "Can you help me? I'm looking for the museum." "No museum here." "Yes, there is a museum, the Historical Society Museum." "Not finished yet." "But where is it?" "I don't know, not here. That's obvious." All this time she is directing traffic, not looking at me. I am ready to kill her now. I've been driving in difficult traffic for almost an hour, trying to find my way around this city, and I finally come upon a policewoman, and she won't tell me anything. I know she is lying. The guidebook says the Historical Society Museum was finished the year before. I will have to find my own way. At least, I think, I can get her to help me orient myself now. "What's the building right here?" I say, pointing to the large white colonial building. "What does it look like? It's the courthouse, of course." "Courthouse?" I am suspicious. "Then why is it blocked off?" "These men are here for their court appearances. They are waiting for their appearances, but there is no room inside to house them. Now, get back in your car and move along." I go back to the car. Terry is waiting for me. I get in the car and slam the door. "God damn it," I say. "Never mind," Terry says. "Lester can help us." I turn. There is a black man in the back seat of the car. "Hello," he says. He looks about 25 years old, tall, muscular, and strong. He extends his hand for me to shake. "This is Lester," Terry says. I twist around in the car to shake Lester's hand. I am very uncomfortable to have this stranger in my car. "Lester's a guide," Terry says. "At least he says he is." "That's right, I can guide you," Lester says. "Anywhere you want to go." Lester doesn't look like a guide to me. A large knife scar runs down the side of his neck from his ear, disappearing beneath the collar of his shirt. His clothes are dirty. He smells of liquor. "Where did you meet Lester, Terry?" "He walked by the car while you were talking to the policewoman, and I asked him where the museum was, and he said he would guide us." I think, if he walked by the car, then he is part of this crowd of men outside the courthouse. He is waiting for a court appearance. This man is just what he looks like, a criminal. "It's nice of Lester to help," I say, "but I think we can do this by ourselves." "Really?" she says. "So far you've just driven in circles for an hour. Or did the policewoman tell you what you wanted to know?" "No," I admitted. "I think we need a guide if we're ever going to get out of this godforsaken town," Terry says. "Or were you planning on spending the night?" "I will guide you, I will," Lester says. He is saying other things, too, in a clipped Caribbean argot that is incomprehensible to me. Lester seems cheerful and friendly, but I don't like him. I don't like the knife scar on his neck. I don't like his manner, and I don't like the fact that he is ensconced in the back seat before I have had a chance to discuss it with Terry. But he's there all right, waiting. "Okay, Lester," I say. "Great. We want to go to the museum." "Yes, I will guide." "Where's the museum?" "Museum?" He looks completely blank. "Museum." He shakes his head. "Terry, I don't think Lester's a full-time guide, Terry." "Well, he said he was." I am thinking, Jesus Christ, will you look at this guy you let into our car? Now what are we going to do about— "Steady engine," Lester says in a sudden burst of words. "What?" "Steady you the engine," he repeats. "Start your engine," Terry translates. "Why?" I say. "You cannot park here, mon," Lester says. "The police book you if you stay here." In the mirror I see a policeman approaching our parked car. Lester has already spotted him, and that is why he is nervous. Good, I think. A policeman coming. We'll be rid of this Lester in no time at all. I sit back, do nothing. "Well, for God's sake, Michael," Terry says, "start the car." "No, What are you going to do, just sit here?" "I'm thinking." "About what? Let's get going." "Terry, I'd like to have a word with you in private about this whole situation. You wanted to go to the museum, that's why we came here. Fine. Lester will take you to the museum." Lester doesn't seem to know where. I know where, Lester says, suddenly very agitated. "Start your engine. Go left at the next turning." "And where is the museum?" I say, still hesitating. "Go left and I will guide you. The museum is very near, very near." I think that's right. According to the map, the museum must be very near here. "Only 2 blocks, Lester says. Terry is looking at me expectantly. I think, the policeman can come over and I can get this convict Lester out of the car. But I still have my original problem, which is to find the museum, with Terry glaring at me all the time. And meanwhile, Lester seems suddenly to have developed confidence about the location of the museum. What the hell? I'll drive a couple of blocks. I start the car, and we drive a short distance. Many streets in this area are blocked off, but Lester seems to know where he is going, directing me deftly. Whenever pedestrians block the street, he leans out the side window and shouts at them to get out of the way, and they look at him and then move quickly. Lester has a definite menace about him. "Stop the engine! Stop the engine! Park here!" I see we have made a loop and have returned very near the courthouse. We're on an odd side street, but I see no museum. "Lester, where is the museum?" I ask suspiciously. "There, mon," Lester says, pointing across the street. "Where?" "There! Right there, mon, you see the door." And then I see a small sign that says Museum and the hours. As we watch, a sunburned Scandinavian family in sun clothes, socks, and sandals emerges and sits on the steps. It's the museum, all right. "Thank God," Terry says, getting out of the car. She looks at me accusingly. "I'd say Lester did very well, wouldn't you?" Her whole manner implies that I am a suspicious, prejudiced son of a bitch, and that I have furthermore failed to acknowledge properly that it is only through her efforts that we have finally found this damned museum. And I am, in truth, a bit chagrined. I am relieved finally to be at the museum, and I may well have been mistaken about Lester. But as I get out of the driver's seat and move the seat so Lester can climb out from the back, as he stands up alongside me, I realize that I am not wrong at all. Lester is 6 feet 4 inches tall and powerfully built. He has another scar on the other side of his throat, and he has a strange tattoo on the back of his left hand, a box with an X in it. And although he is smiling and friendly at the moment, I have the distinct sense that Lester is mean. We head toward the museum. There is a 2-shilling entrance fee. "Well, Lester," I say, "thanks for guiding us." And I give him a 10-shilling note. "No, no," he says, holding up his hands. "Yes, yes," I say, "we appreciate your help, but now we're at the museum, and—" "No, no, I am coming with you, inside." "No, thank you, Lester." "Yes, yes." Terry says, "Will you pay his 2 shillings and be done with it?" So Lester comes inside with us. Once we are inside, it is clear Lester is no guide. The first exhibit displays some horse-drawn coaches from the 19th century. I ask Lester, "What are these?" "Old carts," he says, Wood and carts. I shoot Terry a look. She shrugs and moves off. She thinks Lester is fine. I can tell by her face, her gestures. She is rejecting my point of view on this. I would like to get Terry off alone, even for a few seconds, to whisper in her ear. But Lester has a way of positioning his body between me and Terry, so I can never grab her by the arm and get her away alone. It's all unspoken, but he's very skillful. And this part of the museum is deserted, no one around, not even a guard. We see several more exhibits, and Lester makes obvious or incorrect comments at each one. Terry still doesn't appear to notice. Next we come to exhibits of ceramics and china. Terry is interested in these. Lester, were these originally English china? Old plates, Lester says, pointing to the display. Yes, I know that, but are they English? No, not English. Jamaican, found here. And he gives Terry an irritable glance, as if he is losing patience with her. This is not the thing to do with Terry. We come to another room, and there are some people there, other tourists. We are no longer alone. Terry says, I don't think Lester is a guide. Really? I'll tell you what he is. He's a convict. Oh, for God's sake, Michael, you and your imagination. Yes? You see his scars? And what was he doing there by the courthouse today? Did you ask yourself that? He's not a convict, Terry says. But he's not a very good guide, and I think you should get rid of him. Well, I tried to. Let's not argue about it. Let's just get rid of him, okay? We look over. Lester has been standing across the room looking at a display case, but from the way his body is positioned, I can tell he has overheard us. Lester turns and smiles. Ready to go? Yes, Terry says. As we move through the other exhibit rooms, there are always other people around, other tourists, and we feel better, but not much better. Jesus, aren't there any guards in this place? Terry says finally. No, I say. We haven't seen a guard since we entered. No money for guards, Lester says. Same as in prison. In prison? Terry says. She's spooked. Lester decides to talk to her, ignoring me. He moves directly between Terry and me. He focuses all his attention on her. Yes. In prison, there is no money for guards, so they have no guards. Prison is very bad in Jamaica. I see, Terry says. She is pale, white. I say, Were you in prison, Lester? Yes. For a long time? No. The last time only 6 years. 6 years seems like a long time to me. What were you in for? I say. For nothing, Lester says. You were in prison for nothing. Terry glances at me. The legal investigator doesn't think I should continue this line of questioning, whereas I think we might as well get the facts and find out what we're dealing with. You were in prison for nothing? Lester spins on me and curls his lip, grips my elbow. I tell you the truth, he snarls. I feel spittle on my face. I tell you, mon, the truth. I don't kill no one. 6 years, I think. Homicide. Great. I look at Terry. Her eyes are very wide. She understands the implications perfectly well. But Lester is still talking, still defending himself. If anything, he is even more excited. The last time, yes, Lester says. Last time I kill him, yes, I admit it, yes. But this time, no. I see, I say. I am suddenly calm. I understand the problem, and I understand what I must do. I must get rid of Lester as soon as possible. In order to do that, I must find either a policeman or a crowd of some kind. I look at the other tourists in the print room. They are elderly, British, feeble. How did you kill this man, Lester? I say, in as conversational a tone as I can manage. I am hoping he will say a gun, since I can see he doesn't have a gun with him. "With a knife," he says as we leave the print room. "A knife?" "Yes, like this." And he reaches in the waistband of his trousers in front of his crotch and pulls out a huge switchblade. He flicks it open, stabs the air. "Like so." Terry says, "Put that away, Lester." Lester puts the knife back in his crotch, leering at her. I think just stay cool and get rid of him. But it is difficult to stay cool now that I have seen the knife. My heart is pounding. And now that I know the facts, of course, there is not another person to be seen anywhere. The museum is suddenly entirely empty. We are in a garden now with some artifacts from old sugar mills, some big stone wheels. "Big stone wheel," Lester says. "I think it's time to go, Lester," I say. I remember there was a guard at the entrance who sold us the tickets. He was elderly, but he was at least a guard. And there are likely to be other tourists at the entrance. "Yes, we go. This way." "That's not the way to the entrance," I say. "No. We go a different way now." "I would rather go the same way, Lester." "This way is better," Lester says. "No," I say, "I want to go the way we came." There is a moment of frozen tension, neither of us moving, a silent standoff. I don't think Lester will pull his knife in the middle of the museum. I think I can force the issue right now. I can break free of Lester right here in the garden, in the sunlight, beside the stone sugarcane wheel. "Oh, for God's sake, Michael," Terry says. "Let's go the way Lester wants to go." "Shit! Doesn't she realize what she's doing?" Terry, "Well, he's led us so far. Terry, do you mind if I handle this, I'm just trying to be helpful. I don't want to argue with her in front of Lester. I can see she's frightened, and I can see that her way of handling the fear is to be conciliatory, but I think that we could be out of the frying pan and into the fire with Lester. I think that if he gets us alone somewhere, we could have a very difficult time with him and his big knife, and that we should therefore make a stand, whereas her impulse is to play along. When we get back to the car, she says as we start walking, you can give Lester a nice tip. So her idea is to ditch him back at the car, but that may not be so easy. We go through some back areas of the museum and come out on a deserted street. Our car is at the end of the block. We walk back to it. "Well, this has been great. Thank you, Lester," I say, getting out my wallet. I figure I will give him £1, maybe £2. Terry gets in the car. "Thank you, Lester, very much," she says. Lester looks around nervously. "I will come with you," he says. "No, Lester." "Yes, I will come." He is pushing into the car. "No, Lester." "Yes," he says. "I will guide you to other things." "We're going home now." "Then I will show you the road home," he says. "Lester, we can find the road ourselves. Get out of the car." And Terry says very calmly, "I think we could use some help finding the road, Michael." After I get past wanting to kill her, I realize she doesn't really believe our predicament. Somehow, in the tension of all this, Terry has decided in her own mind that Lester is not really dangerous, that nothing bad can really happen to us, that we are two happy tourists on vacation in Jamaica. She does not see us as two people in great jeopardy. I assess my choices. I am on a deserted street with a convicted murderer who has a knife and my girlfriend in the car with him. It does not seem wise to pick a fight with Lester in this setting, and since Terry won't get out of the car, since she seems intent on appeasing him, my next best hope is to try to do something that does not depend on Terry's help in any way. In other words, to start driving, to play for time, and to hope to find a policeman, a traffic accident, an event of some kind that will let us break free of Lester. I get in the car and start driving. Lester, behind me, grins. He's won. He sits to the side, far behind me, so I cannot see him in the mirror. We begin to drive through the crowded streets of Spanish Town. This is a nightmare. Terry is close to hysteria. She is chatting away to Lester about our life at home, about the supermarkets, the packing problems, saying anything that comes into her head. It is not like her at all. I am driving, looking for a policeman, a traffic cop, a diversion of some sort, anything that will allow me to get rid of Lester in the back seat. I see nothing at all. Lester says, "You have some drink?" "No," I say. "No liquor?" "No. You want liquor?" "Yes, I want liquor now." He's becoming demanding, more open in his control of the situation. "We'll have to stop at a liquor store," I say. "There is one on the left up ahead." I pull up at the curb and get out of the car. I leave the motor running because I plan to let him out, then jump back in the car, slam the door shut, and race off. As Lester climbs out from the back seat, he reaches forward and turns the ignition off. "You left the motor running," he says. He smiles innocently. He stands very close to me on the pavement beside the car. I realize that it's only in the movies that people jump back in the car, slam the door, give the guy the finger, and race off. In real life, which is unfortunately where I am right now with this guy, in real life, this would never work. I couldn't get back in the car fast enough in real life. Anyway, he has turned the engine off. Now, standing with him on the pavement, I see the knife handle protruding above his belt. "I need money," he says. I give him £2. "Oh, man. Liquor in Jamaica expensive, man," he says. I give him £5. He nods, smiling. I hate the way I feel. I hate the powerlessness and the fear. I am on the outskirts of a slum town in Jamaica, and some guy who may or may not be a convict, who may or may not have killed somebody, who may or may not intend to use that knife on me or on Terry, effectively holds us hostage on a corner in front of a liquor store at 3 in the afternoon, while cars drive by on the busy street, and I can't seem to think of anything to do. "Go on in and get what you want," I say, "and we'll wait out here." Even as I say it, I feel like a fool. I don't convince myself for an instant, and I certainly don't convince Lester. Lester starts to laugh, a high-pitched, unpleasant laugh. "Oh, man, I go in that place. You drive away, man." No, we'll wait right here." Lester shakes his head pityingly. "Oh, man, you think me stupid? You come with me inside." "No, Lester." "Yes, you come with me." "No." "Why not?" "I have to stay with the car." "Then you stay. Your wife come inside with me." "No, Lester." "Yes," he says, and his eyes narrow. He is getting angry. Powerful tension is building. Terry in the passenger seat is looking over at us, following the conversation. Lester bunches his fists. I am wondering who is inside the liquor store and whether they will help me when the fight breaks out. Lester is looking at me in an appraising way, and I can feel the tension still building. And suddenly he says, "Nice watch." He is looking at my watch, the plastic Casio. I look at it too. "Very expensive, that watch, yes?" "No, not really." "In Jamaica, that watch expensive." "Maybe. I don't know about that." "Expensive watch in Jamaica," Lester says. "Imported." I see. Now the tension is dissipating because we are talking about the watch, which is all right with me. I am suddenly very interested in the watch myself. "You let me see your watch." He holds out his hand. It is perfectly clear what he intends, and as far as I am concerned, he can have it if he wants it. I say, "You can't have it, Lester." No, just to see." "Then you'll give it back?" "Oh, yeah, man." So in the end, I let him convince me for a while, talk me into it, and I take the watch off, and Lester puts it on his own wrist, and during the moment he is trying to buckle the band on his wrist, I jump in the car, start the engine, and race away. In the rearview mirror, I see him laughing and shaking his head. Then he goes into the liquor store. Then the car goes around a curve, and Lester is behind us. And I think, the battery was almost dead anyway. We are driving back over the mountains toward Ocho Rios. I've gotten past the sense of shock, past the period of shivering as if I have a fever, and now I'm angry, really angry. Terry is trying to placate me. "I'll buy you a new watch, Michael. Anyway, it was only a Casio." "That's not the point." "Well, what's the point? It was just a watch." "Terry, you said so yourself. You were scared." "I was a little scared, yes. Not really. I never thought he would hurt us." "That's not how you acted." "Well, I didn't know for sure. He said he was a guide." Terry is one of the smartest people I have ever met, but when it suits her, she can be utterly obtuse. "Terry, he was obviously not a guide. What the hell were you thinking of?" "I wanted to help. You needed help." "Jesus Christ, Terry, that was a very destructive thing to do, getting involved with that guy." "You're right," she says. "It was pretty stupid. You're right. I admit it." "Now you're being a lawyer. I'm not trying to win the case. I'm trying to understand." "Well, I've admitted that you are right, and I've offered to buy you a new Casio. I don't know what else I can do." "Just don't do it again." She looks at me as if I am crazy. Slowly it dawns on her. "You think I did that on purpose?" Well, of course I did think so. And we had another furious argument about that, about whether she had. But I consider behavior purposeful, whether the purpose is acknowledged or not. Behavior is not random. It can be analyzed from the standpoint of purpose. It can be understood from the standpoint of purpose. And it seemed to me that Terry had deliberately invited a man into our lives for the purpose of making me uncomfortable. Or worse. Terry kept insisting that Lester wouldn't have really harmed us, that he was all talk and all show with what she called that knife of his. But the threat was real. The next day, in the Daily Gleaner, there was a report of 2 German tourists whose bodies had been found some days after they were reported missing on an excursion to the Spanish Town area. The newspaper didn't say how the tourists had died, but the story seemed to suggest that the tourists had wandered into rough areas where tourists didn't usually go. I showed Terry the story. She put the paper aside without comment. We never discussed the Lester incident again, except when we got back home and she asked me if I wanted the Casio replaced. I said I didn't. But I was also a participant in this episode, and in subsequent weeks I tried to understand my own behavior. In particular, why, when I first saw Lester in my car, I hadn't simply let the policeman come over, gotten Lester out of the car under the eye of the cop, and gone on about my business. All things considered, it seemed to me that I had been a passive victim in this affair with Lester. I had let it drag on, allowing the dangerous situation to continue. Why? Everything I could accuse Terry of, I could also accuse myself of. And the more I thought about it, the more it seemed to me that if Terry had contrived this situation to make me uncomfortable, then I had prolonged the same situation in order to prove that Terry was bad, that she was wrong. We had both put ourselves in a dangerous situation in order to get at each other. That seemed to verify, if verification were necessary, that our relationship had an unhealthy, neurotic basis. I expected that as soon as I got back to California, I would break from Terry once and for all, perhaps even in the airport, right after clearing customs. I wanted to get away from her as fast as I could. But we didn't separate. We continued to see each other all spring. We were miserable. I kept thinking, why is this still going on? There were no answers. This unhappy relationship just continued. I couldn't get rid of it, the way I couldn't get rid of Lester, and for the same reason. I was involved, whether I admitted it or not. Eventually, I just gave in to the relationship and waited for the end to come. It didn't come. Finally, we took a short trip to Mexico in April. Terry decided she didn't like the hotel, and she didn't like the way I was behaving. She became angry and withdrawn. And something happened then. Something just clicked. I withdrew psychologically. I uncoupled and left her alone. I decided that I would be happy even though she was angry and withdrawn. So I became happy. But it was not easy to do this. It felt very awkward. It felt like heartily eating a dinner and smacking your lips, really liking that dinner, while across the table sat a starving person, an accusing starving person. It took all my effort to be happy under these circumstances, with Terry being so unhappy. We changed hotels, but she remained unhappy, uncommunicative, sullen during meals, for 4 days straight. I worked hard on myself all this time, staying happy, not getting mad at her, not joining her mood. I was working as hard as if I were running a race all day long. Constant effort to maintain my own mood, not to give in. Each morning I would get up and meditate for an hour to keep my inner tranquility. On the 4th morning, I went to the beach to meditate just as the sun rose. And after a time, Terry woke up and came out to the beach looking for me. And when she saw me, she ran toward me. And in my peaceful meditative state, I turned and saw her coming toward me, her face distorted, upset and angry, her body tense. And suddenly I really saw her. Not in terms of what I wanted from her, or how she was affecting me, or how disappointing she was to me. Not in terms of anything to do with me at all. I just saw her. Another person, entirely separate from me. It was startling. Terry must have seen something in my face, too, because she stopped running. She just looked at me for a minute, and then she turned and went back into the hotel. And as I watched her go, I thought, no kidding, that's the end. Because that moment of seeing each other, the moment everything stopped on the sand, was the real moment of uncoupling, and it marked the end of the relationship. There wasn't any great flash of insight. There was just something. Something shifted. Something was seen. A month later, we separated for good. A Human Light Show. Linda, said my friend Kate, is very powerful. Linda glows in colors when she meditates. You should see her. She's a human light show. Kate was young, and Kate was naive. And Kate's friend Linda lived in San Diego 2 hours by car. It was easy to postpone it. Finally, one day, Kate said, I'm going down to see Linda tomorrow. Do you want to come? My day was free. It would be good to get out of town. Sure, I said. On the way down, Kate explained that Linda was a San Diego schoolteacher in her 30s. Linda had started meditating only a year ago, but she was already very powerful. Recently, a few people had begun to consult her. Poor Linda didn't know what to do about this. She was uncomfortable in her new role as a guru, still feeling her way. She didn't charge for her sessions, but Kate thought she eventually would. In fact, she thought Linda would eventually quit her job at school and become a full-time psychic. She sounded like an interesting person. Furthermore, Kate again said, to meditate with Linda was remarkable, because Linda glowed in visible colors during the meditation. Sometimes other things happened too. Sometimes she appeared to be of different ages, very old or very young. Sometimes parts of her body disappeared. Sometimes her body seemed to be moving or twisting. All sorts of optical effects were experienced by people meditating with Linda. I listened to all this with private reservations, but I'd see for myself soon enough. Linda lived in a nondescript apartment on Mission Bay Road, in a beach area of San Diego. Inside, it was furnished with photos she had taken during vacations all over the world. Like me, she had a fondness for travel. Linda was a smiling, diffident, pleasant woman. She said she would meditate with us separately. I went first. In an adjacent bedroom, Linda sat by one wall, I sat by the bed, and we started. I hadn't meditated much since Brew Joy's conference 2 years earlier. I closed my eyes to try and get centered, to block out the rumble of traffic on the street outside, the honking horns, the shouts of pedestrians. Suddenly, I felt a wave of warmth, as if somebody across the room had opened an oven door. I immediately recognized it. It was the same peaceful, warm feeling I had experienced during the group energy work at Brew's. But that had been a group. Could she be doing this all by herself? I opened my eyes. Linda was sitting cross-legged, staring at me. She was vibrant. I didn't see colors, but there was great intensity about her, and the warmth that filled the room was astonishing in strength. She immediately inducted me into a powerful meditation. I felt myself expand like a balloon inflating. It was a wonderful, tranquil feeling. Linda was staring at me. I stared back. Linda's face was turning gray. In a few seconds it became difficult to see her features. The nose, the eyes, the mouth were gone. It was as if somebody had pulled a gray stocking over her face. She was sitting right there, but I could no longer see her face. I began to have trouble seeing her left shoulder, then the whole left side of her body, but the right side was fine. I found all this fascinating, but not at all frightening. It was just something that was happening. Suddenly I could see all her body again. Just as quickly I began to see a stroboscopic phenomenon. Linda would be brightly lit, and the wall behind her would go black. Then she would be black, and the wall behind her would appear white. The image reversal continued back and forth in a steady, pulsating rhythm, like breathing. The pulsations stopped, and everything was normal for a while. Then I saw her face grow older, the cheeks sagging, the chin drooping, the eyes drained, the hair gray. She was sad and elderly for a few minutes. Then that went away. Next, her body appeared to ripple on the left side. It was as if she were water, and a wave moved up it. The rippling continued for a time. I had plenty of opportunity to wonder where these illusions came from, her or me, and what explanation there might be for them. Was this a consequence of a strong meditative state? Was this something that she had worked on? Was this merely suggestion I was responding to? Suddenly Linda said, "You have no choice." I paused. You need to realize that there is no drug you can take, no trip to another place in the world, no new person to have a relationship with. None of these things will get you where you want to go. What you are looking for isn't out there. You must stop looking outside. You must go in. It was pretty standard stuff, but something about the way she said it gave it new impact. Anyway, I'd long ago learned that the words are always the same. It's just whether or not you're able to hear them. The trick was to find somebody who knew how to reach you. Something about Linda, a school teacher whose life was being altered like a pinball on a tilt table, made me listen to her. And the sensation of meditating with her, the peaceful, calm, detached, warm feeling, was somehow strongly confirming. It was good to feel this way. Afterward, I went to dinner with Linda and several of her friends, young people who meditated with her. They were all impressed by the visual displays you experienced with Linda. They kept talking about that. Whereas I thought the light show was a side effect. I was much more impressed with what was happening to her life, and the changes that were occurring, how it was taking place, how she was handling it. Because when you see a less experienced person, you are reminded that there is a continuum of abilities, that skills are developed, and that everyone must learn to do what they do. So, whenever I would see Linda, I would feel a particular gratitude for the opportunity to watch her develop and grow into her new work. They. I was on my own again in 1983, after more than a decade spent in marriage or otherwise exclusive relationships. Suddenly, I was playing the field. It was a shock to discover how much had changed. I was having lunch with my agent in a restaurant when a woman walked up, slapped her business card on the table, and said, "Call me." Then she turned on her heel and walked off. She was an attractive woman in her late 20s wearing a business suit. "Wow," I said after she had gone. Nothing so brazen had ever happened to me. "It's a new world," my agent said, shaking his head. The incident was exciting, but it was also a little unnerving, so I didn't call this woman for a while. Eventually, curiosity overcame me, and I called and made a date. We met for dinner in a sushi bar. Andrea was 28. She had a degree in business administration, and she worked for a commercial real estate company. She was ambitious and level-headed about her work. She had it all figured out, how long she would stay in this company, when she would leave, what she would do next. She didn't ask me much about myself, and in fact didn't seem very interested in me except to ask where I lived and whether my house was close to the restaurant. She was impatient during dinner, restless. I couldn't figure out why. Finally, the meal was over, and I asked if she wanted tea or coffee. She shook her head. "Can't we have it at your house?" And then I understood her impatience, her hurried indifference toward me. I was being rushed to the bedroom. Amazing. Andrea was doing to me what men supposedly did to women. I was being treated as a sex object. At my house, she announced she didn't want coffee, but wanted a tour instead. She saw the bedroom and the jacuzzi. "Nice jacuzzi," she said, starting to take off her clothes. "Want to join me?" Things were going very fast. I had the strangest sense of trying to catch up, to accommodate this new pace of the 80s. It seemed we had hardly gotten into the jacuzzi before we were in the bedroom, and it seemed that we had hardly gotten to the bedroom when she was up and getting dressed, and I was still lying there on the bed, and, to my astonishment, I heard myself say, "When will I see you again?" "I'll give you a call," she said, buckling her belt. It seemed to me she was dressing with undue haste. Did she have another date after leaving me? "You have to go now?" I said. "Yeah, I hate to fucking run, but big day tomorrow. I have to get my rest." So I lay there in the bed, feeling worse and worse, while she got dressed, and pretty soon she waved goodbye, and then I heard the door slam and her car back down the driveway, and I thought, I feel used. Well, I had been out of the action for a decade. My friend David had been single all during that time. The next time we played racquetball, I told him about my experience, which still troubled me. "Yeah," he said, "I've had that too, where you find yourself asking her, 'When will I see you again?' You feel used after she's gone." "Yes," I said. "I really did. I felt used, seduced, and abandoned. All of that." "I know," David said, shaking his head. "It's a new world, Michael. It's all changed." It was David's theory that feminism and the sexual revolution had actually had the effect of reversing traditional sex roles. "Look," he said, "all of my male friends want to get married and settle down, but the women don't. The men want babies, the women don't. The men want meaningful relationships. The women want quick sex, and then they want to get right back to their careers." In keeping with this idea of reversal, David had a term for the behavior of women like Andrea: feminine macho. David's idea was that women had seen the past years as an opportunity to behave like men, but that, in taking up certain traditional forms of male behavior, they had sometimes modified the form without understanding its underlying purpose. See, David said, women think that when men behave romantically on a one-night stand, that's hypocritical, so women won't do that. When a woman intends to have a one-night stand, she lets you know it. Bam, no illusions from her. But that doesn't feel like honesty to a man, it feels like brutality. Because let's face it, men are the romantics. We're the ones who need the romance. Here I am in the locker room with my friend David, who has been a Hollywood bachelor for 2 decades, who has gone out with so many models and actresses that he's good friends with the people who run the model agencies. Here's David, suave man of the world, telling me that men are the romantics and not women. No, David, I protested. Women are romantic. Women want flowers and candy and all that stuff. No, they don't, David said. Women want the respect and admiration of a man, and they know flowers are a sign of respect from a man. But they don't care about the flowers. They don't moon and ooh and ah and sigh, except for our benefit. They don't have any of those romantic feelings men think they do. Men have the romantic feelings. Women are much colder and more practical. I disagreed. Okay, David said. We're sitting in the locker room, right? Right. Have you ever had a locker room conversation about women? You know, the way women think we do, talking in explicit detail about what we did with our dates the night before? No, I said. I never have. Neither have I, David said. But you've been accused of having such conversations by a woman? Yes, sure. I couldn't count the number of times a woman had said she didn't want me talking about her to my male friends. You know why women think we have these explicit conversations? Because they do, that's why. Women talk about everything. I knew this was true. I had long ago learned of the frankness of women among themselves, and of their tendency to assume that men were equally frank, when, as far as I could tell, men were actually quite discreet. You see, David said, each sex assumes the opposite sex is just the way they are. So women think men are explicit, and men think women are romantic. Eventually that becomes a stereotype that nobody questions, but it's not accurate at all. David insisted on his view. Women were stronger, tougher, more pragmatic, more interested in money and security, more focused on the underlying realities of any situation. Men were weaker, more romantic, more interested in the symbols than the reality. In short, living out a fantasy. I'm telling you, David said. What about the idea of the nurturing female? I said. Only for children, he said, not for men. He shook his head sadly. Did you ever wish a woman would send you flowers? The question caught me off guard. A woman send me flowers? Sure, send you flowers, a nice note. Thanks for a lovely evening, the whole bit. It seemed such a strange idea, but as I considered it, it seemed as if it would be terrific. I'm telling you, David said, we're the romantics. Work it out. Working it out seemed to be the story of my life in the mid-1980s. In my private life, all the women I saw worked. Often they were preoccupied with their work. During this period, I went out with a reporter, a computer salesperson, a choreographer, and a composer's agent. Dinner with these women tended to be a litany of their problems at work. They assumed that the details of their jobs were as interesting to me as to them. I was reminded of the times in the past when I had gone to dinner and monopolized the conversation with my own work problems. And, as David had said, the sex roles were now reversed. But whatever the explanation, there wasn't much romance in those dinners. On the contrary, this new equality had some decidedly dreary aspects. I used to listen to these women and think, the only time you give your full attention is when you are talking. When I was talking, they would glance at their watches. They were all vaguely preoccupied. They were all pressed for time. They were all playing an important person of affairs. Which was fine, but it wasn't sexy. "Hey, it's 9 o'clock now. I have to hit the road at 10. Do we have time to do it or what?" Practical, but not what I would have called a hot date. One night I was sitting in the corner of a woman's kitchen when her roommate stormed in from a date, banging doors, shouting, "Jesus, what does a girl have to do to get laid these days?" This roommate was embarrassed when she saw me sitting in the kitchen, but it led to an interesting discussion. And the most interesting thing about the discussion was that the attitudes, the frustrations, the disappointments expressed were exactly the same as for men, in exactly the same terms. There was no difference at all. By now, I had adopted David's view of the inherent differences between the sexes, that men were the romantics and women were the pragmatists. His view that each sex saw the other as a projection of itself. I talked about this idea all the time, particularly with women. I noticed that it always made women angry. They didn't like to hear it. At first, I thought it was because women were experiencing so much discrimination in the workplace. Women felt they were always being told they couldn't do this or they weren't suited for that. Or else they were just subtly bypassed in corporate hierarchies. So women were a little raw about any notion of inherent differences between the sexes because it sounded like the setup for justifying discrimination. But then, as I continued to listen to their complaints, I heard something else. I began to hear about the way men are, about the way men stick together, about the way men are threatened by a competent woman, about the way men are threatened by sex, about the way they are, about the problems they make for women because of the problems they have with intimacy or feelings or power. I heard a lot about how they act this way and how they act that way. I wasn't hearing about a particular man or a particular job. Nothing was individualized. It was all abstract, all explained by a general theory of the way they were. One night I was at a dinner party. The conversation was lively and far-ranging and not at all concerned with the sexes. It was broadly social and political. But as I listened, I noticed a tendency to talk about how they don't protect the environment, how they don't run the government responsibly, how they don't build quality products, how they never report the news accurately. The basic message was that they were ruining the world, and there was nothing we could do about it. "Wait a minute," I said. "Who is this they that you keep talking about?" I got a lot of confused looks. Everyone else at the table knew who they were. "Look," I said, "I don't think anything is served by imagining a world of faceless villains. There isn't any they. They're only people like us. If a corporation is polluting and the CEO sounds uninformed on TV, the chances are he's some guy who's in the middle of a divorce and whose kids are on drugs and he's got a lot on his mind. A big corporation to run, stockholders and board meetings and everybody pushing at him, and he's tired and pressured. This pollution issue is just one of many problems, and the government changes the regulations so often, nobody can be sure whether he's breaking the law or not. And his aides aren't as smart as he'd like them to be, and they don't keep him as informed as he'd like to be, and maybe they even lied to him. The CEO doesn't want to appear like a jerk on TV. He's not happy he came off that way, but it happens, because he's just a guy trying to do his best, and his best isn't always so hot. Who's any different?" The table got silent. "I don't know about you," I said, "but I think I'm pretty smart, and I don't always run my own life so well. I make mistakes and screw up. I do things I regret. I say things I wish I hadn't said. A lot of the people you see interviewed on TV have impossible jobs. It's only a question of how badly they'll do them. But I don't see any grand conspiracy out there. I think people are doing the best they can." The table stayed silent. "And what's really wrong with making them the problem," I said, "is that you abdicate your own responsibility. Once you say some mysterious they are in charge, then you're able to sit back comfortably and complain about how they are doing it. But maybe they need help. Maybe they need your ideas and your support and your letters and your active participation. Because you're not powerless, you are a participant in this world. It's your world, too. So there I was, preaching at the dinner table. I got embarrassed and shut up. But in the back of my mind, I kept thinking, there's something else here. Some other way this is true, something you haven't considered. Back in the early 1970s, a girlfriend became exasperated with me and said, "Listen, just assume men and women are the same." "How do you mean?" I said. "Anything you think as a man, I think as a woman. Anything you feel, I feel." "No," I said. "Yes," she said. "Well, for example," I said, "men can just look at a woman and get turned on. The visual stimulus is enough for a man, but women aren't like that." "Oh, really?" "No, women need more than visual stimulus." "I've certainly looked at a nice pair of buns and tight jeans and thought I wouldn't mind trying that." I thought, this is a very masculine woman. "Maybe for you," I said, "but for women in general it doesn't work that way." "All my girlfriends are the same," she said. "We're all bun watchers." She must have a lot of perverted friends, I thought. I gave another argument. "Women aren't turned on by pornography, and men are." "Oh, really?" We went on like this for a while. She insisted that men and women were the same in their underlying behavior, and that I had a lot of wrong ideas about differences. Back in the 1970s, this was pretty extreme stuff. In subsequent years, I forgot that conversation, but now, more than 10 years later, it came back to me. It seemed useful to reconsider the whole business. I still thought there were differences between men and women. It was true I didn't conceive those differences in the simplistic way I had so many years earlier, but I still thought there were differences. I wanted to know what those differences were. Then, slowly, I began to ask a different question. Not what the differences were. Instead, what is the best way to think about men and women? And I came to a surprising conclusion. My old girlfriend was right. The best way to think about men and women is to assume there are no differences between them. I had already concluded that the best way to think about disease was to imagine that you caused it. Maybe that was literally true, and maybe it wasn't. The point was that the best strategy in dealing with your illness was to act as if you had control over it and could change its course. That enabled you to stay in charge of your own life. Similarly, I now thought the best way to think about the sexes was to imagine there were no differences between them. Maybe that was true and maybe it wasn't, but it was the best strategy. Because, as I saw it, the biggest problem between the sexes was the tendency to objectify the opposite sex, and ultimately to become powerless before them. Both men and women did this about the opposite sex. They were this way or that way. They had this tendency. There was nothing we could do about the way they behaved. When I looked back, I realized that in many instances I had failed to take action with a woman because I assumed there was nothing I could do about her conduct. For example, whenever I lived with a woman, I knew she talked in intimate detail about our relationship with her girlfriends. I always hated that. I hated running into one of her girlfriends and thinking, this woman knows all about me. It felt like a terrible invasion of my privacy, of our privacy. But what could I do? Women talked with one another. Women had these special relationships. But if I had been in a close working relationship with a man, I would have complained immediately if I found out he was talking about me with another man. So why couldn't I say to a woman, "It makes me feel terrible that you talk to your girlfriend about us. I feel really betrayed, and I feel dismissed, too. Why do you take the most intimate parts of our relationship to a stranger? It makes me feel awful. You asked me to open up to you, but I know you're going to get on the phone tomorrow and tell all to some friend. Can't you see how that makes me feel?" The answer, of course, was that I could say it, I just never had. Because I thought that women were inherently different from men, and in formulating that difference I had also objectified women. They were different. They didn't have the same feelings I did. They were they. Seeing Headhunters. I went to Borneo to see the Dyaks, the indigenous headhunters of that island. After hours of flying over trackless jungle in progressively smaller plains, I finally landed at a small inland town called Cebu, on the banks of a broad, muddy jungle river. I checked into the Paradise Hotel, which proudly advertised hot and cold running water. I went out into the town and arranged to visit a Dayak village. I was told there were authentic villages where the people still lived in the traditional long houses, within 2 hours' travel from Cebu by boat. I was excited to hear Dayaks were so close. I wanted to leave at once, but a boat could not be arranged until the following morning, so I was obliged to spend the rest of the day in the town. I walked around Cebu restlessly. The air was humid and stifling. The town was small and not very interesting. I was quickly bored. I had come to see Dayaks, and now I was stuck in this tedious little town, its streets lined by the stalls of Chinese merchants. I wandered over to an open-air market near the river. The large crowd of Chinese and Malays were dressed in shorts and T-shirts, typical Western clothes. There was not a Dayak to be seen. I was annoyed to be standing in the kind of crowd I could see any day in Singapore. I wanted to see Dayaks, damn it. A little girl in a white dress stared at me while she sucked her thumb. I glared at the girl. She became frightened and reached for her father's hand. I looked at her father's hand, then his arm. Starting at the elbow, the man's arm was covered in dark blue tattoos. Then in the V-neck of his shirt I saw more tattoos. I knew that Dayaks used tattoos for clan identification. Then I saw that the man's earlobes were pierced and pendulous. They hung down almost to his shoulders. This man was a Dayak. I looked at the crowd at the market, and now I saw that nearly everyone had tattoos and hanging earlobes. I had been depressed about not seeing Dayaks while I was standing in a crowd of them. A few years earlier, during a trek in Nepal, my Sherpa guide took me to the top of a hill at a place called Gorapani, pointed to the view, and said, "The Kaligandaki Gorge." "Uh-huh," I said. I was sweating and tired. It was cold, my feet hurt. I could hardly pay attention to this view. "The Kaligandaki Gorge," he repeated, significantly. "Uh-huh," I said. What I was seeing wasn't even a gorge. It was just a big valley with snowy mountain peaks on both sides. Spectacular, but all the mountain views in Nepal are spectacular, and I was tired at the end of the day. "The Kaligandaki Gorge," he said a third time, like I still wasn't getting the point. "Great," I said. "When's dinner?" It wasn't until I returned home that I found out what the Kaligandaki Gorge is. The Kaligandaki River cuts between the peaks of Dalagiri to the west and Annapurna I to the east, respectively the 6th and 10th highest mountains in the world. Both peaks rise more than 4 miles above the river below, making a canyon so enormous that the eye can hardly see it for what it is. It is 4 times as deep as the Grand Canyon and far wider. Between the two peaks, you could roughly fit 20 Grand Canyons. The Kaligandaki Gorge is the deepest canyon in the world. That's what it is. I'd like to go back and see it sometime. Life on the Astral Plane. The phenomenon of trance-mediumship had interested me for some years. Broadly speaking, a medium is someone who goes into an altered state of consciousness and then delivers material not otherwise available to him or her. Some mediums become only lightly dissociated and retain their characteristic personalities, although they may claim to speak for a spirit guide or someone from the other side. Other mediums enter a deep trance, during which they appear to be taken over entirely by a new personality that has a different name, voice, gestures, and pattern of speech. These mediums are said, in popular parlance, to be channeling the personality that takes over. A century ago, mediums usually claimed to channel dead figures of greater or lesser eminence. Modern mediums are more likely to claim they channel extraterrestrials, or disembodied entities from the future, or individuals who have been reincarnated many times throughout history. So the phenomenon of channeling seems to be influenced by the broader social context in which it appears. Indeed, historical studies suggest that channeling becomes prominent during times of social upheaval and toward the end of each century. As we approach the end of our own century, it is perhaps no surprise that channeling should once more become controversial and widely discussed. In any case, I was eager to witness this phenomenon firsthand, but I had no opportunity until 1981, when I heard that Dr. Killarney was in town. Dr. Killarney was a 19th-century Irish physician channeled by a woman from Utah. I had never heard of Dr. Killarney, but I quickly arranged a private session. It was pretty expensive, and the man I talked to on the telephone seemed very concerned about how he would be paid. It gave me a funny feeling. Nevertheless, I arranged a session the following day. The medium turned out to be a short, slovenly woman wearing jeans and a sweatshirt. She was staying in a little house in Torrance, California. She seemed edgy and hovered near her husband, a big, hulking fellow. They both wore a lot of Indian turquoise jewelry. I gave them my money, and then was led into a tiny back bedroom. The woman sat on an unmade bed, closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, opened her eyes, and said, "Begorra, and how might you be on this fine day, my son?" in a corny Irish accent. I had spent many months in Ireland shooting a movie, so I'd heard a lot of Irish accents. Dr. Killarney's accent immediately struck me as fake, and her vocabulary was entirely contemporary, even though the Irish still used a lot of 19th-century slang in their speech. All in all, Dr. Killarney sounded like someone from Utah pretending to be Irish. So the persona of Dr. Killarney wasn't convincing at all. On the other hand, the medium was clearly transformed. Her posture was erect, her eyes were bright, and her gestures were strong and direct. She had a very different energy, and the energy didn't waver. It remained exactly the same. But the information channeled wasn't very satisfactory. I was advised to be tolerant of my girlfriend, to meditate regularly, to work hard at my writing, and to take more vitamin C. I was also advised to do a series of rebirthing sessions with the woman's husband, and was handed a schedule of fees as I departed. Thus, my first personal experience with a trance medium left me entirely unconvinced. If there was anything to this phenomenon, I hadn't seen it. In 1982, I attended a session with Ramtha, an entity channeled by a woman named J.Z. Knight. At this time, Ramtha was already famous. The medium sank her head onto her chest for a few moments, and when she looked up, she was evidently different. Her voice was deeper and stronger. She was tremendously vigorous and went around the room, giving advice confidently to the 50 people there. Again, I was impressed by the powerful, direct manner of the medium, but this time the information seemed direct and clear as well. I was already persuaded that psychic readings were possible, so the idea that someone might do 50 psychic readings in succession for a whole roomful of people didn't strike me as inconceivable. But Ramtha's energy was not the same as the energy of the psychics I had seen. Most psychics were shy, passive, or diffident. Ramtha acted like a member of the Joint Chiefs. You felt a tremendously commanding presence before you. And in the end you remembered that commanding presence long after you had forgotten exactly what was said. But there was another quality to seeing Ramtha. There was the considerable fee, and the strict timetable, and the theatrical flourish with which the medium entered and left the room. This was star treatment and star expense, and it provoked a lot of uneasy questions about spiritualism and commerce. So I still didn't know what to make of this trance medium business. And then in 1984, I heard that a trance medium named Gary was doing readings for people in Los Angeles. I arranged to meet him. Gary was a shy, quiet, athletic man in his 30s. He explained that his method of working was not what people usually imagined when they thought of trance mediums. When he went into a trance, he said he accessed something called the Akashic Records. By looking into these records, he said he had access to any knowledge in the world, past, present, or future. This was how he explained it. In practice, Gary lay down on a sofa, took a few deep breaths, and entered a seemingly light trance. When he began to speak, his voice was sleepy, but otherwise not strikingly different from his normal voice. He didn't open his eyes, and his body remained reclining. Gary did not dramatically take on a new persona. He just lay on the sofa and talked to you. But in his trance, he spoke with uncanny confidence and disturbing psychological acuity. After he got through confronting me for an hour, he'd come out of the trance, rub his eyes, blink, and ask mildly if things had gone all right. I liked Gary and saw him several times, and then went on to other things. But then, in the fall of 1985, Gary decided to teach other people how to channel for themselves. This interested me, and I arranged to learn under his direction. As it turned out, it happened quickly. I lay on my back with my eyes closed, and Gary spoke quietly to me, guiding a meditation intended to relax me ever more deeply. Over a period of perhaps 20 minutes, my body sank into a profound relaxation, until I was no longer really aware of my limbs at all. It was as if I was at the edge of sleep, but as I relaxed further, I felt my body paradoxically start to become tense and rigid. My hands and feet felt frozen, immovable. At the same time this rigidity set in, I became intensely aware of sounds and events around me, not only in the immediate room, but also in the entire house and the street outside. This heightened awareness was a little like the hypersensitivity that people with migraine headaches describe. It was very acute, slightly irritating. Gary was moving around the room. I heard him moving and wished he would not, and I felt a strange kind of inner conviction, and I heard this far-away, sleepy voice say, "Gary, sit down." Gary sat down. I couldn't see him, but I knew he had. I felt it. I proceeded to tell him some things that were troubling him. I felt absolutely convinced of what I was saying. I knew I was right. Gary then asked me some questions about a woman he knew in Boston. I gave my impressions. All the while, some part of me was shouting, "How can you know about some woman in Boston? Shut up, you're making a fool of yourself." But I gave my impressions anyway. I say I gave my impressions, although that isn't quite right. I, the present writer, don't really know how to explain the feeling that I experienced during channeling. The feeling is this: there is an awareness present inside a stiff, tense body. The usual awareness called Michael, my ego or whatever you want to call it, I experience as a thin coating on the outside of my body, like a coat of spray paint. So, Michael is pushed away from the center. Sometimes I imagine that Michael is in my big toe. It doesn't seem to matter where he is, just so he gets out of the way. Meanwhile, in the center of the body, some other awareness is speaking and answering. This awareness has no name, no past, no embodiment, no emotions, no interests. It's just a naked awareness, and it is very sure of what it is saying. It speaks of Michael as if Michael were another person, or a very small part of itself. It often has to make decisions about what to say, based on its sense of what the listener can understand. These decisions are rather like translating, and sometimes the awareness has to deal with the displaced Michael, who may suddenly start to be embarrassed by what is being said, or worried the awareness can't know what it is saying. The rest of the time, Michael is absent, or at least not intrusive. Now, all this may sound peculiar, but in fact, during a channeling session, it seems about as ordinary as cooking dinner, watching television, something like that. Only when it comes time to re-emerge is there a recognition of how deep the state really is. It is not so easy to come out of it. Sometimes it takes a few minutes. After the first time I channeled, I remembered everything that I had said in the trance state. Gary had always claimed that he never remembered what he said in a session. Now I could see he hadn't told the truth. When I confronted him, he admitted that he remembered more than he said. But he also told me, "Just wait a while." And sure enough, after a few more channeling sessions, I began to realize that I was losing the information. It decayed like a dream. For the first moments after I came out, I could remember the whole session easily, but immediately the memory began to fade. After an hour, I had trouble recalling it except in general terms. After a week, I didn't remember much at all. Sometimes I even forgot I had channeled for someone in the first place. There seemed no reason to hold on to the information. It wasn't any use to me. If someone wanted to know about her boyfriend's health, what use was that to me? There was no point in keeping it in memory, and I didn't. And the channeling awareness itself was extremely uncurious. Sometimes when I channeled for people I knew, Michael would anticipate a little voyeuristic thrill hearing the questions. But there never was a thrill. The channel was dead to gossipy feelings. Everything was just the way it was. The only effort in channeling was the effort of explanation, and the only emotion was compassion. When I first began to channel, I wondered why it was so easy for me, and I suspected that it had some similarity to the state I am in when writing. I've spent a lot of my life writing, so that is a familiar state. A psychiatrist friend, Judith, said, "I'm not surprised at all that you are channeling, because you must channel when you write. But who or what are you channeling? Did you ask that?" "Who or what?" "Well," Judith said, "is it an entity or a spirit or a part of yourself or what?" "I don't know," I said. That question had never occurred to me. I called Gary up. "What am I channeling?" "I am teaching you to channel your higher self," Gary said. "What's that?" "I just call it the higher self, and it seems to be a wise part of yourself, but otherwise I don't know what it is." I wanted more information. I called my friend Stephen. "Well," he said, "what you are doing would be called different things in different historical periods, and would be explained different ways, but the fact that you are doing it, that doesn't surprise me." I was tremendously excited about channeling during the first couple of weeks. I channeled for Anne-Marie. I channeled for people in my office. I channeled for other friends. I tried channeling while in different physical conditions, with my eyes open, while walking around, while standing in the shower. I was very experimental. It was fun to try. I discovered only one major disappointment. Although I could channel for other people who asked me questions, I couldn't do it for myself. This was frustrating. I felt as if I had received a wonderful inheritance that I couldn't spend on myself. Finally, Lisa in my office said, "Tell me what questions you want asked, and I'll ask them for you." That seemed like a strange idea, but it worked fine. The channel would talk about Michael and give all sorts of useful answers. Here is a partial transcript of one session. Question: Why can't Michael find a house? Answer: He feels his possibilities are limited. He has a feeling of hopelessness. He feels that he can't get what he wants. The image is of a car with the gas siphoned out. He drains his own energy by failing to believe he can do better. Question: what should he do about this? Answer: he needs to make a big change. He blockades himself until he finally must confront the issue. He has no choice. It would be better to confront earlier. Question: what is his problem writing the revisions? Answer: there seems to be a lot of anxiety. His assumption about any revelation is that it will be used against him, either soon or late. This is his experience from childhood, although it is not repeated for him in adulthood. Question: does he need to make many revisions? Answer: nothing is necessary, but the changes are beneficial. He should be doing this work quickly and not be obsessive, not change unnecessary things. He should do what really strikes him and skip the trivia. Well, this is myself talking about myself. The first time I read what came out in the session, I was surprised and slightly annoyed. The channeled information seemed correct to me. But if I was so smart, how come I wasn't so smart? I'm still not clear about that. Eventually, the novelty of channeling wore off. Like a new car, you drive it with enthusiasm for a while, and then one day it's just a car, a thing that gets you around, a vehicle, transportation. I channeled less frequently. I stopped talking about it. But I still understood very little about the phenomenon, and I wanted to know more. What was going on here? What was this rigid, calm, unemotional state that knew all the answers? In part, to get some understanding of the state, or states, or whatever it was, I continued to work with Gary. We worked almost every week, trying different things: guided imagery, astral travel, past life recollection. Sometimes I had powerful experiences comparable to drug-induced trances. Sometimes I just had a nice meditation. Sometimes I thought, you've been in California too long, Michael, and you've gone from a perfectly okay doctor to some guy who lies on a couch while somebody puts crystals on him, and you actually think it means something. But it's nothing but a lot of hippy-dippy, airy-fairy baloney. New Age garbage, Aquarian abracadabra, karmic crap. Get out now, Michael, before it's too late. Get out before you really start to believe this stuff. But the thing is, I was having a really interesting time. And I thought intermittent panicky skepticism was to be expected whenever you stepped off the cliff, whenever you went into some realm of experience that wasn't modeled and accepted and approved and stuck into a nice frame by society at large. Anyway, self-doubt was nothing new to me. As it turned out, I experienced my strongest doubts about the possibility of past lives. One day, Gary proposed I do a past life regression. I said okay. I'd never tried that. It was a trendy thing to do. I might as well get it over with. I agreed to try to recall one. Gary induced me into an altered state with tapes and a guided meditation. When I was deeply under, he said, "Now just let images come to you, images or sensations from another lifetime." Another lifetime. It sounded like the title of a soap opera. Oh boy, I thought, I don't know if I can keep a straight face for this one. "Just let it come in," Gary said. With startling suddenness, I saw the Colosseum in Rome. But not the crumbling concentric rings that you ordinarily see in pictures. I was beneath the Colosseum, in the twisting passages and tiny dark rooms that the gladiators inhabited. I was a gladiator. "What's going on?" Gary said. "I'm in Rome." I smelled the odors of the arena, blood and sand and animal excrement. Above me I heard the roar of the crowd, the stomping feet. I felt the heat of the day in my tiny oppressive cell as I waited. About this time a tiny voice inside my head cut in and said, Sure, Michael, just like Kirk Douglas in Spartacus. How many times did you see that one? Give me a break. Gary said, Where in Rome? The Colosseum. How does it feel? I'm very strong. I was aware of my enormous body, my great physical strength. I was startled to feel genuine pleasure at having a large body, to feel proud of it and not to be embarrassed by it, as I was in real life. Here in the Colosseum, I needed this body. I needed to rely on it. But this was also a different body, hard, heavily muscled, dark-skinned. And I felt something else, a sick, tense feeling, anxiety, adrenaline. I have to kill people, kill them before they kill me. And how does that feel? It doesn't matter. I have to do it or I will be killed. I have to kill them first. It is my job. The voice inside my head said, Sure, Michael, this is the perfect fantasy for you, the perfect way to explain your withdrawn and defensive nature. This isn't any past life. It's just a fantasy, and it fits you like a Freudian glove. Gary said, Do you know the people you are fighting? I don't want to know them. I may have to kill them. Are you afraid to die? No. I was surprised to realize this was true. I felt great tension, but no fear. There was a kind of blankness when I considered the possibility that I might myself be killed in the future. I didn't seem to have much skill at visualizing. How many people have you killed? It doesn't matter. There was a blankness to the past, too. No recollection of past fights in the arena, no thinking of the past at all, no future, no past, just sitting in my cell, waiting to be called to fight. Hearing the crowd. A shout. Something must have happened. Waiting. It doesn't sound like a very nice life. I wanted to beat Gary's head in. Why didn't he shut up? What was the point of this psychological posturing? I had a job to do, plain and simple. His talk only weakened me. There weren't any choices. Kill or be killed. Everything else was crap. Do you have women? Sometimes. They supplied women to the fighters, prostitutes, hard women. Sometimes rich women came to amuse themselves. And how do you feel about the women? I have no feeling. There was nothing to feel. Gary didn't understand. He was speaking from another world, a soft world. Here in Rome I felt nothing except my size and my strength and my certainty that I would win. There was nothing else to feel. There was no room for anything else. That must not be pleasant to have no feelings. There's nothing wrong with me. I didn't say there was. Why don't you shut up? I said. How long have you been a gladiator? Gary said. All my life. I was a slave in Tunisia. I was sent to Rome, and when I grew so large I was sold as a gladiator. I had won many fights. I was 19. I had lived that long. The voice cut in. Make it as detailed as you want, Michael. It's still just your own fantasy. This has nothing to do with any past life. What will happen to you? Gary said. I will die. How? A lion. What do you feel about that death? I have no feeling. And I didn't. It was an encounter, fatigue, a mistake, nothing more. There was nothing to have a feeling about. It was just animal interaction, two animals together. What do you think of your life as a gladiator? Gary was boring, stupid, effete, not understanding the realities. Sometimes these people came and sat with you before you fought, watching you, feeling what it was like to spend time with a man who might soon die. You were supposed to make conversation. I never would. I'm not going to talk to you anymore, I said. We ended the session. When I came out, Gary asked me what I thought of the session. I said that it just seemed the kind of detailed fantasy any decent student of Latin could come up with on short notice. I had had 4 years of Latin. I thought it was pretty genuine, Gary said. Gary, I'm a writer, for God's sake. I make up fantasies for a living. I do it all the time. I'm good at it. This wasn't a past life. I certainly believed that this gladiator fantasy had value, as an expression of a way I often felt. I was very clear that from time to time I felt myself in great danger from other people, that I needed to block off any feeling of sympathy toward them, because I saw myself in combat with them and needed to be able to kill them, at least symbolically, without qualms. That kind of psychological armoring was a personal problem that I was aware of. To see it take this form was not surprising. I didn't believe it was any past life. I don't know. This was pretty convincing, Gary said. Your manner was pretty convincing. Once or twice I thought you were going to hit me. I told him I was sure it was just a fantasy. And that is what I feel today. The kind of evidence that I have seen for clairvoyance or telepathy, evidence that leads me to accept these phenomena as unquestionably real, I have not experienced for the idea of past lives. It may be there, but I haven't experienced it. No event in my life convinces me that I have lived before. Or, to put it another way, if the ability to enter into the persona of a long-dead person is a genuine phenomenon, if such things are really possible, it still does not necessarily imply that we are recalling past incarnations. There are other possible explanations. One day Gary suggested I try astral travel. Why not? I said. I was ready for anything, except more past lives. Of course, astral travel was equally trendy, but I had had more experience with the idea of out-of-body experiences. I had done such things since childhood, when quite by accident I discovered I could shift my awareness out of my body and move it around the bedroom. The most comfortable place seemed to be a corner of the ceiling, looking down on myself. But I could also send my awareness outside and roam around the backyard or through the house, if I didn't mind the feeling that I was snooping on other people. As a kid, I didn't think anything about this. It was just a way to spend time before you were sleepy. I assumed that anybody could do it. Sometimes in museums, if things got boring, I would amuse myself by trying to guess what was in the next room. But that seemed pretty ordinary, too. One summer after college, I had worked at Columbia Medical School. I had a dormitory room for the summer at Physicians and Surgeons Hospital. The room was bare, nothing in it. I used to lie on the bed at night, go up to the ceiling and look down on myself lying in bed. By then I was old enough to think this was odd. I had pejoratives to apply to it, like dissociative state and schizophrenia, so I stopped doing it. Anyway, the idea of astral travel didn't seem too alarming, and I tried it with Gary. It is, after all, just another kind of guided meditation in an altered state. I visualized my chakras glowing brightly, spinning like white spirals. Then I visualized myself leaving through my third chakra, moving up to the astral plane, which to me appeared as a misty yellow place. So far, so good. I began to see why people so often imagined heaven as misty or cloudy. This misty astral plane was agreeable. It was peaceful to be standing here in all this yellow mist. I felt fine. "Do you see anybody here?" Gary said. I looked around. I didn't see anybody. "No?" "Stay there a minute and let's see if anybody comes." Then I saw my grandmother, who had died while I was in medical school. She waved to me, and I waved back. I wasn't surprised to see her up here. I didn't feel any particular need to talk to her. So I just waited around. This astral plane was rather featureless. There weren't any palm trees or chairs or places to sit down. It was just a place. A misty yellow place. "Do you see anybody else?" Gary said. I didn't. Then, "Yes, my father." I felt worried. I hadn't had an easy time with my father. Now he was showing up while I was vulnerable, in an altered state of consciousness. I wondered what he would do, what would happen. He approached me. My father looked the same, only translucent and misty, like everything else in this place. I didn't want to have a long conversation with him. I was quite nervous. Suddenly, he embraced me. In the instant of that embrace, I saw and felt everything in my relationship with my father, all the feelings he had had and why he had found me difficult, all the feelings I had had and why I had misunderstood him, all the love that was there between us, and all the confusion and misunderstanding that had overpowered it. I saw all the things he had done for me and all the ways he had helped me. I saw every aspect of our relationship at once, the way you can take in at a glance something small you hold in your hand. It was an instant of compassionate acceptance and love. I burst into tears. What is happening now? He's hugging me. What are you feeling? It's all over, I said. What I meant was that this incredibly powerful experience had already happened, complete and total, in a fraction of a second. By the time Gary had asked me, by the time I burst into tears, it was finished. My father had gone. We never said a word. There was no need to say anything. The thing was completed. I'm done, I said, and opened my eyes. I had bounced right out of the trance state. I couldn't really explain it to Gary. I couldn't really explain it to anybody. But part of my astonishment at the experience was at the speed with which it had occurred. Like most people who have had therapy, I had an expectation about the pace of psychological insights. You struggle, things happen slowly, years may go by without much change. You wonder if it is making any difference. You wonder if you should quit or hang in. You work and you struggle and you make your hard-won gains. But what of this experience? In less time than I took to open my mouth to speak, something extraordinary and profound had happened to me. And I knew it would last. My relationship with my father had been resolved in a flash. There hadn't even been time to cry. And now that it was over, crying seemed after the fact. I had no desire to cry. The experience was already finished. This made me wonder if my ideas about the normal speed of psychological change might be incorrect. Perhaps we could accomplish massive change in seconds if we only knew how. Perhaps change took so long only because we did it the wrong way. Or perhaps because we expected it to take so long. New Guinea. I am in a house made of thatched grass in Tari, a remote province in the highlands of New Guinea. Sitting around the open fire are a half-dozen muscular men, naked except for grass skirts and hornbills on their necks, and sticks piercing their noses and colorful paint on their faces. Outside, I hear the leathery flapping of fruit bats moving through the night. I am staying here for the next 4 days, and my friend Anne-Marie is asking about Rose, the woman whose house this is. In the light of the fire, Rose picks at the bloody stump of her index finger while we eat dinner. Anne-Marie inquires whether Rose has injured herself. "No," says our Australian guide, Nemo. "She cut it off." Anne-Marie is horrified. "She cut her finger off?" "Yeah, she got angry." "What about?" "Hebrew's new wife. See, Rose is Hebrew's second wife, and when he told her he was going to take a third wife, she got mad and cut off her finger, as a protest." Hebrew, the husband, sits there by the fire. Anne-Marie asks what he felt about this. "Me no liking this," Hebrew says in pidgin. He switches to English for us. "Rose better stop this foolishness or I divorce her," he says, and pounds his thigh for emphasis. "Want to see the finger?" Nemo asks. "She kept it. You can see it if you want to." "Maybe after dinner," Anne-Marie says. Rose sulks and cleans the stump of her finger. I told her not to pick at it, Nemo says, but I guess she knows what she's doing. As I watch this, all I can think of is the carpeting in the elevators of the Shangri-La Hotel in Singapore. We slept in the Shangri-La Hotel the night before. It is a very nice, high-rise hotel, but because so many travelers to Singapore have crossed the international date line, they tell you the day in the carpeting. You get on the elevator and the carpeting says, "Today is Saturday, have a nice day," or whatever day it is. They change the carpeting each day. Now, one day later, we are in a thatched hut in the middle of New Guinea, surrounded by painted men. A young girl of 3 or 4 stares at me solemnly. She is Rose and Hebrew's daughter. "How old is your daughter, Hebrew?" 8, Hebrew says. This is clearly wrong. "He doesn't know how old she is, mate," Nemo explains. "None of these blokes knows how old they are. Doesn't matter here." For some reason, this startles me more than the grass skirts and painted faces. They don't know how old they are. At the Shangri-La Hotel, one whole wall of the lobby displays digital clocks giving local time around the world. The Shangri-La Hotel has 24-hour telex and secretarial services. Here, the people don't know the time. They don't know their age. Their age doesn't matter to them. I have trouble conceiving a world where your age doesn't matter. This world is not what I expected, in any case. I had arranged to spend some days in a hut in a native village. I imagined a semicircle of huts in the jungle, one of which would be used by me, the visitor's hut. I expected to be smack in the middle of village life. But this hut stands alone. When I go outside, I cannot see any other huts, only surrounding fields owned by Rose where kai vegetables are grown. There is apparently no village at all, but Nemo explains that the village of the Tari people refers to the neighborhood, to all the other similarly isolated houses in an area covering several square miles. In fact, each Tari house and field is hidden behind massive sculpted dirt bulwarks 15 feet high. As you drive down a road, you see only these bulwarks on all sides. With overhanging vegetation, the road is a kind of tunnel. The ramparts are built for defense, to prevent surprise attacks. But the tribespeople of New Guinea are continually at war and always alert to the possibility of attack. Like the Sicilians, they live in an atmosphere of perpetual vendetta. Before we arrived, we had some vague concern for our safety. Nemo assures us there is no problem. Killings are carried out according to tribe and clan. As outsiders, we belong to no tribe or clan and therefore are exempt from hostilities unless we happen to get in the way. Meanwhile, I have difficulty matching the cheerful personalities of the Tari men with their readiness to kill. Anne-Marie and I retire to the next room, crawl into sleeping bags. In the light of a kerosene lantern, I look at the beautiful pattern of thatching on the walls. Mice squeak and scamper within the walls. We hear the bats flap outside and flying foxes. In the adjacent rooms there are arguments, crying infants. Fleas hop around in the sleeping bag, bite, fly up my nose. Finally, I manage to go to sleep. My last thought is, what am I doing here? After Greenland, New Guinea is the largest island in the world. Its land mass is roughly equivalent to Sweden. 3 million people live here. It is a mountainous country, which means there is great diversity of habits and language. People separated by intervening mountain ranges develop their own customs and language. 7,000 languages and dialects are spoken here, although Pidgin is the lingua franca. In fact, New Guinea consists of 3 entirely separate environments. There is a coastal environment, which is very like nearby Pacific islands, such as New Caledonia and New Britain. Then, in the north, there is a flat, hot jungle region, where life is organized around rivers, principally the Sepik and its tributaries. But the majority of the population lives in the mountainous interior of the New Guinea highlands, and these people were not even known to exist until the 1930s. Although much has happened in the subsequent half-century, parts of the country remain remote. Here tribal life continues more or less as it always has. I wanted to be among tribal people, to experience what life was like for man for thousands of years before what we call civilization, and so I have come halfway around the world, and now find myself in a thatched hut in a mountain province, trying to go to sleep with fleas hopping up my nose. I am here in New Guinea wrapped in layers of romance, the romance of the anthropologist. I will talk to these colorful natives and learn their ways. Many of them speak English, which is a convenience for the visiting anthropologist on a tight schedule. But I quickly discover that everybody tells me a different story. This is particularly noticeable when it concerns that subject dearest to my heart, me. For example, if there is a fight in some other place, such as the city of Mount Hagen, and one of Hebrew's relatives kills someone from another tribe, then the dead man's kin may come looking for Hebrew to pay him back. Under those circumstances, am I, the innocent visitor, in danger? Most people say no. Some people shrug. Some people say yes. If the war party can't find Hebrew, they will kill his wife or his children, and if they can't find the wife or children, they may decide to kill me. Naturally, I am interested to learn which of these answers is correct, but I never do. I don't even find out how Hebrew will learn of a fight in Mount Hagen, which is more than 100 miles away over a range of rugged mountains. How does he find out? Hebrew laughs. Don't worry, I will hear of it. It turns out that clans intermarry so that each village will have its spies to report back to their families about anything that is being planned. Furthermore, children take the clans of both father and mother, so a Tari person may end up belonging to 7 or 8 clans. Everyone thus has multiple allegiances, and it is extremely confusing. Then there is the romance of the visiting sophisticate, Bwana Michael in his khaki shirts with epaulets, photographing the colorful tribal rituals with his trusty Nikon. I am particularly interested in their methods of warfare, which are traditional, axes and bows and arrows. The men avoid modern weapons, such as guns, because such killings can be traced by the police. But I cannot conceive that bows and arrows are really dangerous, really lethal. Hebrew and his friends laugh at me. One morning they show me their arrows, which are straight pieces of wood without feathers, the tips hardened in a fire. The arrow might bring down a bird, but can such arrows really kill a person? Hebrew sets up a bamboo stalk, perhaps 4 inches in diameter, in the middle of a field. From a distance of 50 yards, he invites me to shoot at this slender target. But I am clumsy. The unfeathered arrows fly off in all directions. Hebrew draws the bow. His wooden arrow entirely pierces the hard bamboo. I am stunned. That arrow would pass through a human body easily. The other men shoot in turn. They all hit this narrow target 50 yards away. Then there is the romance of the pastoral primitive, a little time among Rousseau's noble savages, the uncorrupted natural man unburdened by the junk of materialist civilization. Unfortunately, Hebrew and his wife fight constantly. Their infant screams. The younger children look unhappy, try to stay out of the way. One day, the betrothed wife number 3 shows up at the hut armed with a baseball bat. Her arrival constitutes a provocative act. Rose immediately attacks the new wife with a kitchen knife. Friends and relatives surge in to separate the brawling women. There are shouts and traded insults. Rose's knife is taken away from her. The third wife is relieved of her baseball bat and urged to leave, but she refuses. The situation is ugly, and we visitors are the audience. Nemo proposes we leave for a while to let things cool down. We climb into the land cruiser. As we drive out, Rose flings herself with her infant on top of the car. We stop, get out, argue some more. To a modern sensibility, all this seems to take hours, but the participants are unhurried. There is no need to resolve disputes quickly. There is no need to resolve them at all. There is no reason why we shouldn't spend all day in front of the land cruiser arguing about things. Finally, the provocative third wife departs, taking her cudgel with her. Rose is calmer. We leave, going out into the countryside. Ah, the romance of primitive nature. Unfortunately, everything in New Guinea is owned. All the land, all the trees, all the animals. If you touch or take anything, you can be killed for it. The high earthen ramparts transform the landscape into something that looks like the Maginot Line. There are no open vistas, no untouched spaces. You are in a war zone, and although people are friendly, the atmosphere is one of perpetual suspicion. A hike to a waterfall will set things right. There's a lovely waterfall we must see. We drive to a farm, then spend half an hour finding the farmer to ask his permission to enter his lands. There is no thought of entering the lands without such permission. If we can't find the man, we must go home again. We see a wooden sign that shows a red human hand with the words, Itambu Nogatrat. I ask what this means, and Hebrew looks at me oddly. Can't I read simple English? It means, Itabu no got right. In other words, keep out. Finally, the farmer is found. Permission is granted, and we set off for the waterfall. Almost immediately we are descending a sheer forested incline. I slip and slide and stumble down this muddy jungle track. Hebrew points out local sights, the pandanus tree and something called plenty nut, which is like coconut, and particularly favored by the couscous, or possum. Or the lipstick plant, a fuzzy red shell containing seeds that produce a red dye for painting the warriors. I am grateful for all these interruptions, any excuse to catch my breath and my balance. We continue down for about an hour, but as Hebrew says, down is easy, up is hard. Eventually I hear the roar of the waterfall. Another 15 minutes and the foliage is soaking wet, the ground sucking mud. We are sinking to our knees in the mud. The trail is still vertical. At last we emerge at the base of an incredibly powerful waterfall. We cannot see it well for the dense mist it throws up. We slip over giant rocks to stand at its base, unable to speak to one another over the roar. This is not placid nature. This is raw power. It is like standing too close to the speakers at a rock concert. I am uncomfortable and soaking wet. We head back. It takes an hour to climb back up to the top. The mud drags. My feet are heavy. Frequent stops to remove the leeches. I stagger back to the car and collapse on the seat. Quite a vertical country, Nemo remarks in what I find extreme understatement. No wonder these blokes are fit. We drive back to attend the Sing Sing. A Sing Sing is what most people associate with New Guinea. Warriors paint themselves with elaborate designs, dress in traditional headgear, and dance and sing together. The Tari men have one of the most beautiful decorative motifs. The men paint their faces bright yellow and wear elaborate headdresses involving everlasting flowers and feathers from birds of paradise. While they are dressing, a large crowd of local people gathers. An air of expectancy settles over the watchers. Soon the Sing Sing will begin. But the dance itself is oddly disappointing. The men form lines and chant and stomp for about 30 seconds. Then they stop, talk, smoke, laugh. After a minute or two, they sing again for a brief time. Then they stop again. Then they sing again. The whole procedure, with its abrupt starts and stops, has a desultory quality that is startling to Western eyes accustomed to a performance at least as long as a 3-minute popular song. But that is the way it is done, and the enthusiasm of the crowd indicates that nothing is wrong. I take pictures. By now I know many of the men, but in their paint and costumes their demeanor is entirely changed, and they pose fiercely. When the sing-sing is over, they remove their headdresses, wrap them in plastic, and take them home to their huts. Headdresses are extremely valuable, and great care is taken with them. But the men leave the paint on their faces. That night around the fire they are all red and yellow as they laugh and smoke. They delight in personal ornament. During the day, Hebrew will sometimes decorate his hair with small green leaves. At night, he puts fireflies in his hair so his head winks and glows like a Christmas tree. Their makeup has a purpose, to disguise the warriors. Thus, if a warrior kills an enemy in battle, the enemy may have trouble distinguishing which warrior actually did the killing. Yet in practice everybody knows who did the killing. One more contradiction too difficult to resolve for an anthropologist on a time schedule. But I would like to see a tribal war. I have only read anthropological accounts of these battles, which are formal affairs lasting all day. In the early morning, the two sides meet at a field and begin by prancing and exchanging insults. Later, some spears and arrows will be shot. As the day continues, combat will become progressively more serious, until finally someone is killed or mortally wounded. Then everyone goes home. If there is a battle, spectators are allowed to watch, and even to move among the warriors, snapping pictures. I say I would like to see such a battle. One man who drove tourists in a bus told me that on a certain day he had come upon a tribal war, and all the tourists, they were Italians, piled out of the bus to take pictures. While they were taking pictures, one warrior beheaded another with an axe, right there in front of the tourists. But the tourists never saw it. They were preoccupied with the pageantry, the colorful costumes. They never saw the head cut off and the blood spurting and the body twitching. But the driver saw it. "I do not like to see such things," he said. "They are too real." In the night, when everyone is sitting around the fire, the subject of snakes comes up. Nemo describes the poisonous snakes of Australia. The Tari men listen. One of them then says he once saw a movie about snakes. The Tari man becomes very excited as he talks about the hero in the movie, whose name was Hindi. Hindi was afraid of snakes, and in the movie he came upon a room that was entirely filled with them, crawling and hissing all over the floor. Thousands of snakes, terrible snakes. To conquer his fear, the man Hindi had to enter the room, and he did. And he fought all the snakes until he killed them all, and he won. The Tari man says he would never enter such a room, but Hindi did. The snakes were very exciting. I asked the man if he remembers anything else from the movie. He says no, that it was a story about a man and snakes, and the rest of the movie was just leading up to that. So there it was. The Italian tourists taking snapshots and literally not seeing a man beheaded, and the New Guinea tribesmen seeing Raiders of the Lost Ark and considering it a movie about a man and his snakes. The longer I stayed in New Guinea, the more profound the gap between our cultures appeared. I was losing my romantic illusions, but I wasn't getting clarity in its place. I was getting hundreds of flea bites and a lot of confusion. Eventually I left the highlands and went to the Sepik River, where dense clouds of mosquitoes hung in the humid air, and tribespeople looked and acted entirely different. The Sepik River people do not fight with weapons. They kill one another with sorcery. Finally I went to the coast. On my last day in New Guinea, I dived on a sunken B-24 bomber, a relic of World War II. The wreck was overgrown with corals and quite beautiful, but the most surprising thing was its size. The airplane was so small. In the 1940s, the B-24 had been a large plane. Seeing it there on the bottom was a striking reminder of how much the world has changed, and how swiftly the change continues. When I got to the surface, I asked about the plane. Did anyone know its history, how it got there, why it had crashed? No one did. There were only stories, and theories, and possibilities. Spoon bending. In the spring of 1985, I was invited to attend a spoon-bending party. An aerospace engineer named Jack Houck had become interested in the phenomenon, and from time to time had parties at which people bent spoons. I was given a street address in Southern California and told to bring a half-dozen forks and spoons I didn't care about, since they would be bent during the evening. It was a typical suburban California house. About 100 people were there, mostly families with young kids. The atmosphere was festive and a little chaotic, with all the kids running around. Everybody was giggly. We were going to bend spoons. We all threw the silverware we had brought into the center of the floor, where it made a great metal pile. Jack Houck then dumped a carton containing more silverware onto the floor and told us what to do. He said that, in his experience, to bend spoons, we needed to create an atmosphere of excitement and emotional arousal. He encouraged us to be noisy and excited. We were supposed to choose a spoon from the pile and to ask the spoon, "Will you bend for me?" If we didn't think the spoon would respond, we should toss it back in the pile and choose another. But if we had a positive feeling about our chosen spoon, we were instructed to hold the spoon vertically and shout, "Bend! Bend!" Once intimidated by being shouted at, the spoon was to be rubbed gently between our fingers, and pretty soon it would bend. That's what Jack Houck said. People were looking at him pretty skeptically. The party began. 100 people selecting spoons and saying, "Will you bend?" and tossing them back in the pile if the feeling wasn't right. Then, all around me, I heard people shouting, "Bend! Bend!" at their chosen spoons. A lot of people were laughing. It was hard not to feel self-conscious holding up a spoon and shouting at it. I was sitting on the floor next to Judith and Anne-Marie. They had finished shouting at their spoons, and now were rubbing them between their fingers, but nothing was happening. I was also rubbing a spoon, but nothing was happening for me either. I felt foolish. As we rubbed, a gloom descended over the three of us. Rubbing her spoon, Anne-Marie said, "I don't think this is going to work. This is silly. I just don't see how it can work." I looked down at her hands. Her spoon was bending. "Look, Anne-Marie." Anne-Marie laughed. Her spoon was like rubber. She easily twisted the spoon into knots. Suddenly Judith's spoon began to bend too. She was able to bend the bowl in half. All around me spoons were bending. My spoon remained stiff and solid. I rubbed it dutifully, but it wasn't even getting warm. I felt annoyed. The hell with it, I thought. I'll bend it with sheer force. I tried. The neck of the spoon would bend, of course, but the bowl itself wouldn't bend. I was hurting my fingers trying. I relaxed. Perhaps it wasn't going to happen for me. Jack Houck had said a few people couldn't bend spoons. Maybe I was one. "Congratulations," Judith said to me. "What?" "Congratulations." I looked down. My spoon had begun to bend. I hadn't even realized. The metal was completely pliable, like soft plastic. It wasn't particularly hot either, just slightly warm. I easily bent the bowl of the spoon in half using only my fingertips. This didn't require any pressure at all, just guiding with my fingertips. I put the bent spoon aside and tried a fork. After a few moments of rubbing, the fork twisted like a pretzel. It was easy. I bent several more spoons and forks. Then I got bored. I didn't do any more spoon bending. I went and got coffee and a cookie. I was now far more interested in what kind of cookies they had than anything else. Of course, spoon bending has been the focus of long-standing controversy. Uri Geller, an Israeli magician who claims psychic powers, often bends spoons. But other magicians, such as James Randi, claim that spoon-bending isn't a psychic phenomenon at all, just a trick. But I had bent a spoon, and I knew it wasn't a trick. I looked around the room and saw little children, 8 or 9 years old, bending large metal bars. They weren't trying to trick anybody. They were just little kids having a good time, staying up past their bedtimes on a Friday night, going along with the adults, doing this silly bending stuff. So much for controversy between magicians, I thought, because spoon-bending obviously must have some ordinary explanation, since 100 people from all walks of life were doing it. And it was hard to feel any sort of mystery. You just rub the spoon for a while, and pretty soon it gets soft, and it bends. And that's that. The only thing I noticed is that spoon-bending seemed to require a focused inattention. You had to try to get it to bend, and then you had to forget about it. Maybe talk to someone else while you rubbed the spoon, or look around the room, change your attention. That's when it was likely to bend. If you kept watching the spoon, worrying over it, it was less likely to bend. This inattention took learning, but you could easily do it. It was comparable in difficulty to, say, learning to count off exactly 5 seconds in your head. You practiced a few times, and then you could do it. Why do spoons bend? Jack Houck had theories, but I had long since decided to concentrate on the phenomena and not worry about the theories. So I don't know why spoons bend, but it seemed clear that almost anyone could do it. What was all the fuss about? The party broke up around 11 p.m. Judith, Anne-Marie, and I went home, taking our bent spoons with us. The next day I tried to bend one of my spoons back into its original shape. I couldn't do it. But I didn't try very hard. I showed my bent spoons to some friends, though not many. The whole thing just seemed rather ordinary. A year later I mentioned to an MIT professor that I had bent spoons. He frowned in silence for a while. "There's a way to bend spoons," he said, "by a trick." "I think so," I said, "but I don't know the trick." The professor was silent for a while longer. "You personally bent spoons?" "Yes." Then he went through the whole thing. Where did I get the spoons? How did I know the spoons had not been previously treated? Did anyone help me to bend the spoons? Did anyone touch me while I was bending, or substitute a bent spoon into my hands? It went on like this for a while. I tried to explain the quality of the room that night and how impossible it was that everyone could have been tricked. "So you believe the spoons bent?" "Yes." "Did you investigate why the spoons bent?" "No," I said. "You mean you experienced this extraordinary phenomenon, and you didn't try to explain it?" "No," I said. "That's very strange," he said. "I would say that your behavior is a pathological denial of what happened to you. This incredible experience occurs, and you do nothing to investigate it at all?" "I don't see why it's pathological," I said. "I don't go investigating why everything in the world happens. For example, I know that if I bend a wire rapidly, the wire will get hot and break. But I don't really know why that happens. I don't think it's my job to rush out and find out why. In this case, spoon-bending, the room was full of people doing the same thing, and it seemed very ordinary, kind of boring." In fact, this sense of boredom seems to me often to accompany psychic phenomena. At first the event appears exciting and mysterious, but very quickly it becomes so mundane that it can no longer hold your interest. This seems to me to confirm the idea that so-called psychic or paranormal phenomena are misnamed. There's nothing abnormal about them. On the contrary, they're utterly normal. We've just forgotten we can do them. The minute we do them, we recognize them for what they are, and we think, so what? Spoon-bending is like doing the laundry or riding a bicycle. No big deal. Not really worth much conversation. Seeing auras. All the religious teachings of my youth were powerful because they were inexplicable. In my family, you could discuss anything except religious matters. These were considered unarguable. The story of Joseph and his coat of many colors wasn't a story. It was a postulate. Similarly, the virgin birth of Jesus Christ, a story I had difficulty with from an early age, was not a fable or a metaphor. It had actually happened that way. The reason why such things were possible was that they had happened a long time ago. Antiquity meant that anything they told you in Sunday school had to be taken as true, no matter how preposterous. Parting the Red Sea and turning water to blood, the burning bush, nothing like that was going on now, not even in New York City. Many years passed before I came to know the complicating truths of pregnant nuns and whoring popes, the complex histories of the Old and New Testaments as historical documents, the anthropology of nomadic herding tribes in the Middle East, and so on. Along the way I discovered that lots of people, including my own parents, didn't believe these religious stories in any literal sense. But at the time I just struggled to understand, and since the narratives seemed unbelievable, I looked at pictures. Unfortunately, religious pictures were equally confusing. Everyone in the Sunday school books wore a bathrobe. I had trouble imagining a world where everybody walked around that way. And grown-up religious art in museums made me slightly ill. I could feel all the emotion at the service of what I felt was some kind of insanity. Those saints smiling at the sky while they were stuck full of arrows and bleeding. You couldn't tell me those people weren't crazy. Even modern artists made me queasy. The floating rabbis of Chagall were exactly how I thought of religion. Everything uprooted, swirling free, spinning, and making you nauseated because you didn't know which end was up. I couldn't see why the floating people and animals were smiling, why they didn't find their condition horrible, like people in the tornado in The Wizard of Oz. Confused, unable to understand, I eventually retreated into a world of disbelief about all things religious and all religious images. And so, after a time, I stopped puzzling over the most perplexing feature of my childish examination of religious art, the halos that appeared over the heads of some people, the yellow circles behind the heads. What's that? A halo? What's a halo? That's what very religious people have. It's a circle of light. Do religious people have it now? No, not anymore. But they had it then? Well, artists imagined they did. You mean religious people didn't actually have halos, but artists thought they did? It was an illusion? Well, it's how the artist is showing us that the people in the picture are very religious. Oh. The explanations didn't satisfy me at all. For one thing, the halos were portrayed different ways. Sometimes they were a ring above the head. Sometimes they were an orange glow coming out of the head. Sometimes only one person, like Jesus, had a halo. Sometimes everybody in the picture had a halo. For another thing, nobody in these paintings did what I thought a normal person would do. Point at the halo and say, "Wow, look, he's got a big yellow ring around his head." The other figures in the paintings ignored the halo, or perhaps they didn't see it. Furthermore, there were some paintings of Jesus with no halo at all. Some artists painted halos, and some didn't. The more recent artists didn't. This seemed significant. A halo was just an artistic style. It was a way of painting. Halos didn't have any reality. Maybe back in the old days people believed in such superstitions, but modern people didn't. Yellow light coming out of your head? The very idea was crazy. I never told anybody, but I secretly looked for halos. I thought maybe our minister, Mr. Van Zanten, was religious enough to have one. I peered at him during services. Apparently not. At least, I could never see one around him. I inspected pictures of the Pope in Life magazine, but he never appeared to have a halo. Maybe halos didn't show up in photographs. Sometimes I looked at my friends, and when conditions were right, I could see a whitish thing around their heads against a uniform background like blue sky. But this was obviously an optical illusion of some kind caused by too much staring. I knew about other optical illusions, like the spots you saw if you closed your eyes and pressed on your eyeballs, or about how, if you looked down at your hands against a dark surface and squinted, your fingers would seem to be twice as long and kind of streaky yellow. This was obviously some illusion caused by your eyelashes getting in front of your eyes. Anyway, I never saw any halos. I finally gave up. Occasionally, as an adult, I wondered again about halos. They were so prevalent in religious art. Could they really be just an arbitrary convention? If so, why had artists settled on that particular convention? Why a circle instead of a star or a crescent? Why yellow instead of some brighter color, red or blue or green? Why did artists draw halos in the ways they did? The simplest explanation never occurred to me, that the artists had drawn halos because everybody had one, and everybody who wanted to could see them. The only difference is, today we don't call them halos. We call them auras. I wanted to see auras. I felt it was time to try this. In the last few years, I had come to regard most activities, even the most mysterious, as having a component of practice. Maybe by practicing a lot, I could learn to see auras. I had heard that Carolyn Conger was a good person to teach me. I attended a 2-week seminar with 8 other people in the high desert of California in the spring of 1986. Carolyn's unassuming frame house was located at the foot of desert mountains a mile high. Carolyn was very warm. "You must be Michael," she said, and gave me a hug. That was the first thing that struck me, how warm she was and how down to earth. "I reserved the big bed for you," she said, "even though you didn't tell me you were so tall. Why didn't you tell me you were tall?" "I forgot," I said. "But you're supposed to know those things anyway." Carolyn was a famous clairvoyant. "You're willing to trust that?" she said, and laughed. I put my bags in my room, bounced on the bed, looked out the window. When I came back, there was a coyote standing right outside the living room window. A beautiful creature, gray and white and tan. "Oh, look at that," I said, thinking, "This is a sign. This is a fabulous sign." "Yes," Carolyn said. "The coyotes always come around this time of day. I feed 'em." I thought, not a sign. Oh well. I was introduced to the other people in the group. They were mostly in their 30s and 40s, practical people, a businessman from Washington, a woman computer programmer from Georgetown, an electronics engineer from Los Angeles, a housewife from Oklahoma, another from Seattle. The oldest person was a 73-year-old retired actress from San Francisco. She also had the most energy. Carolyn's house was comfortable, although there were no pictures on the walls. Carolyn said she saw so much around people she was distracted by pictures. Carolyn told us she had been a sensitive from birth. As a child, she had seen auras and had asked her sister about the beautiful shimmering colored robes that surrounded all people. Her sister said she didn't see any colors around people. Other members of her family didn't see colors either. When Carolyn drew pictures showing glowing auras around trees, her teacher at school said, "You can do better than that." Gradually she realized she had an unusual perception that was not shared by other people. Carolyn now had a doctorate in psychology and had worked in various programs at UCLA. She was also a self-described techie who took great pleasure in computers and electronic gadgets. There was nothing airy-fairy about her at all. She was vague about what we would do during the conference. "But," she said, "if there's anything that anybody especially wants to do, let me know." I said, "I want to see auras." "I'll bet you do," she said, and laughed. At 6 each morning, a Zen monk came and meditated with us for an hour. Then we'd have breakfast, and there would be a morning session with Carolyn. After lunch, most people hiked in the mountains or slept. Dinner at 6, and then an evening session. It seemed similar to the way Brew had organized his conference. Indeed, Brew and Carolyn were friends. After the first evening session, she said, "Let's go outside." We went out onto her deck. It was about 10 p.m., and there was a full moon. "Look at the mountains." We looked at the mile-high mountains behind the house. "Do you see anything?" "I saw mountains." "Anything else?" "Like what?" "Do you see any activity, any lights?" I looked. I saw desert mountains, bare rock in the moonlight. "What do you see?" I asked. She laughed. "Oh, there's a lot going on, a lot of energy on the mountains." I continued looking. I couldn't see anything more. Then, as I stared, I saw something that seemed like fireflies, little pricks of white light, very faint. "I see little flashes of light." "What else?" I didn't see anything else. "Any explosions? Beautiful explosions?" She had a sort of dreamy voice. "No, I didn't see any explosions at all. I was looking at a damn mountain, for Pete's sake. And I was getting suspicious. I didn't want to be talked into anything. I said so." "You just have to relax." I felt perfectly relaxed. I couldn't relax any more. I scanned back and forth across the mountain ridge. And then I saw a puff of orange, like a big burst of orange powder. I stopped scanning. It was gone. "I saw a puff of orange." "Uh-huh. Anything else?" "Was there a puff of orange?" "That's the energy. Anything else?" I looked. I saw some streaky horizontal lines, white streaky things along the mountainside. "Yes," Carolyn said. "I call those snakes. Along the ridges?" "Yes, along the ridges." She nodded. "I usually see 3 different things," she explained. "I see pinpoints of white light, I see explosions, and I see what I call snakes." "You're saying it's really up there?" I asked. "Aren't you seeing it?" "Well, it could be an optical illusion." "What sort of optical illusion could it be?" she said. "I don't know. Maybe low illumination from the moon. Maybe something happens in the retina. You imagine you see these sparklers and things." "Well, come out some night when there isn't a moon, and see if it's still there." "You're saying it's there?" "You'll have to decide for yourself." Then she turned around and looked at the juniper bushes in her backyard. "Look at the bushes." I looked. They seemed to be glowing in the night. Around the edges a blue-greenish glow. But in some places it was more intense. "That's the aura," Carolyn said. "Trees and plants have an aura." "Sure." "Well, what does it mean?" I said. "I haven't the faintest idea," she said. "But it's there." Carolyn was tentative in the hypotheses she formed, reluctant to create a structure that defined experiences and provided explanations. Since she ran conferences where people often had unusual experiences for which they'd want explanations, she was skilled at deflecting the questions back to the questioner. "Do crystals hold energy?" She would say, "If you believe it, then it's true for you." "Is daily meditation a good thing?" "If you believe it, then it's true for you." "Is there such a thing as witchcraft?" "If you believe it, then it's true for you." But she didn't deflect everything. You had to observe her carefully to see how she modulated her answers. There was a subtle scale. Did she believe that pyramids kept food from spoiling? I don't know. Some people do, or did. Did she believe in astrology? It's fun to read in the newspapers. Did she believe in the Bermuda Triangle? Well... Did she believe in vampires? No, of course not. with a laugh. But in general, she was cautious about saying what things meant. Someone asked her about the meaning of colors in auras. "I don't know what the colors mean," she said. "People have different ideas about the colors, but I don't know. I think people see the colors differently, and see disease states differently." One night she turned down the lights in the room and got out a black cloth. She hung it over a door and asked one of the men to take off his shirt and stand against the cloth. She said, "What do you see?" Immediately, everybody in the group began to talk. "His aura is pink. It's pulsating, stronger on the left than the right. He has a lot of energy in his hands." Carolyn nodded benignly, her students performing well. She looked at me. "What about you? What do you see?" "Nothing," I said. It was true, I saw nothing. And the more other people saw, the more I squinted and frowned and tried, the more hopeless I felt. It was frustrating to listen to the others. His heart chakra is very active. There's a bright red band around his waist. He has little discharges from his knees. Everybody else was seeing this stuff. I wasn't. "Just relax," Carolyn said. "You have to relax. You have to not care so much." I was beginning to not care. The whole thing was stupid. I didn't want to see auras. It was a completely worthless thing anyway. Who cared about auras? What good was it? It was just a fantasy. These people were all having a fantasy, and I was much the saner not to be sharing it. I looked away, rubbed my eyes. I give up, I thought. I looked back. I saw a man standing against a black cloth. There was a shimmering white cloud all around him, extending out about 6 inches from his body. I could see it best around the shoulders and head, but I could see it everywhere else, too. It was slowly expanding and contracting, as if he were breathing. But it wasn't following his breath. It was keeping its own rhythm. "Oh, my God," I said. Carolyn laughed. She put another man up. This second man looked completely different. He had a cloud around him, but his was pulsating rapidly, in and out, in and out. And this man had all sorts of electrical discharges on his skin. Big sparks were shooting off his forehead into space. He had a pink-red band around his neck. His hands glowed as if he had dipped them in phosphorus. "I don't believe it." "Believe it," Carolyn said. The other people were describing what they saw. "John has a much more rapid pulsation. His hands are very hot. He has a red ring around his neck and a lot of stuff shooting off his forehead." They were seeing what I was seeing. I thought, this is fantastic. I can see auras. And abruptly, I couldn't see anything anymore. There was only John standing up there with his shirt off. But now I was on to it. I had a sense of the feeling, the state you had to be in. I relaxed. I coaxed it back. I began to realize that it required a sort of inattention, the way you have to be if you are walking around with a full cup of coffee. If you stare at the coffee, you'll spill it. If you completely ignore the coffee, you'll spill it. You have to be mindful of the coffee and not worry about it, and then you can carry it anywhere. It was like that. You had to be casual about it. I saw the aura again. They put the first man, George, back up against the black. He was still pulsating slowly, much more slowly than John. I stared at his face, and as I stared, his face went gray, his features becoming invisible. I asked Carolyn about this. "Yes," she said. "That's because his aura exists in 3 dimensions. You are seeing the aura in front of the face, and it makes the features indistinct." This was obviously what I had been observing with Linda, when I meditated with her a few years earlier. Things began to make sense. We watched for a while longer, and then Carolyn turned up the lights. I could see energy all around her. She was so powerful, it was easy to see her even in the brighter light. I saw great plumes of bright green streaking around her head. Wow! Fantastic! But the minute I got excited, I couldn't see it anymore. I had to relax and start all over. I walked around all night, seeing auras. I went out and looked at the mountain. It was active, sparks and snakes and orange puffy explosions. I looked at the trees. They were glowing. I went back inside. Everybody was glowing. It was fantastic. No wonder Carolyn didn't have pictures on her walls. This energy was much more interesting. By the next morning, I had accepted my ability to see auras. I was done with that. What next? I was sure something wonderful would follow. I was on a roll. I spent the day hiking alone in the mountains. I anticipated a wonderful experience, something really illuminating and spectacular. I saw a couple of rabbits. They hopped away. That was it. Carolyn assigned a meditative exercise. Everybody in this group can love other people. I want you to go out and love yourself. Sit under a juniper tree in the desert and meditate and love yourself, if you can. I knew that classically this is a difficult meditation, but I was ready for it. I knew I could do it. Full of confidence, I went out into the desert, found a juniper bush, and sat down under it. I started to meditate. But I began to think perhaps there were ants or something in the sand. I shifted around. Also, maybe there were some snakes hanging around this juniper bush. Maybe I'd better check. These thoughts disturbed my meditation. I couldn't concentrate. Finally, I decided this was the wrong bush, so I moved to another. That bush wasn't the right one either. I walked deeper into the desert. I obviously needed solitude for this difficult meditation. I chose a bush, sat down beneath it, and relaxed. I saw another rabbit. It hopped away, but I knew the rabbit was still in the vicinity. Once I began to meditate, it would come hopping back and ruin my concentration. I decided to move again. I chose a new bush. It was a little withered on one side. I sat down. Because it was withered, it didn't provide shade from the sun. I felt too hot sitting here to meditate. I thought I should move to another place. I thought, this is ridiculous. Stay here and get on with it. So I stayed. I tried to meditate. I couldn't do it. I had no concentration at all. Finally, I gave up. I decided I would give myself love on another day. We had 2 days of fasting and silence. During this time, we were told not to look into anybody's eyes or acknowledge another person in any way. This I found incredibly difficult. I couldn't be in a room, say the kitchen, with another person, and not acknowledge his or her presence. I couldn't pretend the person wasn't there. I felt that was incredibly insulting. The fasting wasn't hard. The silence wasn't hard. But the non-acknowledgement was brutal. Not only did I have difficulty doing it, but I also felt terribly hurt when other people did it to me. How could they ignore me this way? It was painful to be ignored. I didn't care what the rules were. I tried to catch people's eyes, to nod and smile. But nobody else would look at me. I was miserable for the first day. Finally, I got used to it. I liked most of the people in the conference, but a couple of them I couldn't stand. They just rubbed me the wrong way. One woman was always morose, crying and sad. I couldn't stand her being sad all the time, walking around with her Kleenex and sniffling everywhere she went. Why didn't she pull herself together and get on with her life? And one man was a complainer, a whiner. He had lots of complaints at the moment, and lots of past complaints from his earlier life. How he'd been mistreated, how they'd done him wrong. He was more than willing to tell you all about it. I couldn't bear to listen to him bitch. But by the second week I found my dislike for these people burdensome. I wanted to drop it. I went into the desert to consider why I was so annoyed by them. After all the others had their quirks, and I didn't seem to mind. What was it in these two people? They probably reminded me of aspects of myself that I didn't like. But try as I might, I couldn't see how. I certainly wasn't crying all the time. I certainly wasn't a whiner. Was I? On the other hand, in order to drop my dislike, I'd have to decide that moping and whining were okay after all. I just couldn't do that. I fell into a critical mood. I began to notice things I disliked about this conference. For example, the use of jargon. There is a specialized jargon for conferences. People don't think about a problem, they sit with it. They don't tell you something, they share. They don't have problems, they have issues. They don't help, they facilitate. They don't have a way to do something, they have a process. They don't have a lover, they have a significant other. This jargon got on my nerves. As I sat with my issues concerning my significant other, I thought, I'd rather think about my love life. It'd be more to the point. I started complaining to the group about all this jargon. I felt that a group of people who are committed to spiritual growth shouldn't create a specialized jargon. Jargon defined them as a group. It allowed them to feel smug and exclusive, and it got in the way of direct experience. Nobody paid attention to my point of view. Soon after that, I began to feel that everyone was indifferent to me, that I was uncared for in my life by them and by everyone else. I felt sad for almost 2 days. And then I found that I no longer had any resentment toward anybody in the conference. They were all fine. I liked everybody fine. Even the jargon was okay with me. I was making progress in every way but one. I had been sleeping in the desert most nights since the conference began, and I was never able to overcome an unreasoning fear of wild animals. A few years earlier, I had definitively concluded I was not afraid of animals, but at Carolyn's, every night I curled up in my sleeping bag, the thoughts began. First, scorpions. I worried about scorpions. I hadn't seen any scorpions in the desert, but I knew they were out there. Then rattlesnakes. What if a snake crawled into my bag? It was too cold for the snakes to be out yet, but that was all the more reason why a snake would crawl into my nice warm bag. What would I do exactly if I had a snake in my bag? Where would it go? Would it curl up at the bottom of the bag near my feet? When I'd had enough rattlesnake fantasies, I'd hear the coyotes howl and begin to worry about coyotes. The coyotes will not bother me, I think. Yeah? What do you imagine you look like in this sleeping bag? A giant salami, that's what you look like. A tasty sack of meat, perfect for a coyote. I don't think the coyotes will bother me. Yeah? They might, especially if they're rabid. You know, rabid animals are unpredictable. They lose their fear of man. They'll come right up to you, and just one bite. I don't think rabies is a problem here. Yeah? If you got bitten, you'd have to have the shots. You know how you hate needles. The shots are only shots. They'll still hurt. And, you know, the shots don't always work. You could die anyway. And what if you got bitten but didn't notice? I would notice. Yeah? Vampire bats have razor-sharp teeth and bite between the toes, and you never wake up while they are sucking your blood. There are no vampire bats here. Can't we go to sleep? No, it's not safe here. My dialogue continued like this. Each night it took about a half an hour to calm myself down so I could go to sleep, and it never got any easier on subsequent nights. The final night of the conference, I woke up at midnight and heard the coyotes eating the garbage at the house next door, crunching bones. Crunch, crunch. You're next. Come on, can't we just sleep? Remember the elephant in Kenya? Remember how foolish you felt? That was then, this is now. Crunch, crunch. Think how comfortable you'd be back in the house. I am not going back in the house. A nice comfortable bed? I am not going back in the house. The only reason you won't go back is you told everybody that you're not afraid of animals. Actually, you are completely full of it. You have no idea who you really are. Face it, you're terrified out here. I am not going back to the house. Okay, have it your way. The coyotes will still be hungry when they finish that garbage. I am not going back in the house. And I didn't. But the struggle never ceased. The voices inside my head kept up the dialogue, and I thought, haven't I fought this battle already? Can't I just go to sleep? The answer was no. And finally, in the middle of the night, I shouted out loud, "All right, damn it, I admit it, I'm afraid of animals. And you don't really know who you are, and I don't really know who I am." With that, I fell sound asleep. When I got home, I looked at people to see if I could still see auras. I could. It's fun to do. When the dinner parties get boring, you just look at people's auras. But that didn't seem to be the most important thing I had gotten from being at the conference. The most important thing seemed to be that, although I knew a lot more about myself than I ever had at any earlier time in my life, I still had to admit, the way I shouted in the desert, that I didn't know who I was. An entity. In the spring of 1986, I was still working with Gary, the man who had taught me to channel. I continued to explore altered states with him. I tried not to judge what was happening, but simply to accept everything as an experience. Past lives, guided meditation, astral travel, I just went along with it as an interesting time. And I was in this general frame of mind, an interesting time, lots of doubts, and no idea what it all meant, when at the end of one session Gary said, "I experienced an entity around you during our work today." "A what?" "An entity, a dark force." "An entity," I repeated. I was very slow about all this. I didn't get what he was saying. "I believe it is interfering with our work," Gary said. "What is?" "The entity. He's attached to you. Do you have any sense of it?" "No," I said. I was starting to feel annoyed. I felt he was telling me there was something wrong with me, and it sounded bad, serious, an entity attached to me. "What is an entity, anyway?" "Well, it could be a discarnate soul, a tramp soul." "A tramp soul. Something you picked up earlier in your life, maybe at a time when you were sick, or if you drank or took a lot of drugs at some time in your life. When you're weak, these things can latch on to your field and go for a ride, and they can stay with you for years. Or it may be a thought form that you have created. I really don't know, but it's there." I understood clearly now. "You're saying I'm possessed?" "Well, only in a manner of speaking." That did it. I went crazy. "What manner of speaking?" I was very upset. "You're saying I have a demon or something inside me. You're saying I need an exorcist." "Is that so bad?" Gary said calmly. "Yes," I shouted. "Yes, it's terrible. What am I supposed to do about it?" "I'm not sure," Gary said. "I'll have to ask some people." "Ask them what?" "I know some people who have experience in these things." "People who have been to an exorcism." "One, yes. Let's talk more tomorrow." "What are you telling me? Gary, listen, I have a job. I have to write. I have to be calm. You can't just go around telling people they have entities attached to them and let's talk tomorrow." I was shouting now, really shouting. "Look," he said firmly, "I don't like this either. We'll talk tomorrow. But I'm pretty sure you have an entity around you. Just don't worry about it. It's not the end of the world." It's not the end of the world. I was very angry. I was distracted. Who wouldn't be, to hear he had an entity bothering him? The next day I was still distracted. I couldn't write. I was angry and upset. I called Gary. "How do you feel?" he said. "How do you think I feel?" I said. "Terrible." "Okay," he said. "Come over at 5 o'clock and we'll have a session." "All right," I said. "Listen," he said. I've asked somebody else to be there, a psychologist, if that's all right. Okay. You're sure it's all right? She won't come unless it's all right with you. It's fine. At 5, I went to Gary's apartment. It was completely transformed. The drapes were drawn. There were lighted candles everywhere. On the couch was a row of pictures of holy people, from Jesus Christ to Muktananda. There were crystals scattered around on all the tables. In the center of the room, the massage table was covered in a white cloth. Uh-oh, I thought. He's really going to do it. He's going to do an exorcism. I was introduced to a small, pretty woman with short hair named Beth. She was very calm, but there was still an underlying tension in the room. Gary seemed tense. I was tense too. I complained about how Gary had left me hanging with this idea of an entity, and how ridiculous I thought it all was. An entity. I mean, really, an entity. They listened, and then Beth said in her calm way, "Well, what if it's true?" It threw me. She was agreeing with him. "Do you think I have an entity?" "I sense something around you," she said. "Okay," I said. That did it. "When you're ready, why don't you lie down on the table?" Gary said. I lay down on the table. Now I was pretty nervous. I kept getting these melodramatic images of Max von Sydow and Linda Blair. But on the other hand, a part of me was excited. An exorcism. Well, let's see what happens. What happened was that Gary said, "I'm going to spend some time with Beth first. You just relax." I lay there on the table with my eyes closed and relaxed. I heard Gary helping Beth to lie on a couch across the room, and heard him inducing her into an altered state. He did that by talking to her and by playing tapes of oscillating tones. It took a while. He was really getting her deep. Finally, I heard his voice very near my ear. "Ready?" "Ready," I said. By now, I was really nervous. Some part of me was saying, "This is crazy. An exorcism? You don't know what will happen. You're saying you're possessed. A demon. This is crazy." But I was determined to go on. "Okay," Gary said. And he induced me pretty much the way he had induced Beth. Visualizing light, relaxing, visualizing moving my ego away from my center. Usually this induction took only a few minutes, but this time it seemed to go on a long while. He was getting me to go deep. Finally, Gary said, "Okay, now, Michael, I want you to visualize your body as entirely surrounded by light. So much light that anything dark will stand out against all the light." I visualized that. "Okay, now, Michael, do you see anything dark around your body?" I tried to see. To my surprise, I saw a cartoon demon, a sort of Walt Disney evil spirit with wings that looked like the devil from Fantasia. I saw this devil right in front of me. I also saw a sort of large bug, like an ant, down near my feet. And I saw a little man about 2 feet high with a hat behind my left shoulder. "Do you see anything?" Gary asked. I felt ridiculous. The principal image was a cartoon devil, and I wasn't going to open my mouth and report that I saw a Walt Disney devil. "No," I said. Gary moved across the room. "Beth, do you have any information now?" And I heard Beth's voice, drowsy and trance-like, reply, "There are 3 entities around him. There is a large creature, an insect, and a little man." Oh my God, I thought. Because I hadn't said anything. I was lying on a table with my eyes closed. Beth was lying on a couch across the room with her eyes closed. I had never met her before. There wasn't any way for us to communicate now, yet she was seeing what I was seeing. How was that possible? Gary came back to my ear. "Did you hear what Beth said?" "Yes." Do you have any reaction? Yes, I said. I admitted she was right. I described the 3 dark entities. By now my left neck and shoulder were starting to cramp painfully. I remembered the first time I had felt that. It was in the summer of 1968, driving home from Florida to Massachusetts. I was in medical school. I had gone to Florida for a couple of weeks with my wife, to dive and to revise a book I planned to call The Andromeda Strain, if it ever got finished. The work had gone well, but driving home in my blue Volvo, my left neck and shoulder had become excruciatingly painful. The pain had lasted about 5 months and gradually faded. I'd considered it tension from typing or from driving. "Let's talk to the little man," Gary said. I attempted to talk to the little man. He wouldn't speak, but I sensed that he was an old and angry man beneath the sun hat, and I saw he had a fishing pole. I couldn't really see him well because he was standing behind me, behind my shoulder. Gary asked him some questions directly, but we didn't really get very far with the little man. He was uncommunicative. Gary asked Beth for suggestions. "Talk to the creature in front," she said. "But the creature is a Walt Disney devil," I said. "A cartoon devil." "That is how he is presenting himself to you," she said. "That's what he wants you to think he is." Gary said, "Can you talk to the creature?" I tried. I saw him as bat-like with glaring empty eyes, but I could talk to him, yes. "Ask him how long he has been with you." "A long time, years." "Ask him where he came from." "I made him." "When did you make him?" "When I was 4 years old." "Why?" "To protect me." "Protect you from what?" "My father." "What about your father?" "My father wants to kill me." I am standing outdoors, looking at a curved gravel driveway, my tricycle. My vision is low near the gravel, at the height of the tricycle handlebars. The house behind me is narrow, 2 stories high. It is spring and sunny, lots of green trees. Beyond the driveway is the road. Across the road is a high cliff, maybe 100 feet high, of yellowish rock. My father is recently back from the Navy. He and I are going to climb the cliff. We say goodbye to my mother and cross the road and begin climbing. I am climbing first, and my father is following so he can catch me if I fall. We start up and I'm not scared. But pretty soon we are high and the cliff is steep and there is no easy path up. I don't know where to put my hands and feet next. I get scared. I look down at my father behind me. I realize that he is scared too, that this is more than he has bargained for. I am not safe with him. If I fall, he can't catch me. He has lied to me. I am very frightened. The rock of the cliff is sharp and cuts my fingers. It is brittle. It comes away in chunks in my hands. We manage to go on. Somehow we get to the top. We have brought handkerchiefs to wave to my mother down at the house far below. We wave to her, and then we walk down another way, a gentle way through pine trees. My father is beside me. My heart is pounding with fear as I walk beside him. Mount Ivy, New York, 1946. Gary said, "You made the creature to protect you from your father." My father had been in the Navy. He had come home, but my mother preferred me to him, and he resented me. He wanted me gone. He wanted me to fall off the cliff and die. He hated me. "And did the creature protect you?" "Yes." Gary said, "Is that why you kept the creature all these years?" I am 13. I have just grown taller than my father, but I am painfully thin. We are playing basketball in the backyard. He is pushing and shoving me as we play. He often knocks me to the ground. Sometimes I want to cry. Roslyn, New York, 1955. "And did the creature protect you in other ways?" "Yes." I am in high school. I am 13 years old and 6 feet 7 inches tall, and I weigh 125 pounds. I look like a skeleton. I have grown a foot in the last year. I am the tallest person in the school, taller even than the teachers. Everybody laughs at me. The older boys sometimes chase me home from school and knock me down and sit on me and laugh at me. But whenever that happens, whenever I am humiliated, whenever people laugh at me, I block it off. It is as if an invisible wall comes down. The rest of the world becomes dim. I can hardly hear the laughing voices. I hear a whisper in my ear. The whisper says, "They are jerks. I am smart, and I am going to show them all. They are jerks. Anybody who laughs at me is a jerk." Then this creature you invented protected you from pain? Yes. The pain of growing up the way you did? Yes. And later? In college, yes. I could cut people dead. I could just stare at people and think, "You are really an asshole," and I could reduce them to silence, make them go away. And later? Medical school. Less and less with time. And now? Does the creature do anything for you now? No. I am surprised to realize this. The images I see now are episodes in which I feel barriers, obstructions, difficulty getting past my own defenses, my own harshness. So are you ready to give up the creature? Yes. Beth, how do you feel about what he is saying? I don't think Michael is ready to give it up. Neither do I, Gary says. I hear them with a strange detachment. I am feeling very passive, floating, just going along with the flow of images and feelings. Gary again. You feel the creature doesn't help you now. Let's just be sure. Does the creature do anything in your writing? No. I'm clear about that. The creature is defensive and protective and paranoid in a way I am struggling to be free of. Beth? I agree. Does the creature do anything in your other work, movies or TV? I have to consider that. Sometimes collaborative work gets abrasive. People can be harsh. Sometimes my feelings get hurt and the voice whispers soothingly. Yes, but I can do without it. Beth? Yes, he can. Does the creature do anything in your relationship with Anne-Marie? I realize it does. It lets me rest. Sometimes when we have disagreements, when I feel falsely accused, when I feel trampled upon, I throw up an angry wall and withdraw behind it. I can go off and sulk, or I can sit in the living room and be silently furious. But in either case I am safe, I am protected. I can rest from the struggle, secure in my knowledge. Women, what can you do? They're all the same. They're all living out whatever Daddy did to them, and you just happen to be the latest recipient. They don't care about you. They've never even met you. They just use you. And so on. Secure in righteous indignation and nice warm anger. Are you willing to give that up? I don't know. It is a place of my own, this angry retreat. If I gave it up, I would be much more out there. That might not be so comfortable. I think of other times, the times I have wanted to give compliments but have been afraid of also giving up a psychological advantage. The times I have wanted to say I was hurt instead of getting mad. The times I have wanted to release anger instead of hanging on to it for days like a security blanket. The times I have wanted to express a wish instead of a complaint. I can see how it might be better to give it up. And anyway, I realize I'm tired of it. I'm tired of living that way. Yes, I'll give it up. Beth? I still don't feel he is ready. Neither do I, Gary says. I still feel neutral. I am even, I am balanced, I am floating. I will take their word for it. Gary says, This creature has been very important in your life for a long time. Yes. I want you to thank the creature for all that it has done for you. Okay. I start to do it inwardly, out loud. Okay. I hesitate. I feel a little stupid to be talking to a Walt Disney cartoon devil when other people can listen. I imagine that I will get formal and say thank you to this creature. A stiff, correct statement of thanks is what I have in mind. Suddenly, my mouth opens and I hear a voice saying warmly, I really want to thank you for everything you have done. You were loyal through a lot of hard times, and I really appreciate it. I couldn't have done it without you. I never would have made it. I would have died without you. So you have really protected me and done a wonderful thing for me. I'm shocked I am saying this, but I am visualizing a house guest who has been in my house for years, a relative, somebody I'm guilty about because now I have to throw him out. And I am trying to express my true thanks, but also to be a little manipulative and get him out the door. I am really going to miss you, I say, but it's time to move on. Time for you to go your way and me to go mine. Our paths are diverging. All good things must come to an end, but I want you to know I will never forget you or what you have done for me. By now I am crying. I really love this old creature, this faithful old servant. I hate to hurt his feelings. He looks lost and forlorn, but I can see he is accepting it. I am surprised at how much I love him and how sad I feel about his departure. I am taking leave. Beth, I feel he is ready. I agree. Gary leans closer. Michael, we are going to remove the entity now. What do I do? Nothing. Beth will do it with me. She will do it on the astral plane. I feel a little left out of this plan, but I am still in my passive mood. I will do whatever I am told. Gary moves away. He is whispering to Beth. They are moving Beth to the astral plane. I can't really hear what they are saying. Their voices are low. Besides, I am wrapped up in my emotions. I am crying. I am sad for this departure. After a while, I hear Beth say, He's not coming yet. I feel immediately that this is true. The entity is still hanging around me. I will have to help. I imagine that I am standing at the door of a farmhouse. The entity is outside the screen door. It is time to say goodbye. I turn my back on it to make it easier for it to leave. I turn away, knowing I will never see it again. I burst into sobs. But I don't turn back to see if it is still there. He's not coming. I still don't turn back. I feel that if I remain there with my back to him, he will eventually give up and leave. No, not yet. I want to be of assistance. There must still be a connection between me and the entity, even though I can't see it. I imagine a big pair of scissors, and I use them to cut the air all around my body, severing any shadowy connections. I cut vigorously. He's not coming. Perhaps I am trying too hard. Maybe I should leave it alone, let her do it. I can see her on the astral plane in misty yellow light a little above me. It's as if we are standing on an incline or a slope, and she is a little farther up the incline in the yellow mist. I can see her standing there, and then suddenly I can clearly see the entity. The entity is tiny. He barely comes to her waist. He is looking up at her in a hopeful way. He is just a little kid. I feel an explosive burst of emotion, of sadness for this tiny thing formed in the image of his tiny creator, this frightened, forlorn child that must now leave. And I feel sad for myself, and sad to move on now, and in the instant of that burst of sadness, the little kid shoots off, away into the distance. Beth says in a flat voice, "He's gone." Beth comes out. I come out. We sit around, dazed. Gary brings glasses of water. I look at my watch. It has taken 3.5 hours. There isn't really much to say. We're all tired. Gary says, "Don't worry, he's gone. He won't be back," and tells me to be careful driving home. I get home and tell Anne-Marie. She is very affected, but I don't tell anybody else. How many people can you tell you've had an exorcism? Anyway, the real question is, what was the outcome? For the next few days, not much. Then I had an argument with Anne-Marie. It started in the usual way, but it quickly became different. I found myself walking around the kitchen in circles, wondering where to go. It was as if a room in our apartment had been taken away. It wasn't there anymore, this particular room. I had to stay where I was and deal with her. Subsequent arguments were different too, and after a while I began to realize that some stable change had occurred. The other thing I noticed was that for several weeks I felt the minor and ordinary pains of life, the small momentary rejections, the people that turn away, the tiny insincerities and the trivial abuses, with the most exquisite sensitivity. They were incredibly painful. I had never felt such hurts before. But at the same time, I noticed that many people were nicer to me than they had ever been before. And in any case, in a few weeks I felt I was back to normal in my ability to roll with the punches. A few months later, I was talking with Lou, a psychologist I see sometimes. Rather hesitantly, I mentioned my experience, wondering how she would respond. She said, "That's interesting. A lot of people are having experiences like that." "Really?" I said. "Oh, yes. Entities are very big now." I had to laugh. Direct experience. In accepting the possibility of an entity, however tentatively and briefly, I had moved pretty far from the rational, academic, intellectual traditions in which I had been raised. I was, in truth, a little nervous to think how far I had moved. So I decided to summarize the conclusions I had drawn from all these experiences over all these years. I got out a piece of paper and listed them. I was surprised to find there wasn't so much after all. 1. Consciousness has legitimate dimensions not yet guessed at. The varieties of consciousness are considerably more diverse and contradictory than I had previously acknowledged. I am not persuaded that any of these states of consciousness has metaphysical meaning, any more than I am persuaded I had a real entity attached to me. I'm not convinced of entities at all. But I acknowledge that on some level the difference between a real entity and a metaphorical entity may be slight indeed. I am obliged to remember that consciousness itself is tremendously powerful. People in every culture can become crippled or blind or even die from beliefs alone. To me, all the varieties of consciousness constitute a landscape of the mind, similar to the physical landscape of our planet. I find this landscape of consciousness rewarding to explore. I recognize that exploration of these different states is a personal interest of mine, and not everybody shares that interest. But I feel there is more than private value in such explorations. I suspect that, in the future, studying the varieties of consciousness will have increasingly practical importance in such areas as treating illness, maintaining health, and promoting creativity. As the practical value of altering consciousness becomes recognized, procedures to effect those alterations will become increasingly ordinary and unremarkable. The whole concept of changing states of consciousness will cease to have an exotic or a threatening aspect. 2. At least some psychic phenomena are real. Psychic phenomena are generally categorized as telepathy, communication between minds, clairvoyance, perception at a distance, precognition, perception of events before they occur, and psychokinesis, influencing objects or events by thought alone. This, in fact, covers a rather broad range of claims and broadly overlapping phenomena. I've concluded some people have the ability to know about past and future events in a manner that is not at present explicable. To me, the most convincing evidence for such ability comes from rather trivial information. I suspect everybody has a degree of psychic ability, just as everybody has a degree of athletic or artistic ability. Some people have special gifts. Other people have a particular interest that leads them to develop their abilities. But the phenomenon itself is ordinary and widespread. I have no idea of the limits of psychic ability. I don't know, for example, whether somebody can move an object simply by thinking about it. I don't even know how to go about assessing such an idea, since I have no theory to explain psychic phenomena in general. 3. There are energies associated with the human body that are not yet understood. These energies can be felt and seen, and they are related to healing, sickness, and health. Although the existence of these body energies is formally accepted in some theoretical systems, such as those of Indian yogis and Chinese acupuncturists, they are not yet accepted in Western medical systems. I suspect they will be in the near future. When that happens, medicine will recapture some traditional wisdom concerning the importance of bedside manner and hand-holding, what is now considered the art of medicine as opposed to the science. This was all I concluded. And it's not really much different from what Carl Jung believed or William James believed. It's only different from what a certain variety of incautious, unintrospective physical scientists believes. And in their day, Jung and James found themselves at odds with this kind of scientist too. I went on to make a list of the things that I don't believe in, which was much longer. I don't believe in levitation, flying saucers, UFOs, ancient astronaut landing sites in Peru, the Bermuda Triangle, extraterrestrials, palmistry, numerology, astrology, psychic surgery, rebirthing, biorhythms, coincidence, or pyramid power. And finally, I made a list of beliefs about which I hold no opinion, either because evidence is lacking, or because the issue seems to me fundamentally a matter of faith. These beliefs include reincarnation, past lives, entities, poltergeists, ghosts, the Yeti, the Loch Ness Monster, and the power of crystals. But as I looked at my lists, I decided they were beside the point. I hadn't traveled with the intention of learning about anything except myself. And the real point of all this travel was not what I had come to believe or disbelieve about the wider world, but what I had learned about myself. When I look back on my travels, I see an almost obsessive desire for experiences that would increase my self-awareness. I needed new experiences to keep shaking myself up. I don't know why this should be true for me. In one sense, I suppose the search for new experiences represents an appetite. It's an acquired taste, in my case, acquired early. From my parents, I learned to perceive new experiences as fun and invigorating, and not as frightening. So this is learned behavior. In another sense, I see my travels as a strategy for solving problems in my life. Whenever things got bad, whenever my life really wasn't working, I'd get on a plane and go far away. Not to escape my problems so much as to get perspective on them. I found that this strategy worked. I returned to my life with a new sense of balance. I was able to get to the point, to stop spinning my wheels, to know what I wanted to do and how to go about doing it. I was focused and effective. In every instance, it was because I had gone away and found out something about myself, something I needed to know. My own sense is that the acquisition of self-knowledge has been made more difficult by the modern world. More and more human beings live in vast urban environments, surrounded by other human beings and the creations of human beings. The natural world, the traditional source of self-interest, is increasingly absent. Furthermore, within the last century, we have come to live increasingly in a compelling world defined by electronic media. These media have evolved a pace that is utterly alien to our true natures. It is bewildering to live in a world of 10-second spots, each one urging us to buy something, to do something, or to think something. Human beings in the past were not so assaulted. And I think that this constant assault has made us pliable in a certain unhealthy way. Cut off from direct experience, cut off from our own feelings and sometimes our own sensations, we are only too ready to adopt a viewpoint or perspective that is handed to us and is not our own. In 1972, I bought a house in the hills of Los Angeles. I moved into my house and was ecstatically happy for several months. One day I mentioned to a friend that I'd bought a house in the hills. He said, "I guess the snakes don't worry you." "What snakes?" I said. "Rattlesnakes. The hills are full of rattlesnakes." "Come on," I said. "Stop kidding around." "I'm serious. Haven't you seen any?" "No, of course not." "Well, they're there. You have any land around your house?" "Yes, almost an acre, on the side of a hill." "Then you've definitely got them. Just wait. The rattlers come out when it gets dry, September, October. Just wait." I went back to my wonderful house in a state of profound depression. I didn't have any fun at all. I just looked for snakes. I worried that snakes were sneaking into my bedroom, so I locked all the doors every night to keep the snakes out. I thought snakes might come to the swimming pool to drink the water, so I avoided the swimming pool, particularly in the heat of the day, because the snakes were probably sunning on my deck. I never walked around my property because I was sure there were snakes in the bushes. I walked only on the little path from the garage to the house, and I peered around every corner before I turned it. But increasingly I didn't like to be outside at all. I became a prisoner in my own house. I had altered my entire behavior and my emotional state purely on the basis of something I had been told. I still hadn't seen any snakes, but I was now afraid. Finally, one day I saw my gardener tramping fearlessly around the brush at the edge of the property. I asked him about snakes. "Are there any rattlers here?" "Oh, sure," he said, "especially September, October." "Aren't you worried?" "Well," he said, "I've been working here for 5 years, and in that time I've only seen one rattlesnake, so I'm not too worried, no." "What'd you do when you saw the rattlesnake?" "Killed it." "How?" "I went and got a shovel, came back, and killed it. It was just a rattlesnake." "That's the only one you saw?" "That's right." "One snake in 6 years?" "That's right." I went and got my towel and sat by the pool for the rest of the day. I was perfectly comfortable. One snake every 6 years was something to be aware of, but you didn't have to man the watchtowers every minute of your life. So, still without ever having seen a snake, I had shifted to another perspective, and I had changed my behavior and my emotions again. Now I was a little more cautious than before, but I was relaxed. As he was leaving, the gardener said, "You can be sure you don't have many snakes on your property." "How do you know?" "Because you've got so many gophers." I had been trying for weeks to get rid of the gophers that lived in my lawn. Gophers were something new to me. They weren't found back east. Gophers were small, cute-looking rodents that created an elaborate network of underground burrows all around your property, thus turning previously solid earth into something resembling a sponge. Sometimes I'd walk out onto my lawn and fall through to my ankles. I had an image of my entire house one day sinking into the ground because the gophers had finally burrowed one tunnel too many. So I set poison and I set traps, and I took pot shots at them with an air pistol, all to no effect whatever. Each morning, fresh gopher burrows crisscrossed my lawn. It was extremely frustrating. My house was Gopher National Park. Now I realized that if a few more of my friends the rattlesnakes took up residence around the house, this frustrating gopher problem would be solved. I began to wish for more rattlesnakes. Was there anything I could do to attract rattlesnakes to my house? Put out some favorite rattlesnake food? Or perhaps dishes of water? What was wrong with my property anyway that the snakes would abandon it and leave me at the mercy of the gophers? So I had still another perspective. Now I was feeling the lack of snakes, wishing for more. I had gone through all these changes, and I still had never actually seen a snake. I couldn't really say that I had experienced successive episodes of calmness, panic, and longing because I'd had some life experience that made me that way. I'd acquired some new information, but nothing really had happened to me. I felt different only because I had shifted perspectives. Each shift in perspective was accompanied by a total change in my attitudes, my physiology, my behavior, my emotions. I was immediately and wholly modified by each new perspective that I adopted. But never as a result of direct experience. Never as a result of something that had actually happened to me. Unaccustomed to direct experience, we can come to fear it. We don't want to read a book or see a museum show until we've read the reviews so that we know what to think. We lose the confidence to perceive for ourselves. We want to know the meaning of an experience before we have it. We become frightened of direct experience, and we will go to elaborate lengths to avoid it. I found I liked to travel because it got me out of my routines and my familiar patterns. The more traveling I did, the more organized I became. I kept adding things I liked to have with me on my trips. Naturally, I took books to read. Then I'd take my Walkman and the tapes I liked to listen to. Pretty soon I'd also take notebooks and colored pens for drawing. Then a portable computer for writing. Then magazines for the airplane trip. And a sweater in case it got cold on the airplane, and hand cream for dry skin. Before long, traveling became a lot less fun because now I was staggering onto airplanes loaded down with all this stuff that I felt I had to take with me. I had made a new routine instead of escaping the old one. I wasn't getting away from the office anymore. I was just carrying most of the contents of my desk on my shoulders. So one day I decided I would get on the plane and carry nothing at all. Nothing to entertain me, nothing to save me from boredom. I stepped on the plane in a state of panic. None of my familiar stuff. What was I going to do? It turned out I had a fine time. I read the magazines that were on the plane. I talked to people. I stared out the window. I thought about things. It turned out I didn't need any of that stuff I thought I needed. In fact, I felt a lot more alive without it. One of the most difficult features of direct experience is that it is unfiltered by any theories and expectations. It's hard to observe without imposing a theory to explain what we're seeing. But the trouble with theories, as Einstein said, is that they explain not only what is observed, but what can be observed. We start to build expectations based on our theories, and often those expectations get in the way. Claridge's Hotel in London is famous for catering to the idiosyncrasies of its guests. If you like mineral water at your bedside every night, the staff of Claridge's will notice this, and each night you'll find the bottle of mineral water by your bed. If you like it half empty, you will find it half empty. And since the staff is English, no eccentricity is too bizarre to indulge. I lived at Claridge's for several weeks in 1978 rewriting a screenplay. I was typing and cutting and pasting the pages together, but I couldn't get an ordinary tape dispenser. I just had a plain roll of Scotch tape and a pair of scissors. Of course, every time I cut a piece of tape, the edge would fall back onto the roll, and I'd have a terrible time prying it free with my fingernails to cut another piece. Eventually, I hit on the expedient of cutting long strips of tape and running them lightly down the knobs of my desk drawers on both sides of the desk. This allowed me simply to cut between the knobs to get a piece of tape. I followed this procedure of taping the drawers for several weeks. A year later, I returned to Claridge's and checked into a room. It was a nice room, but it had a peculiarity. Someone had stretched rows of Scotch tape down all the drawers of the desk in the corner. They'd remembered. I was flattered, but I tried to imagine what the staff must have thought. Who knows why this guy likes it? But he always tapes the desk drawers shut. So, make sure they're taped shut on arrival, so Mr. Crichton will be comfortable. That's the difficulty with making theories. The original observation wasn't wrong, but the conclusion drawn was wrong. It takes an enormous effort to avoid all theories and just experience directly. But for a time, subjective experience might benefit from a little freedom before we try to slap it into a conceptual straitjacket. Sometimes it's better just to sit and watch. It's surprising what you can learn that way. I believe the experiences reported in this book are reproducible by anyone who wishes to try. I went to Africa. You can go to Africa. You may have trouble arranging the time or the money, but everybody has trouble arranging something. I believe you can travel anywhere if you want to badly enough. And I believe exactly the same thing is true of inner travel. You don't have to take my word about chakras or healing energy or auras. You can find out about them yourself if you want to. Don't take my word for it. Be as skeptical as you like. Find out for yourself. I have many friends from scientific backgrounds who accept me with amused toleration. They like me despite my views, but I have learned not to debate with them anymore. Unless you are willing to experience these things yourself, even so mundane a phenomenon as meditation sounds fanciful and absurd. From my point of view, these scientists are exactly like the New Guinea tribesmen who refuse to believe the metal birds in the sky contain people. How can you argue with them? Unless they're willing to go to the airport and see for themselves, no discussion is really possible. And, of course, if they do go to the airport, no discussion is necessary. So, in the end, find out for yourself. There are plenty of people around who can assist you in these inner explorations. Inner travel agents, you might consider them. Many offer organized tours lasting a day, a weekend, or 2 weeks. Like all travel agents, some of these people are flashy and spectacular, while others are quiet. Some attract celebrities and media stars. Others attract health professionals. Others, people with illnesses. Some are outright frauds who don't deliver what they promise. Some are flaky and unpredictable. Some are demanding and cultish. Others are open and free. Some are intellectual, some are emotional, some are rational, some are religious. There are a lot of trips out there. It's even possible to become a conference groupie, going from one seminar to another, and being a beautiful, evolved human being until you start making the people around you throw up. You may wonder how to find a person, group, or conference that's right for you. If you look around, you'll find something. And if what you find is not right, keep looking until you get what you want. I won't recommend any particular person or thing to do, but I will tell you my inner travel prejudices. 1. Be cautious around anyone who even implies he has the answer. The real gunslingers always try to avoid pulling their guns. Same with the real gurus. Anyway, nobody has the answer for you except you. 2. Be cautious around anyone who creates proselytizing followers. In most cases, personal development is only temporarily associated with any particular group. 3. Be cautious around anyone who seems interested in your money. 4. Expect results. Nobody gets enlightened overnight, but if you don't get results, change your methods. Don't be afraid to experiment. Nobody has the answer for you except you. 5. trust your instincts. If it feels good, don't let others discourage you. If you smell a rat, bail out. I've come to take a rather simple-minded view of all this. There's a natural human resistance to change. We all fall into patterns and habits that eventually constrict our lives, but which we have difficulty breaking anyway. Rilke described the problem in this simple way. Whoever you are, some evening take a step out of your house, which you know so well. Enormous space is near. Postscript. Sceptics at Caltech. In the spring of 1987, I met Paul McCready, the witty and charming aeronautical engineer who, in 1977, made the Gossamer Condor, and thus achieved one of man's oldest dreams, human-powered flight. McCready went on to make the Gossamer Albatross, the first human-powered airplane to cross the English Channel. He also made a solar-powered airplane. During our conversation, Paul began to talk disparagingly about psychics, people who claimed they could see auras. McCready's view was that these people were at best deluded and at worst fraudulent. I disagreed, and in the ensuing discussion Paul told me that he was an active member of the Pasadena chapter of PsyCop. The Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal was founded in 1976 by a group of eminent philosophers, psychologists, scientists, and magicians. In its quarterly journal, The Skeptical Inquirer, PsyCop had had great success in debunking the claims of paranormal phenomena. There were PsyCop chapters all around the country, and the Pasadena chapter, which included many members of the Caltech faculty, was especially active. McCready thought I should address this group. I agreed at once. I thought it would be an interesting experience both for me and for the audience. Paul said he would arrange an invitation for me. I went off to prepare my talk. Because I knew very little of the work of PsyCop, I first read a selection of essays from The Skeptical Inquirer, published in a volume called Science Confronts the Paranormal. Many of the essays held no interest for me at all. They debunked phenomena such as biorhythms, palmistry, astrology, UFOs, and the Bermuda Triangle, which I did not believe in anyway. Other essays, such as a critique of the Loch Ness Monster searches, seemed uninteresting because there were no philosophical or intellectual implications. But in several essays, I was disturbed by the intemperate tone of many writers I admired. There was a tendency to attribute the basest motives to their opponents. In fact, there seemed to be a good deal of personal animosity and name-calling on all sides. For example, discussing the supposed similarities between physics and Eastern mysticism as outlined by writers such as Fritjof Capra, Isaac Asimov observed, "If intuition is as important to the world as reason, and if the Eastern sages are as knowledgeable about the universe as physicists are, then why not take matters in reverse? Why not use the wisdom of the East as a key to some of the unanswered questions in physics? For instance, what is the basic component making up subatomic particles that physicists call a quark?" And Asimov concluded, "What nonsense all this supposed intuitional truth is, and how comic is the sight of the genuflections made to it by rational minds who lost their nerve. No, it isn't really comic, it's tragic. There has been at least one other such occasion in history, when Greek secular and rational thought bowed to the mystical aspects of Christianity, and what followed was a dark age. We can't afford another." Now, these were heated words, and reading them, I began to sense that there was more at stake for PsyCop than the dispassionate assessment of questionable data. Asimov himself had implicitly drawn the comparison between science and religion as competing ways of viewing the world. That, of course, opened the door to the possibility that science was a religion, a heretical position few scientists would accept. But in reviewing the essays of PsyCop, I began to see science as battling for supremacy against perceived threats from other modes of perception. If I was going to talk effectively to the Pasadena chapter of PsyCop, I was going to have my work cut out for me. I began by saying that I didn't expect to change anybody's point of view by what I was going to say. It wasn't my intention to convince anybody of anything that night in Pasadena. I believed there was validity to certain psychic phenomena, and I knew most of my audience did not. Rather than dispute this in detail, I suggested we could all agree that history would eventually prove that either I was mistaken in my views or they were mistaken in theirs. We could all confidently look forward to the eventual resolution of this issue. Meanwhile, I wanted to tell this group some of the experiences that had led me to modify my own views, and to try and explain how things look to me now. Because, I suggested, the real issue as I saw it went far beyond the relatively narrow question of paranormal phenomena. It went to the basic intellectual posture of science in the latter 20th century. I then said, "Has anyone in this room had their tonsils and adenoids removed? Has anyone had a radical mastectomy for breast cancer? Has anyone been treated in an intensive care unit? Has anyone had coronary bypass surgery?" Of course, many people had. I said, "Then you're all knowledgeable about superstitions, because all these procedures are examples of superstitious behavior. They are procedures carried out without scientific evidence that they produce any benefit. This society spends billions of dollars a year on superstitious medicine.